Livestream Marathon day number 3. Kind of crazy. I can't believe we've been doing, actually did two 12-hour live streams back to back. This is the third one. Kind of crazy. Trying to get the super chat money to pay for my Harley Davidson, which I don't know how I came up with that idea. And let me tell you, after talking for 12 hours straight for 2 days back to back, I'm starting to think maybe that was kind of a bad idea. Starting to get to the point where I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit, which is kind of crazy. So I'm actually going to come over here to my channel and see if I can actually see some, actually come over. I actually have my phone up here and then my laptop down here, so I can actually see the chat down on my laptop. So it looks like we're getting some people already within the first minute. We're already up to 16, climbing fast. Hey, what's going on? Hi. This is the live stream marathon day number 3. And I definitely brought some Cokes today. Time for a beer. That will help my voice. You're in English class right now. That is kind of wild. Hello, I was kind of wondering because today is Monday, isn't it? Yeah, so yeah, noon on Monday. I wasn't sure exactly how many people will be in work, which is at work or school, which is kind of crazy. All right. Let's see. Love your videos. Currently building up collections slowly to be so like you. Takes a long time to build up the collections of videos, that's for sure. I'm in math. That's pretty funny. I was wondering where people would be kind of, hanging out here on the live stream on a weekday at noon. Kind of crazy. So yeah, it's been doing pretty good. Yesterday, it was kind of funny. The first day when I started live streaming, I was doing really good. I was trying to do 12 hours of live stream every single day to see if I could get the super chat to pay for my motorcycle. And it sounded like a good idea at first, because I could help out Harley Davidson. I could get a bike myself, and I could really connect with my fans over here on YouTube. And the first day I got to like about the 11th hour of live streaming, and it hit me like a rock. I could not believe how hard it actually hit me that very first day. And then the second day, yesterday, at the beginning, I was doing pretty good until about 6 hours in, and I could actually feel it pretty good about 6 hours in, and I just kind of started going down all the way to the end. I don't think it hit me as hard as the first day right at the end. And here on the third day, I think I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. And hopefully I can keep going with my voice. That's kind of the big thing. All right, looks like we're getting some people and some comments. All right. What is my favorite morph? Hey, speaking of favorite morph, I think I'm going to grab Bobby. Bobby is my favorite. All right, Bobby. I forgot to bring Bobby out for the beginning of the video. He's with me quite a bit yesterday. Maybe, I think he was on my shoulders for like 5 hours, which is kind of crazy. For a while, he just kind of wrapped around my neck and he fell asleep for quite a while, which is kind of crazy. I'm in sit around at home. I am live stream marathon at home here in my basement. Hey, huge fan, you helped me get into breeding more than you will ever know. Yeah, these videos can be kind of addicting. It kind of gets you into ball pythons. You got me back into ball pythons watching your videos. Sweet. Give us your thoughts on the caramel albino. I actually do still have caramel albino hats in my collection. I've never produced a visual. So originally, a lot of people said they had problems with kinking with the caramel albino. But I've actually heard there's actually one guy that said on one of the reptile forums, he actually had caramel albino and he bred it for like 20 years with no kinking at all. So I'm thinking that the kinking and the caramel albino may be specific to certain lines versus, some other genes are kind of susceptible to the genetic defects, not where you can't actually line breed them. I think you can line breed the caramel albino to pick a good line that won't kink up. Must be getting tired from the marathons. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like a zombie today on the third day. Kind of crazy. Yeah. Bobby is awesome. Bamboo, yes, this is Bobby, my 7-year-old bamboo ball python. Look at how big he is. Pretty much the biggest bamboo that I have ever seen. I actually got him over on Morphmarket. As a matter of fact, if you go over to Morphmarket and look at all the bamboos over there, Bobby was the biggest one that was ever on Morphmarket, the biggest bamboo. And that's kind of why I picked him for my videos, because he's kind of unique being so big for kind of a really cool morph like that. What do you think about the African imports? Good question. So I think you can actually get some good dinkers over in Africa. I've actually seen some really cool stuff coming in. Some of it almost looks like yellow belly or enchi or something like that. So sometimes I think you can bring in new genes with the African imports. And a lot of times what they'll actually do for the imports is they'll catch the gravid snakes in the wild, and then after they lay eggs, they'll hatch the eggs out. So it's kind of like a captive hatched egg. It's kind of cool. So you're not actually taking them out of the wild, which is kind of cool. Bamboo is my next acquisition. Bamboo. There's a lot of people looking for bamboos. I think because of Bobby now. It's kind of cool. Kind of addicting. Yeah. Sweet. Day number 3. Yes. We are on day number 3. We got one from Jeremy at Fireball. So I think Fireball is the one that has a lot of Desert Ghost. I think they have pretty much the most Desert Ghost over on Morphmarket. That's where I actually bought into a lot of my Desert Ghost. This is kind of cool. How long do you wait to assist feed hatchlings if they haven't eaten? I usually wait about 3 to 4 weeks before I assist feed my hatchlings. After about a month, if they haven't eaten, I definitely get to it pretty good. They can usually last, and that's like a month after hatching. So usually they hatch, and then after they hatch, you usually wait about a week to 10 days before they shed, and then you start offering them for maybe 3 weeks, I'd say. And then after 3 weeks, if they're not eating anything, I would consider assist feeding. And usually you can tell if you assist feed if you have kind of like in my rack system, I look at the feeding cards and you see all the hatchlings around them have eaten like 5 or 6 times and they still haven't eaten, then I'll definitely consider assist feeding. It is. I have a line of caramel albino that doesn't kink. Awesome. Yeah, I haven't actually produced any visuals. I tried to breed a 50% het caramel albino to my 100% female, and she didn't actually go. And I don't know if I'm going to do that pairing again, because I was thinking, that's kind of I'll get a whole bunch of normals out of that and het caramels. So it's not really a high end, not really a money supporting breeding there. But I just thought I'd try it 1 year to see if I can actually get the scaleless head into the caramel, which was kind of my goal on that one. Caramel albino G-stripe, nice. How long is the marathon gonna last? So I had this crazy idea. I was like, hey, wouldn't it be cool to buy a Harley Davidson and support Harley by actually buying one of their bikes and then pay it off with the super chat over here on a live stream? And it sounded like a good idea at first. I thought, yeah, I could really connect with my fans. I could get a really cool bike. I could support Harley Davidson. And I come to find out 12 hours a day, every day, especially here in the third day, it's just like, yeah, it's not what I thought it was going to be. We're actually chipping down at it. We actually have $7,886 left to pay off the bike. So I'm going to live stream until that is paid off, which is kind of crazy. I'm thinking maybe it might take another 10 days. I don't know, 10 or 12 days of live streams. It just depends. Yeah, I got into it and I was like, maybe this isn't such a good idea, 12 hours a day, which is kind of crazy. And if I cut back from that, I don't think I get enough money to pay the bike at less than 12 hours a day, if I can even do it. I don't know why I even thought of that. That was kind of a crazy idea. Caramel albino pie, that would be an awesome combination there. Back again. I'm wearing Bobby out with the streams. Bobby likes to be on my shoulder better than in the tub, which is kind of crazy. Got another het caramel to pair them. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't really understand the caramel albino. Got it from Fireball. Nice. Nice. Hey, I'm going to a reptile expo soon looking for the albino type, and I was wondering what morph that's affordable. Do I still have my first ball python? I have one of them. My first ball pythons were actually a pair of pods. I bought a male and a female. The females were bad. It was kind of weird. They looked like handle them. There's no veins or no embryos in those eggs. And I incubated them anyways, and all of them molded and went bad. So, but actually, my very first pod, I actually sold that one because I upgraded to a fire pod and a bunch of other pies in my collection. He's kind of up. He's kind of outdated after I produced some more cool pies. The most genes in a ball python I've ever seen, I think, is 8 that I've actually seen. Sometimes you can produce more than that, and a lot of people can't even guess at all the genes. Sometimes they'll list, just the ones that they can pick out too. Thinking about the caramel, yes, it's pretty awesome. I'm actually, let's see, I'm on the wrong chat here. This always defaults on. All right, let's see. This always goes to the top chat, and for some reason when it says top chat, I can't see all the comments, which is kind of crazy. All right, let me see. Let's scroll down. Where was I? Bobby is back home, yeah. What temperature do you keep your eggs in the tub? I actually incubate my eggs at 90 degrees. Have I ever worked with the bright gene? I haven't worked with the bright gene. Can't find too much about it. Yeah. So I've heard bright is could be another line of fire. I think that's true. Good morning, Harold. Hey, Chris, off subject, but I picked up my Asian water monitor at Repticon. I was hopeful to see you. Yeah, that's awesome. Passed out watching the stream yesterday. I almost passed out. I was going crazy on the stream, like at the 11th hour. I was going down quick. I couldn't believe it. Kind of crazy. Breeding hats is a pain, that's for sure. At what point do you suggest breeding mites and rats for your pets? So a lot of people say that you can actually have one rat per snake. So if you actually have one snake, you can buy just one rat and it'll cover the food for that. So technically, even if you have one snake, you could buy a pair of rats, a male and a female. And then every time you get a snake, buy a female rat or produce one yourself and kind of go that way. So that's the way to do it. What do I think about boas? I actually sold my corn snake, big red. You've probably seen him in some of my videos. I actually sold them. I'm thinking about putting a boa in one of my boa tubs, which is pretty cool. Haven't kind of picked out which boa I want yet. Bright is allelic with fire and produces much cleaner animals. So it sounds like it is probably similar to the fire and the sulfur, something like that. If you go past 5, it's hard. I do everything. Day 3, get that Harley. Yeah, we're trying to get the Harley with the super chats over here. Kind of crazy. And kind of the funny thing, I don't know. It's usually I get a lot of bad comments in my comment section, and I don't know if YouTube is kind of my moderator or if it's the algorithm that's actually screening out all the bad comments. There's like no spammers or anything. And I see a lot of comments kind of pop up just for a second and then they disappear. Like the algorithm deleted some of those comments. So I'm thinking I have like a moderator in the background working for me, which is kind of crazy. I see a lot of stuff popping up and disappearing as soon as it comes up. So I don't know who is moderating this forum. I actually moderated a couple comments at the beginning, but now it just seems like it's automatic. The shop by me has some Goliath gene. Never heard of that. Never heard of the Goliath myself. What if I pay off our bike with Super Chat in exchange for Bobby's direct baby? That is an expensive bamboo. Yeah, I don't really breed Bobby anymore. I breed Bobby's baby, and Bobby just kind of hangs out with me in front of the camera anymore. Is there a limited for how many genes you can have? I think you can have pretty much an unlimited number of genes. in any ball python. Of course, there's only like 200 genes or something like that. So that's probably the limit as far as what you can have. Am I ever going to get into boa constrictors? I probably will pick up a female at some time. I don't have any boas. Are you doing any shows this year? No, I'm not doing any shows. No, I probably won't be at Tinley either this year. Waiting for the COVID-19 vaccine so everyone can take their masks off and go back to normal. I love your vids. Thank you. I remember Big Red. Yes, Big Red. It was an awesome snake. 5 female rats, 1 male for 15 snakes. 5 females for 15 snakes. Yeah, that sounds about right. You can actually, if you have highly productive rats, you could actually do it with less than 1 female per snake. All right, Bobby, what are you doing? I have a ball python with respiratory infection. I'm 90% sure his enclosure was a little too dry. So for respiratory infection, you might try, I would probably take it to a vet. Sometimes they can give it like an antibiotic injection, and I would probably keep the humidity pretty low. Usually respiratory infections are from too high of a humidity. What would you get with a banana enchi and a banana pied? So you would get bananas, super bananas. You would get a banana enchis, super banana enchis, and everything would be het pied on that pairing. Do you still have Big Red? No. I actually sold Big Red 3 times, and the third guy finally bought. People kept backing out from Big Red. I don't know why. Goliath is European. Hey, Chris, what's up? I'm going to try to stay all day. All right. There are some diehard fans. Hey, Chris, I'm from Italy and love your videos from Italy. Wow. I was wondering, what are the perfect temps, in your opinion, for the hot and cold side? So for the hot side, I usually use 90 degrees pretty much year round. I don't really change it as far as changing it, through the breeding versus, not breeding. And I keep the ambient, it's pretty much the same temperature year round. I get pretty much dial it into between 80 and 82 degrees as far as the temperature. It's kind of weird. When I first started in ball pythons, I was looking at all these different breeders online, and I was like, all right, I'm going to write down every single temperature from all these different breeders based on their YouTube videos. And I was binge watching all these videos. And when I got done, it was like all these temperatures that were just all over the place. Some people would raise them and lower them. Some people would keep them really high. Some people would keep them really low. And then I found this one breeder just one breeder, he did like an 80-degree ambient and a 90-degree hot spot year round. And he had some really good luck breeding ball pythons. So I was like, if he could do it, I can do it. That's so simple. You don't really have to change the temperatures. And that's what I went with. I've been using that pretty much since the beginning. My snake has a stuck shed on its head. How can I fix it? So what I like to do is kind of sprinkle some water on the snake and then come back with like a sponge, like a wet sponge, and kind of wipe down the snake. You can actually soak them in water a little bit, but with some snakes, if they have like a head wobble or something, you have to make sure that they don't drown in the water. I would definitely supervise and have really shallow water in there. It's probably better just to kind of sprinkle the water on them. I've actually heard some people put them in a wet pillowcase for a while, and they kind of crawl around in the pillowcase, which is kind of crazy. Is there any way I can send you pictures of my reticulated python? I don't think you can send pictures over here on a live stream. You can put a link over in the comments under one of my videos, and I can try to get to it, but there's so many comments now. It's crazy. Live machine. Yeah, we are going for the Super Chat Marathon, trying to pay off the Harley Davidson. I don't know if we'll ever do it. That's kind of crazy. Have you seen the dot gene? I have heard of the dot gene. Some of those really obscure genes, it's really hard to wrap my head around. It's hard to do a video on some of those because sometimes it's actually hard to actually get good information on those. Snake Discovery has a video on that issue. If money, space, and time weren't an issue, what species of reptile would you keep as a dream pet? I thought about maybe getting a red tegu at some point, but they do need a lot of space, and I just don't have the time for it, which it'd be kind of cool to actually get one though. Checking in on day 3. Do I ever plan on getting into lizards? I actually have 2 crested geckos. That is pretty much the only lizards that I'll ever get. Hey, I got a super chat. $2, Northern Exotics. Thank you. Awesome. We're trying to pay down the Harley. Woo. All right. First super chat of the day. All right. We're chipping away, chipping away. All right. We're down to 78.84. That's still a big number. Oh my goodness. Yes, every little bit helps. Sorry, can't afford much. Hope it helps. It definitely helps. Every little bit. And kind of the funny thing is, I actually had some super chats yesterday from all over the world. I had one in Russian rubles or something like that, and the conversion rate was like so small. It's like all these rubles converted to just a few dollars, and I had some from Europe, some Canadian dollars. The Canadian dollars don't really transfer exactly. So I'm just actually, like the Canadian and all the other stuff. Most of the time I just do, just the number that's on there, unless it's like some obscure. It's like I got people watching from all over the place, like everywhere in the world. Antarctica, even someone was watching from. It's kind of crazy. Where can I personally message you to buy a snake? So you can actually message me over on Morphmarket, and under every single video, you can actually hit the more, you can kind of expand the description under any video, and actually have the link to my Morphmarket site. You go over to Morphmarket, and if you're interested in a snake, you can actually message me over there. Some people try to message me random stuff, people selling me stuff, and most of them I just don't respond to if it's not specifically about a snake, because it seems like everything I do, I get so much spam. It's kind of crazy. Hello. What do you recommend as your first snake? That is a good question. I would recommend a ball python. Also, you can try like a king snake. I love the California king snakes. Those are pretty cool. Sometimes the king snakes can move a little bit too much for someone new, whereas a ball python would just kind of sit here like Bobby, kind of playing with my hair here. If you actually have a king snake, I doubt you could actually put a king snake on your neck like this and have them sit here for a live stream. I actually tried that with my corn snake, and that thing was moving all the time. It would not sit still. Kind of crazy. Hey, from the UK, what is up? Hey, we got another super chat. Can't offer much. No problem. That is actually quite a bit. A lot of people just do $1, so it's no problem at all. That is awesome. All right. All right, we're going to change the number again. Ooh, oh, Bobby. All right, Bobby. Woo, he's choking me out. I don't know what happened yesterday. He decided to really choke me out. He's like, he had the death grip on me. I almost passed out from Bobby choking me out. I think he just wanted to say hello or something. All right, so that was, let's see, that was $2.99. All right, that's down 3, so we're at $78.81. Left to pay on the Harley Davidson. I think I'm going to be live streaming for the next 3 weeks to get this thing paid off. Kind of crazy. Not exactly. I had no idea that it was going to be quite like this when I started this whole adventure. Kind of crazy. And my wife is like, yeah, you can just quit and sell your drum set and pay it off. I was like, well, I think I'll give it a shot and see how far we go. Oh, that's kind of crazy. I struggle to keep up with comments. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting now that I'm getting bigger on my channel. When I was a little bit smaller, I would answer every single comment, and I got to the point, hey, we got another super chat. All right. Thank you so much. as far as comments, it's an interesting question. I got to the point where I was spending 2 hours a day answering every single comment on my channel, which is overwhelming. And then it got to the point where pretty much all I do now is go in and delete all the hate comments, which I can barely keep up with. And then you get to the point where I've seen big YouTubers, they don't even look at the comments because they get like 28,000 comments on a video, and you get roasted under there and you don't even want to look at them anymore, which is crazy. All right, so let me see, that was awesome. Kiko, $4. So we are down 78, 77, right? Woo. All right. See if you can catch my math, if I make any mistakes on this. I started putting this up here so you can actually go back on the replay and kind of look at the how much I owe as we kind of go along. Sometimes I'll talk for like 3 or 4 hours and we won't get anything, and then sometimes we'll get them all at once. It seems like right in the morning we'll get a lot, and then kind of right at the end of the day we'll get a lot too, which is kind of crazy. All right, so let me go back. I have so much time I can go through every single comment. As a matter of fact, about the 11th hour, I start running out of comments right before the 12-hour mark. It's kind of crazy. Sophia just stopped by to say hi. What is going on? I have to go back to biology class. Everyone says they're in math, they're science, or biology. It's kind of crazy. I'll see you later. See you later. Steve, nice pick with the Tegu. Yes, every little bit helps. Let someone pay huge money for Bobby. I bet they probably would. Bobby is not for sale. I always joke I'd sell Bobby for $100,000, and I don't know if I would. I'd probably turn down the offer. I don't know. Where is everyone from? I am from the UK. I actually asked that yesterday, and there's like people from all over the place. I could not believe, all over the place. Yeah, it wouldn't be the same if I didn't have Bobby. I actually have one of Bobby's granddaughters. If anything happens to Bobby, she'll be my new Bobby replacement. I don't think anything would happen to Bobby. I actually saw that where that zoo had the snake that laid eggs without a male at 60 some years old, and Bobby is 7. So that means he could live another 50 years, which means I would be like 104 years old. I think Bobby is going to outlive me, or we'll probably live just as long together. It's kind of crazy. Venezuela. Hello from Venezuela. Do I make a month selling your snakes? It really depends on the snakes. So some years, if I hatch out a whole bunch of normals, I don't make a whole bunch of money. When I hatch out some bamboos, it's pretty good. It really depends on your snakes. If you're selling $10,000 snakes, it doesn't take much to actually make a lot of money. So it really depends, and it's kind of interesting because I'll make a lot of money after I sell my hatchlings, and then most of the year I don't really make that much because I already sold all my hatchlings. So it's the money is all over the place. You never know what you're gonna get. Hey, there's another super chat. Don't sell your drums, kid, Chris. All right, I won't. We'll keep going. Woo. All right, we are cooking now. I think that's the most super chats I've ever had all in a row. That is crazy. So that's 7, 8, 72. Wow, that is awesome. All right, chipping away. I'm hoping to get down in the 6,000s by the end of the day. We actually started at 8,500, and when I first put that up, I was like, wow. Whoa, got another super chat. Nice. Jesse, thank you. Let's see your dinker and explain why it might be different. All right, cool. We're cooking. All right. I'm gonna have to get out the calculator. All right, we are at 78, 60, 7, yeah, 78, 67. I don't have a calculator. I'm doing this all in my head. Hopefully my math is right. Yeah, I can show you my dinker project. It's pretty awesome. Wow, we are moving the needle. Wow, that's awesome. All right, let me show you my dinker. It's pretty awesome. So let me show you this one first. All right, so take a look at this. This is my biggest normal. Take a look at that. 5,000 gram normal female. And this is kind of the color of the normal. And usually on your normals, you'll have these kind of like alien heads. You see, you can see they're kind of like right here, you can kind of see the eyes as far as the alien heads. So this is kind of what a normal dinker, this is just a normal. This is not a dinker. So I wanted to kind of show you the dinker compared to what a normal would normally look like. That's kind of the pattern, the regular pattern you'd expect on a normal, kind of dotted. And that is about as normal as a normal can get. And then my dinker, take a look at this. This is, well, my dinker girl, she's kind of in shed. So take a look at this. So in this girl, you can actually see it. So the pairing on this was actually my Coral Glow 100% het pied bred to a normal. It's actually a different normal. And I popped this out, and at first glance, it looks like a normal. But if you actually take a look at the line down the back, usually they have like a dotted line instead of this kind of these little open little circles right here, which is kind of interesting. So the line is different there. And if you look at the side, look at how the alien heads are kind of like floating on this girl. Kind of crazy. So this is a dinker because it doesn't look like the normal that I would expect from the pairing of the Coral Glow het pied to another normal. And I popped this out. As a matter of fact, there's some snakes over on Morphmarket that kind of look like this. I saw someone listed a mahogany that looked like this. And look at the belly on this. It has these weird lines all the way up and down the belly, which is, I've never really seen that before. These like little black lines on either side of the, almost like het pied tracks on that one, as far as the little line on either side. And it seems like, I don't know if it's just me or not on this one, it almost seems like the belly scales are skinnier together than you would normally see on any other snake. So this is, I have no idea what this is, if it's a new gene. Some people actually said, they looked at this and they said sometimes the het pieds can actually give a scrambled up pattern. And some other people like, there's no way that's just het pied, there's something in there. So this actually could be another gene that maybe I'm not familiar with that's in my collection too. So there's actually the Rio, which is the Super Arroyo that looks really close to this, which is possible. It could be another gene, could be a new gene. And the only way to really prove this out would be to take this and breed it back to a normal and then see if I can reproduce this if it's genetic. And sometimes you can actually get something like this and breed it over and over and over and still not reproduce what this looks like. So that is kind of crazy. She's about 2 years old now. I'm thinking maybe one more year before I breed this girl. But that is a really unusual looking dinker normal snake. All right, I'm gonna get Bobby again. All right, Bobby. Let's see where we're at here. All right. Hello, I'm back, Zybrus. I'm kind of back in the back of the comments trying to catch up. I have plenty of time to hit all the comments. 12 hours of live stream. We're like 34 minutes in. 60 people already on the line. 62. Wow, that's kind of crazy. Are you a fan of any YouTube channels that deal with ball pythons? I kind of jump around from different channel to different channel. There's not really one channel that I kind of focus on. What kind of Harley Davidson are you getting? Yeah, so I came with this idea of buying a Harley and paying for it with the super chat. So it's actually, it's kind of a crazy idea. I don't know if I'm starting to regret it now after two 12-hour live streams. That's kind of crazy. Going on my third one. But we can do it. We can do it. So what I actually did is I looked on the internet. There's actually Auto Trader for motorcycles. It has thousands and thousands of bikes all over the country. And I actually found one in Wisconsin. So they have to ship it over here to Colorado. And it's actually a Harley Davidson Dyna. It's a street bob, which is pretty cool. And the guy that had it before me actually stripped the whole thing down all the way to the frame and rebuilt the whole Harley with custom parts. So it's got like this, I think the forks are a little bit different. I think they stick out a little bit like a chopper. It has a different front end, a different wheel, and everything. It's got the ape hanger handlebars, the really high ones, so you're driving down the road like this. It's got a really super loud exhaust on it. The Vansenheim short shots. It's a really awesome bike. It is black on silver. Pretty awesome chopper looking motorcycle. So that is the bike. I used to have a Harley Davidson Sportster. A 79 Sportster was my first Harley, probably about 20 years ago, a long time. What do you think of Angolan pythons? I've never had an Angolan. I've seen people work with them though before. Hello again from Germany. Have you ever hatched a Disco Inferno? I actually haven't. As a matter of fact, I did a video on the Disco Inferno, and I said on the video that it was actually an allelic combination where you take the Disco Inferno is actually the disco and the fire. And I thought it was allelic, and I thought when you take a Disco Inferno and you breed it to something else, you would get half discos and half fires, because I assumed it was allelic. And then a lot of people jumped in and said, no, that's wrong. The Disco Inferno is not allelic, and you can actually reproduce it. So I'm not exactly sure if it's allelic or not, but I know it makes a really interesting visual appearance when you work those two genes together. It almost acts like a super as far as the visual appearance. Maybe it doesn't act like a super when you actually breed it to something else. So I'm still kind of up in the air on, determining if the Disco Inferno is actually allelic or not. It's kind of interesting. You start going down the road and, you're telling everyone all these genes, like, what's going on. People chime in and they're like, no, that's not right. And then you start questioning even what you hear on some of these. And a lot of times, you hear it from different places and it contradicts the same thing. So that's kind of the hard part with ball pythons is everything you hear is not always correct, especially if you hear it from me. I could actually be wrong, and I'm still trying to figure it all out. It's kind of crazy. I don't actually keep snakes, only parrots and a leopard gecko, but I want to, just need to keep trying to convince my girlfriend. I actually have a video, how to convince your parents to let you buy a snake, and you might have some helpful hints in that video. And sometimes you just can't convince them. Some people are just terrified of snakes. And I don't know how you could be afraid of Bobby here. Look at Bobby. I don't know if everyone has seen Bobby before, but he is like super mellow. You can do anything to Bobby. This snake will never ever bite you. Super friendly. Look at this snake. There's nothing that you can do to Bobby to make him bite you. Kind of crazy. Hi, my 7-year-old carries my super lesser Russo around like he's a teddy bear. Never seems to be stressed, eats and sheds perfectly. How much time out of his tub is too much? So, I don't know. I think, some people say you shouldn't handle your snake too much, but when I'm handling Bobby, even here on the live stream, I think we're doing, several hours a day, maybe even 5 hours a day. And he seems to be more comfortable on my shoulders than in his tub, which is kind of wild. As a matter of fact, yesterday he wrapped around my neck and he fell asleep for about 3 hours, which is kind of crazy. I think he likes being up here on my shoulders. I think he's just, I don't know what he's doing now. He's a crazy snake. All right, Bobby, you can't go that way. All right. Hello from Ohio. Nice. Maryland. Cool. What are your thoughts on reusing hatchling tubs or hatching Hatchling tubs or hatching substrate. So I've actually seen some people reuse their vermiculite or perlite in the hatching tubs, and it's so cheap, you know, and it's actually in there with the eggs for like 2 months. I don't know why you would just not dump it out and start with new substrate in your hatching tubs, especially when you're eggs, and to, you know, skimp on, you know, 50 cents of vermiculite substrate doesn't really make sense. That why you even try to risk that, which is kind of crazy. I'm on the website. I'm on the ball python section. What gene and trait should I choose since I'm a starter? Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff you can choose from. I would probably choose something that's a dominant or a co-dominant as far as your first gene. So if you actually took like a bamboo and bred it to something else, you get half bamboos. And it's the same with your dominant and co-dominant. If you actually took something like a pied and bred it to something else, you would get all normal looking snakes that are het for pieds. So some of the recessives, like the pieds and the clowns, they're really popular. But as a beginner, I probably wouldn't get into a recessive. Unless you actually bought all visual pieds, you can go that way and actually produce all visuals. From Texas, from Long Island. Red Bluff, California. Nice. Oh, I lost my place. Whoa. Can you show me how you placed your heat pad on the rack? So it's kind of hard to show you on the rack as far as the heat pads, but these tubs, so these tubs just slide right out, right? Get my rat. And if you actually slide the tub all the way out, the tub is, you really can't show it. The tub's like long and skinny. And then on the back of the tub, maybe about that wide, there's actually a metal panel that goes on the bottom of the tub in the back. And essentially these are actually ARS racks. And what ARS did is they took like one of the rolled up, like you can buy the heat strips that are like flexible. And it looks like they took one of the heat strips and glued it to this metal panel so that the heat strip is underneath, and then the tub slides on top of that heat panel with the heat strip in the panel. So it's pretty much directly on the tub. That's how it heats it. And then you hook it up to a thermostat, and I put the probe pretty much right on that metal strip with the one that heats up, and that's how we heat the racks. I got a bamboo fire because of you. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of funny. When I first started, when I first started making videos, I was like switching snakes, and every time I put a snake around my neck, it would like choke me out, and it'd just be real flighty and really uncomfortable. And I decided I was just going to pick one snake on my neck all the time, so I could really tame it down and kind of showcase just one special snake. And when I first started doing that and putting Bobby on my shoulders, it seemed like everyone in the comments were like, "We don't want to see one snake. We want to see all the snakes." I thought that was kind of, so a lot of people were really against me just having Bobby on every single show. And now it seems like it's just the opposite. Everyone wants to see Bobby. Even if I have another snake, they're like, "Where's Bobby?" Hey Chris, what's up, Caleb? What would you recommend as a hatchling snake rack for corn snakes? Not too sure on corn snakes. I know they're really super small. You'd have to look at a corn snake channel, I guess, and figure that one out. How many pounds are full-grown female and male pythons? Not quite sure on the conversion to pounds, but a full-grown female ready to breed is about 1,500 grams, and a male is considered mature at about 500 grams. But females can go all the way up to, the biggest one I have is about 5,000 grams, so they can get pretty big. Which banana ball do you recommend? I like the bananas with the enchies or the leopards or the spot noses. Those make some really amazing combinations. 3 weeks till my super orange dream, red axanthic pastel, 50% head pied female arrives. Awesome, cool. I'm not sure if you remember me from yesterday. My name is Malachi. Hey, what is up? Lots of comments. Yeah, a lot of times they go by pretty quick. It's hard to remember everyone. I have like thousands of comments over here. Pretty crazy. What is my favorite snake? That is Bobby around my neck. Bobby is my favorite. Big old bamboo ball python. He's a male. Look at how big he's for probably one of the biggest males I've ever seen. He is just kind of hanging out on the live stream. He's got a lot of spots on his head since he kind of got older, which is kind of wild. He never had the spots on his head. It was funny yesterday. I put him up in front of the camera. You can actually see the reflection. It's almost like a mirror because you can see. And yesterday he was like staring at himself. He couldn't like figure out what was going on. I thought that was funny. What is up, Juggernaut? Let's see. Frankenbike, yeah. That Harley Davidson's kind of crazy. In 2020, I was at the Reptile Show. That's how I found your channel. Cool. Yeah, kind of the weird thing is when I first started in ball pythons, the way I kind of grew my channel is I started handing out business cards at the Reptile Show with my YouTube channel. It was like a YouTube call, like a YouTube link card. And now I get so many subscribers every day, it's not even worth handing out the cards. But I used to do the cards at the shows, which is kind of crazy. Hi everyone, just missed a half hour. We're actually up to 46 minutes, yeah. Hopefully I can stay awake tonight. The last two you fell asleep. Yeah, they were pretty long marathons, going 12 hours. That's kind of crazy. Are the Super Chatters co-owners? This is owned by 1,000 people. Actually, it's owned by almost 5,000 people probably. I think most of my super chats are like $1 or $2 to pay it up. We actually are down to 78.67. Pretty awesome. Quite impressed. Can you make a video on how to care for a ball python? I actually have a video that is called your first ball python that has quite a bit of information. Do you have any tips on starting a breeding business as a kid or a teen? I would say just buy some ball pythons and some enclosures and just start trying to do it. You can actually go over to my YouTube channel and watch all my videos. I have about 1,000 videos over there, and then you'll know everything that I know about ball pythons. I want to start also. Yeah, it's good to start. Hi from London, UK. What is up? For hatchlings, do you handle them twice a week or more? I don't really. I don't have a set schedule for handling hatchlings. Hey, what's up? We got a super chat. Nice. For the bike. Thank you, Angel. 195. All right, here we go. Knocking down that price on that bike. When this gets to zero, the live stream marathon is over. Which I think it's going to take about 2 weeks. It's going to be crazy. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. 5. Cool. So we're at 78. 62. All right. Nice. Awesome. Thank you. Is your electricity bill expensive? So the funny thing about that is I actually have my rodents here in my reptile room, and the rodents, you wouldn't believe how much heat the rodents spit out. So as a matter of fact, the other day I actually forgot to plug in the heater. I kind of lay it down for the live streams so you don't really hear the heater and the air cleaner and everything in the background. And believe it or not, when I came in here, it was like 78 degrees. I usually keep it about 80, and the rodents maintain it at about 78 degrees. I have so many rats and mice and all these stuff. It's like a little heating rack. It's kind of crazy. I think you can heat your whole house with just rats, which is kind of crazy. You are on a roll with the live stream. Yes. We did a 12-hour live stream yesterday, a 12-hour live stream the day before, and this is the start of the third one. We were at 49 minutes, 49 minutes, 55 seconds. Long way to go. Still got over 11 hours on this one. Let's go. All right. Yeah, this is my first. My first is an albino pied. Wow, that is awesome. Do you have any calicos? I do have calico. As a matter of fact, I should show you my calicos. It's pretty awesome. I have one. I have an unusual line of calico. Let me show you this one. It's pretty cool. Oh, let's see. So the kind of the weird thing is when I thought of calico, I always thought of the white on the side of the snake. And I actually isolated my particular line of calico, and this is what I cranked out. Take a look at this. And come to find out, there's so many different lines of calico, and they're all completely different. Some of them are almost normal-looking snakes, and some of them are really yellow. And this line of calico is really orange, like a really deep, like a bright deep orange, and not much white in just the calico by itself, which is really interesting. It almost acts like a dark gene when you mix it with other combinations. I've actually seen this calico mixed with blackhead, and it makes a really dark orange blackhead with no white at all coming up the sides of the snake, which is kind of wild. I had no clue that this is actually, as a matter of fact, actually, my first female that I bought looks really dark. I thought maybe there was cinnamon in there or something. And then when I isolated it, actually came out as a kind of a unique version of calico, which I never kind of even imagined that I would get. If you actually look kind of at the belly, you can kind of see like on the sides of the belly, there's even like a bright orange right on the sides. And I actually worked this into a pinstripe. I should show you that one. That one is crazy. It's really crazy. All right, little guy. All right, little guy. This guy's a little hisser. This hatchling always hisses. I picked him up like 5 times yesterday. He's still hissing. Crazy. But take a look at this. This is a pinstripe with that dark orange calico in the mix. Really crazy looking pinstripe. I had no idea that I had anything like this in my collection, that a calico can actually turn this dark orange color, which is kind of wild. And with certain genes, you can actually see the calico bring up a lot of white on the sides. I actually have a bamboo calico, the same line of calico, that is really high white, but this one's really, really kind of interesting that it has so much orange in this line of calico. And see, even the hatchlings that hiss at you, you just pick them up 30 seconds later, and they're like perfectly friendly, and no problems at all. Hatchlings get a little bit confused. They think you're going to eat them or something, I think, when you pick them up. I think that's one of my coolest pinstripes that I ever produced in my whole collection. So let me show you this one other calico. This is the same line of calico with the bamboo. So with certain genes, it'll actually make a high white calico. So take a look at that. That is the same version of calico that one is. So in this one, it was kind of funny when I got calico on this is darker than Bobby. So I thought maybe this had calico and the cinnamon. I thought there was cinnamon in there. Come to find out, it's just a dark version of calico. And by itself, it's not really high white, but with other genes like bamboo, this is a bamboo calico, and this is really high white. So kind of an interesting calico in my collection. All right, let's get Bobby out again. Gotta show some snakes. All right. Yeah, so I was pretty excited to get that. I actually just hatched out those calicos this year. That was pretty awesome. Let's see where we're at here in the comments. What information do I need to get a pastel? So for buying a snake, you can actually go over to Morphmarket, and if you find one, you just contact the breeder. The pastel is probably one of the most popular genes in all ball pythons. It's a pretty safe gene to actually start with. Hey, we got another super chat in another currency, SEK. I love your personality. Let me scroll down on this one over here. Your work and your snake. Hope to get that bike one day. Greetings from Sweden. All right, from Sweden. Let's see what the conversion factor is on that. That is pretty wild. SEK to US dollars. All right, and that is these conversion factors mess me up. That is $5.53. So I'm going to round that one up to $6. That is the Swedish krona. I am learning currencies from all around the world to this crazy live stream. That is pretty wild. All right, we're going to do $6 on that one. That is awesome. All right. So we are at 78.56, I believe. I'm starting to add and subtract a little bit better in my I guess I'm doing all subtraction. Yeah, this is Livestream Marathon, trying to pay for a Harley Davidson with my super chat. This is what we have left on the Harley Davidson, 78.56. 2 days ago, we started at $8,500. We're doing 12-hour live streams to pay for the Harley. That is crazy. I think the hardest part about the whole thing is my throat after after talking for 12 hours a day nonstop for 2 days in a row, going on my third day, and my throat is like, I think it's gonna change. I think my voice is getting lower and lower. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. All right, let's see where we were. I recommend solar panels if you're going to start a reptile breeding facility. Solar panels are pretty cool. I just bought a solar panel. Hey, I got another super chat. All right. All right, we're chipping away. All right, awesome. Cool. All right, yeah. Yeah, my idea was originally on this is I saw Harley Davidson sales were down like 47%, and they were closing retail stores and manufacturing and everything. I thought, how can I help Harley Davidson? So what I actually did is decide, all right, I want to buy a Harley. Well, I can't afford a Harley. So in order to pay for it, what I want to do is try to pay for it with the super chat over here on a marathon live stream challenge. It's kind of crazy. I did not know what I was getting myself into. I probably would have been better off going down to the gas station and pumping gas for a few days. Crazy. So we are at 78.51. But I thought, I could also connect with the people that there's when I do a live stream, there's so many questions so fast in the first hour that there's no way I can get to them all. And this way I can actually go through every single question, and I can get to everybody, which is pretty cool, and kind of connect with everybody, which is kind of tough. The bigger your channel gets, there's just so many people. It's kind of crazy. Anyway, that was the idea for this whole crazy live stream thing. I can't even believe that I'm sitting here 12 hours a day doing this. This is kind of crazy. All right, let's see. Yeah, so we were talking about solar panels. I actually just spent $2,000 in a solar setup, bought 4 panels and one of those little chargers, which is pretty awesome. So if the power goes out, I can actually use that to like make coffee or sharpen my knives or whatever. It's not a whole house system. You can do a little bit. You can run some lights on it, but it's pretty cool to have a solar power backup, which is pretty cool. Let's see. I hear rodents in my videos every time. They drive me crazy. I have 2 racks of rodents right behind the camera here. And yeah, sometimes, I got so frustrated the other day. I was like, all right, I'm taking these rodents out of this room. That's it. I'm moving them. And I moved everything out of the room, and I took the rodent racks and I got them up to the door. And I realized the rodent racks won't fit out of the door. I actually built them in this room, and I can't get them out unless I completely disassemble the rodent racks, which is kind of crazy. So I'm kind of stuck in here with these rodents, but it's kind of nice. The rodents actually heat the room because there's so many of them, and it's the room here is like maybe only, I think it's like 180 square feet. It's a really small room here. Let's see. Am I going to get my laptop out and go on Morphmarket? Nope, not today. I don't know if I could actually do that on the live stream here. Yeah, I thought I'd do something a little bit different. It's doing a live stream. I don't have to, try to figure out what I can do different as far as a morph video, and try not to copy one of my last 1,000 videos. So live stream's a little bit easier because I don't have to think about what I'm going to do and make my thumbnail, my topic, and my title. It's just 12 hours long. It's a really crazy long time. All right. Hey, what's up? I've gained so much knowledge from you. And of course, Bobby is awesome. All right. Any info on the Creed morph? Someone asked me about that yesterday, and I don't really know anything very much. I've heard of the Creed, and that's about it. There's a few of them that are not really that popular. That it's kind of hard to find information on some things. Love your information, more videos. Trying to start the Panda Pied project. That is pretty awesome. Cool. Black pastel, 100% het pieds. That is a good project. What are your thoughts on Brian Barczyk? Yeah, the thing that really got me into snakes was Brian Barczyk's Snake Bites series of videos over on YouTube. When I don't know if you watched that, when Chewy was getting bit all the time, it was kind of a crew. They did some skits and stuff. It was so hilarious. That's kind of what got me into ball pythons at the beginning. Let's see. Have you ever seen a super citrus pastel, super lemon pastel? So yeah, so the citrus pastel and the lemon pastel are actually two different lines of pastel. A lot of times what people do, they'll kind of group all the pastels together into kind of one gene. They'll just call them pastels, but there are certain lines, the citrus and the lemon, that people break out. And I'm not really sure the difference. I mean, the pastel can be so variable. That's kind of why I haven't really tackled that, the citrus versus the lemon versus the regular, because even the regular pastel can be so variable. You should get Lucy out. Yeah, I don't think I can get Lucy out. As a matter of fact, yesterday a couple times I got Sunny out, but he's like in a crazed feeding mode, just going crazy. Every time I go into that tub, he's like trying to bite me because he thinks I'm a rat. So it gets a little hairy trying to pull him out. What's the charity drive for? Yes, it's for a Harley Davidson. I had this crazy idea. Hey, let's buy a Harley Davidson and pay it off with Super Chat. I don't know if it's gonna work. Hopefully, I won't have to, sell my drum set after 2 weeks of live streams. Yeah, vroom vroom. Yeah, day 3. It is crazy. How many days are you going? I'm going until one of two things happens. Either the amount I owe my Harley gets to 0, or I lose my voice, which would probably happen first. As a matter of fact, this morning I was wondering if I could actually do this stream because my voice is feeling pretty rough after 24 hours of talking. Kind of crazy. Let's see. Chamomile tea will help my throat. Actually, Coke's doing pretty good. Not too bad. Wait. I jumped ahead in. Let's see. What do you think a super lemon pastel, super citrus pastel, Enchi orange dreams look like? So I think I don't think you can have a super lemon pastel, super citrus pastel in the same snake. I think all the pastel, I'm pretty sure all the pastels are compatible. So you can have either super of the lemon pastel or the super of the citrus. And then if you had the Enchi, it would reduce the pattern, bring out some orange. And then with the orange dream, it would be a really bright and flashy snake. Stop paying so fast. I want this to last longer. Yeah, I don't think you're going to have to worry about that. We got a long way to go. Long way to go to pay off the Harley. Let's see. Ever keep one of the rodents as a pet because you got attached? Yeah, actually, when I first started out in mice, I actually bought some mice from it was like Petco or PetSmart or something like that, and I got the fancy mice, and I got two fancy mice to start. And when they had babies, all the baby mice were all these different colors. There were some that were like there were some mice that hatched out. They were like a solid gold. They almost looked metallic. Then I had another one that was bright white with black spots, looked like a Dalmatian mouse. I thought, oh, those are cool. I'm gonna separate those out and keep them for pets because those are pretty cool. And the further I bred mice, I kept breeding mice and breeding mice. Pretty soon, my whole mouse rack was full of all these really cool fancy mice, and I didn't have any mice to feed my pet snakes. I'm like, this is not working. And I finally got to the point where they got pretty old because mice only live about a year. And I finally replaced them with white mice, all white mice. And then I didn't have to pick, which one to feed the snake out of all these pretty mice. Yeah, you definitely don't want to you don't want fancy mice when you're trying to use them to feed your snakes. I'm going to sit here for 12 hours and learn about snakes from the best ball python teacher. Yeah, we'll see if we can make it 12 hours. Hopefully my throat will last 12 hours on the third day. Maybe you can get a guest for the live stream if you run out of ideas. Yeah, I don't know. I'm way up here in the middle of nowhere. I'm like, yeah, I don't know if there's nobody like for miles and miles. You'd have to drive like 2 hours to get to my house. I'm up here in the middle of the woods. Tea and milk will help my voice. Let's see. What do I know about the goby morph? Haven't heard of the goby. How many snakes would you say it makes financial sense to start breeding rodents? You can actually start breeding rodents with just one snake. I've actually seen a lot of people say for one snake, you should have one female rat. It should produce enough for that snake. And it depends on how often you breed the rat too. I've actually seen some people where one female rat can feed two snakes. I don't know what Bobby's doing. Bobby's coming out in front of the camera, stealing the limelight. Crazy snakes. So you can actually start as early as possible breeding rats. Hey, I recently purchased a Tesla Motor 3 and love it. Do you like Tesla? Yeah, Tesla is pretty cool. How long do ball pythons sleep for? Good question. I'm not exactly sure. I've never really watched the ball python 24 hours to see how long it sleeps. Hello, Chris. My pine is constantly on the cold spot, 78 to 79. Is 96 the hot spot too hot for him? So yeah, 96 actually is too hot for the hot spot. I've actually heard if you have anything over 95, if you have males, it can temporarily sterilize the males, anything above 95. So I probably go anywhere from 88 to 90 on the hot side. Another 12-hour stream. Yeah, the third one, kind of crazy. You can hear my dogs out there. They kind of mess up my videos. I'll have to wait for the dogs to continue my videos. Wait for the dogs and wait for the mice. They mess me up sometimes. How about trying to identify some dinker snakes? Maybe we can send a pic and have the community give their ideas. You can actually leave, if you upload it somewhere, you can leave a link under one of my videos, and we'll actually go over there and try to identify it. You can do that. What's the most inexpensive ball python that's kind of higher end? I don't know, maybe bamboos. Yeah, it all depends what you consider inexpensive. It depends on how much money you want to spend on a snake. Some people say $1,000 is inexpensive. Some people say 20 is inexpensive. So really depends on your budget. I have a killer bee and a superfly. Any suggestions for a male to breed? So the superfly is the super pastel fire. The killer bee is the super pastel spider. So I really like super pastels, but I would actually get, I would probably get a super pastel male. And then when you breed to those, you would get all super pastels, which would be pretty cool. I actually did a video called Killer Pythons, and it was a video about super pastels. You can mix almost anything with super pastel and make some really amazing combinations. All right, so I'm actually, let's see. Oh, I thought I brought a spoon down. I actually don't have a spoon. I was going to eat some yogurt, but I guess I'm not going to eat some yogurt. Maybe I'll have a candy bar. That is kind of crazy. All right, Bobby. Maybe I'll get another steak. All right, so take a look at this. I got another snake for you. Take a look at this big old pinstripe. And I discovered something interesting about this pinstripe just in the last 2 days that I didn't know before. Apparently, this pinstripe is really friendly and is the only snake that'll sit on my shoulder like Bobby. Kind of crazy. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. Awesome. Let's move the needle some more on this Harley Davidson. Oh, this one's choking me. Oh, this one's name is Bubble. Bubble, my pinstripe. Pinstripe female. She's a good producer of a lot of stuff. All right, so this one, let's see where we're at here. $5. Thank you, Tracy. We're at 7,846. Is that right? Yeah. If I can do that in my head, I should be able to subtract in my head. Getting closer. Nice. Closer to that Harley. I can hear it purr. All right, Tracy. Super chat question. What are the issues with hidden gene woma? And what can it be bred to and what can it not be bred to? Good question. So the hidden gene woma is, it's kind of interesting because the hidden gene woma looks almost pretty much exactly like the woma as a standalone snake. And the woma, I think, was around before the hidden gene woma. So when they actually came out with the hidden gene woma and you lined it up, the hidden gene woma and the woma side by side, they looked all pretty much exactly the same and you couldn't tell them apart. But when you took the hidden gene woma and you bred it into other combinations, you would actually see that the hidden gene woma reacted differently with genes, and you can see it looked completely different in combinations. And that's why they call it the hidden gene woma, because it looks like the woma, but it's kind of the hidden gene that acts different than the woma when you mix it in other combinations. And the hidden gene woma they consider to be in the spider complex. So the spider complex consists of the woma, the hidden gene woma, the spider, and the champagne. There's another one. The sable is also in it. So pretty much anything in that complex. A lot of times you can't have supers. So I don't think you can have a super hidden gene woma. And a lot of people say you shouldn't breed it to anything else in the spider complex, like the spider. Although I have seen people producing hidden gene womas. Yeah, spot nose is also in there too. So some of these actually they can actually be susceptible to the head wobble. Some of them a little bit more. I'd say probably the champagne and the spider have the head wobble a little bit more. In rare cases, it's not all the time that you'll actually see them. I've seen some really bad spiders and really bad champagnes as far as the head wobbles. I haven't really seen any hidden gene womas with the head wobbles too bad. The hidden gene woma is probably the best thing you can do with hidden gene woma is mix in the pastel and the yellow belly to make the Inferno, which is a really bright snake with kind of a dark background and almost tiger stripe. Pretty awesome. So yeah, it's a pretty cool gene. Let's see. I was actually back in some of these. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go back in some of these older comments. All right. Yeah, we'll see how long my voice lasts. It's getting pretty rough. After how many meals would you start feeding juvenile snakes more often? Let's see. So yeah, so if they're not grown long enough and they're still looking pretty thin, you can actually increase. I'd say probably the most you'd feed a ball python is every 4 days, every 3 or 4 days. And usually even with adults, if they're really looking for food and they're looking kind of skinny, I'll actually feed every 3 or 4 days until they start getting a little bit fat. So, but you just definitely don't want them to get too fat, because if you feed them too much, they can regurgitate, which is not good. I just got my first snake and I want to breed. What should I start? Let's see. When should I start? I would actually buy the females first, because the females actually take like 3 years before they're ready to breed. So I'd buy a female and sit on that female for a few years, and then maybe later on down the road get a male for it. You should start a stream or podcast just for the financial logistical side of breeding. Yeah, so that's always kind of the hard part, is the financial side of it, and kind of leaving your job to breed snakes. Probably the best thing to do is have multiple streams of income. So you can actually, for a while I was actually selling the frozen rats to the pet store and the live rats. You can actually resell your snake bedding as landscaping material if you're using like a coconut husk. You can sell the hatchlings. You can do a whole bunch of stuff. A lot of people do stuff on Patreon and make a lot of money doing like giveaways and a whole bunch of stuff over on Patreon. I don't really do Patreon. I pretty much stick with YouTube. YouTube is probably my biggest money maker besides the sale of hatchlings, I'd say. If you get a banana, let's see. Yeah, male maker and female maker. You definitely want to know the male makers and female makers if you buy a banana. All right, let's see. What kind of enclosures should I get when my ball python is fully grown? What I really like is I like the ARS 7010 series tubs. So it's like these gray ones behind me, except in the ARS 7010, it's actually just one stack of tubs. You can actually just buy one level at a time. And I think it's like a little bit over $100 per level. So you get the tub and the heat strip and the frame and everything. And if you have another snake, you can just buy one more level of the 7010 for a small collection. Everyone should give Chris a thumbs up. Hey, thanks. Were you ever in the military? Yes, I was. I was actually in the 101st Airborne. I actually went in the 101st Airborne back in 1984. back before there were cell phones or computers or anything like that. Yeah, that was a long time ago. I was in Korea in 1986, patrolling the demilitarized zone, a long time ago. Do you need to have a fan in your reptile room? That is a good question. So, hey, we got another super chat. All right, let's chip away at this Harley Davidson. Awesome. That is really awesome. Thank you, Tracy. All right, we are down to 78.41. I'm starting to get some hope that this might actually work. It's kind of crazy. I still think I'm going to be live streaming for 2 weeks, 12 hours a day. Uh, uh. All right, this snake's starting to choke me. Come on, Bubble. All right, super chat question. To get rid of gophers, stuff your snake sheds and or poop into the gopher hole. They often move to the neighbors. You know what's kind of funny is that snake poop seems to repel a lot of animals. I wonder if you could actually do that. I actually saw someone, I don't know if it's legal or not, someone actually put some dry ice in the gopher holes and then would bury them, and all the CO2 would go through the whole, all the tunnels, and would essentially euthanize them with CO2, which is a kind of an interesting way to get rid of gophers. But I think a lot of the gophers, especially if you go up into like Boulder, Colorado, the gophers are protected, or is it the prairie dogs? And you definitely can't do that. It's kind of interesting that they actually protect the prairie dogs, and they'll actually build around the whole prairie dogs. You kind of be driving through the city, and then all of a sudden over here in the field, you'll have all these gophers or prairie dogs that everyone's like protecting and driving around. It's kind of crazy how they kind of protect some of those. Why do you have a fan in your reptile room? So if you actually have like a space heater and you take like a temperature gun and measure the temperature from the top of the room to the bottom of the room, you'll see there's a big difference in temperature. So for example, the ambient temperature of, especially if you have like cold air coming under the door, a lot of times the lower tubs in your rack will be a lot colder, sometimes 10 degrees colder than the tubs on the top. So what I do is I put like a big, it's like a box fan air cleaner on one side of the room, and it kind of circulates all the air, and it kind of distributes the heat and keeps all the dust out of the air from the rats too. What morph should I get if I have $200 for a starter? I actually have I have quite a few videos. I have one that's the best snakes to get for $200 and less, and then I have another one for like $100 and less, and another one, I think I did one for 500 and 1,000. So pretty much whatever your budget is, you can actually find one of those videos and check out all kind of my suggestions for what you can get under 200. Thank you for your service, Chris. Yes, that seems like a lifetime ago. Back in the military, long time ago. What's the most genes you've ever seen in a snake? I think the most I've ever seen is about 8 genes in one snake. What is my most paranormal experience? Good question. I don't know if I have a real paranormal experience, although my mom claims that she was abducted by aliens. So that's probably the closest thing to paranormal that I can actually think of. She said some crazy story where she was like driving the car and down the highway, and then she woke up on the side of the highway with the car turned off, and she lost like a few hours or something. It was kind of crazy. She couldn't even remember what happened. So it's kind of a weird experience for her, but I've never really had like a paranormal, like out of body experience or anything like that. What's my favorite snake morph? I'd have to say Bobby. I was gonna hold up Bobby. This is not Bobby. This is Bubble. Bubble is so calm. Look at that, almost as calm as Bobby. So let me pull out Bobby again. All right, buddy. All right, so this is probably Bobby is my number one snake morph. Here's, I don't know, this is a close second. This is probably one of my favorite morphs in ball pythons. The Desert Ghost works really well with pastel. This is a super pastel Desert Ghost. Some of the brightest combinations that you can see anywhere. Really super crazy. This is one I hatched out this year. One of my holdbacks. And someone actually offered me like $1,500 for the snake. So I was like, no, I'm actually gonna keep it and breed it. So this is definitely one of my holdbacks as far as working pretty much with any gene, especially if you mix it with pastel. All right, Bobby. Oh, I don't know what Bobby's doing here. Bobby's like one big pretzel. What are you doing? All right. Woo. What's the most snakes you've had from a clutch per year? I think it was like anywhere from 110 to 120, I think is the most I ever had in one year. Usually I have close to 100. I think last year I had like 96. This year I had maybe 60. It was a pretty bad year. A lot of my females didn't lay. I was using too young of males last year to try to breed. And Bobby is trying to go back to the rack. Come on, Bobby. Don't get in trouble. I was trying to sit far enough from that rack where Bobby couldn't get into trouble and disappear in that rack. When somebody is starting a recessive project, do you recommend buying visuals or hats? I would always recommend buying visuals. So keep in mind, if you buy a hat, it could be cheaper up front, but then every single year you're going to produce half hats and half visuals. And usually the hats are really inexpensive, and the visuals are, let me say, you can almost double your money every single year working with a visual. And you can kind of compare that to the money that you'd save buying a hat up front. It's definitely better to buy a visual. The only time I'd buy a hat is if I was doing like, something really expensive, like maybe a puzzle or like a monsoon or a sunset or something like that, where you can't really afford a visual, like they're like $10,000 or something like that. Then I would actually buy a hat. Hey Chris, I have a stubborn female ball python that doesn't want to eat and hasn't since February. February, March, April, May, June, July. The 7 months, huh? The longest mine ever went was a year. 7 months is a long time not to not eat. So what I would probably do is I would probably change to like a coconut husk substrate, like a Pro Coco coconut chip substrate. It seems like a fresh substrate with the coconut seems like it stimulates their appetite. I would probably go with a live rodent. Depends on what big it is. Either like maybe try a mouse. You could try like a live mouse if it's a smaller snake, or you could try like a live small rat to do something like that. You could also try like a frozen thawed or fresh killed African soft fur. Sometimes that'll kind of get them out of it. And usually once they eat once, oh, Bobby, what are you doing? Usually once they eat once, sometimes you can, trick them with an African soft fur and then go back onto rats. And you probably don't want to keep them on mice or African soft furs. But a lot of times you can kind of just do it once and then switch them over. And sometimes you just have to keep offering every week and, and wait for them to decide to start eating again. Yeah, usually at the 1,000-gram wall, mine will go off of food for a long time. African soft furs, after 2 weeks, no luck. Yeah. Yeah, so all you can do is offer every week. One thing you can try is heating up your rodents with a heat lamp until they're nice and toasty warm, not too hot to where you think it'll burn your hand, but really, when you grab it after you heat it up nice and warm, usually that will really stimulate a snake to eat too. Let's see. Do you think Bobby and Bubbles' demeanor could be a trait to offspring? I don't think so. I think it's just a matter of handling a lot. So I actually bought Bubbles as an adult. I'm not sure exactly what her background was, but if you have a snake like that with like a whole bunch of kids holding the snake all day, like Bobby, he's out in front of the camera on my neck all day. They get super tame, and usually once they're super tame, they stay really tame. It's kind of crazy. I want the super yellow, orange, bright colored snakes. Yeah, you can go the bright side. It's kind of funny when I first started. Usually most people will start with the bright colors, and then you kind of run out of bright colors, and then you decide to go into something else. And sometimes you go to the dark side or some of this other stuff that you can actually go into. I don't know what Bobby's doing here. What are you doing? I shared your live stream on Facebook. All right. That is awesome. Yeah, I couldn't believe some people were actually watching a 12-hour live stream replay. That is crazy. Would buying from your Teespring help? Yeah, so you can buy from my Teespring. But that's I'm not really going to add my Teespring stuff into the Harley Davidson Super Chat Marathon. We're doing pretty good though. 78:41, not too bad. Time check. We are at 1 hour, 31 minutes, 5 seconds. Kind of crazy. We have, wow, 78 people on the line. That is crazy. I have someone who wants a super pastel for $120. How much do they go for? So the prices of snakes can really vary. And sometimes with the super pastels, if you have a really super bright one, you could actually sell it for quite a bit more than maybe a browned out one. It really depends on what it looks like. And sometimes even with the same snake, there's quite a range, especially with like super pastels like that. But I'd say, yeah, I've actually seen single jeans, pretty much the maximum for single jeans. Like if you look just at a pastel, I've seen them go for up to $125 for just a pastel. Maybe 150 for a super pastel, but usually I'd say like for single jeans, like a pastel, it's normally like 80. I've seen them all the way down. Some people give them away for almost nothing. Well, it really depends on, some of the new breeders sell them really cheap, and a lot of times you can sell them for pretty much anything within the range, and people will still buy them. A lot of people try to undercut, and you really don't have to do that. You can just mark them like the average price of most of the other ones. And when it comes to, $20 or $30, most people, it doesn't really matter. 50-gram loss since February. No, that's not too bad. So it's funny, ball pythons, they can fast a really long time and they don't really lose a lot of weight. And then when they start breeding, they gain really super fast, which is kind of crazy. What can I breed with my super pastel male? I would breed another super pastel and you would get all super pastels, which would be pretty cool. Or let's see, you could mix, let's see, with a super pastel, there's so many things you could do with pastel. If you're looking for bright and flashy snakes, you can do like fire or orange dream, stuff like that. Some of the really bright and flashy genes. Do I watch any sports? Not really. I am not really into sports. Super pastel proven breeder. Greetings from Canada. What is going on? Wondering when you start to offer hatchlings food. So normally what I do is I wait until my hatchlings have shed for the first time before I offer them food. And usually a few days after the shed. So when they hatch out, it's usually like a week before they shed for the first time. All right, Bobby, what are you doing? Bobby's a little bit spry today. What's up from Reno, Nevada? What is going on? Wow, I finally caught up with all the questions. So where is everybody from? 77 people on the live stream. That's kind of crazy. I am here in Colorado, in the mountains of Colorado. Still a little nervous about the not eating. Yeah, so probably what I would try with that is I'd try a jumbo mouse, like a frozen thawed mouse, as far as trying to get that snake to eat. Sometimes they'll eat mice. And sometimes you'll have like a mouser only. Sometimes they'll eat a rat or two, and then you realize that they're pretty much a mouser only. Sometimes the mice will actually get them back to going. New York City, South Africa, mountains of Idaho, Washington State, Idaho, pretty awesome. Scotland, Minnesota, New York City, Chicago. You know, it's kind of funny once I get closer to like 11 p.m. at night, it seems like some of my international people come out because I think it's like the middle of the day, like in other parts of the world. When I'm like really late at night over here, it's kind of crazy. And most of the times at noon over here, it seems like most of the people are in the United States. Can I buy a snake from you? Yes. You can actually go over to Morphmarket. Underneath every video, I actually have a little section where you can hit more and kind of expand the description underneath my video. And then I actually have a link to my Morphmarket store, and you can actually see what I have available over there. From Ohio, awesome. From Orlando, Florida. From the California-Mexico border. Can you see the wall from where you're at? From the UK, what is up? South Africa. Huh, cool. Eastern North Carolina, all over the place. Sunny Florida. So I actually went outside today and it felt like it was almost freezing outside. It was so warm all summer. And then just in the last couple of days since I started live streaming, it seems like it almost turned to winter, which is kind of crazy. From the Bahamas. Wow. How's my voice? My voice is kind of rough. Kind of rough. Not doing. I'm still going though. I'm still going. 1 hour and 37 minutes into the live stream. It was funny that first day when I was live streaming, I was doing good all day. And then about the 11th hour, the last hour, my throat started burning. I felt like I had strep throat or something, which is kind of crazy. And then yesterday, I was doing pretty good all the way up until about noon. And then I can kind of feel it. It didn't hurt as bad as the first day, but I can definitely feel it after the end. And now I think I'm getting used to talking 12 hours straight on the live stream, kind of breaking in the voice. I think my voice is going to be permanently lower than it was before. I think my voice is changing. From the Bahamas. What is the cheapest recessive project? I would say, good question. Probably the ghosts. The ghosts can be pretty cheap. Cambridge, England. Cool. Legend. Is Bobby around your neck from the time you get up to the time you go to bed? Yeah, I don't sleep. He's always around my neck. As a matter of fact, Bobby just wraps around my neck and goes to sleep for a few hours while I'm just sitting here. He seems like he's pretty content. I actually switched him up. I actually just had the pinstripe around my neck for about an hour, which is pretty cool. How many baby rats do you get? A lot of baby rats. It really depends on what time of the year it is. So sometimes I give my rats a break on the off season when I don't have any hatchlings and when my females aren't eating going into the season. So now I'm actually kind of pairing them all up, trying to get more large rats for my females. So I am producing quite a few more rats and mice because I have quite a few hatchlings too. I think I have probably about almost 30 hatchlings left over there, which is kind of crazy. What model Harley are you looking for? Yeah. Yeah, so actually it's kind of funny. I came up with this crazy idea. I want to do a live stream and pay for the Harley with the super chat, which has been working pretty good here on the third day. We kind of chipped it down. It's 78.41 left on the Harley. We actually started at 8,500. Oh, well, as a matter of fact, it was actually 9,000. and I put 500 down on the bike to hold it. So he said, all right, I'm going to hold it for 2 weeks. You have 2 weeks to pay it off. So I was like, all right, I could do live streams for 2 weeks. And it's actually, so I actually did pick out a bike, and I have it. I put the money on it. It's on hold. It's actually a Harley Davidson Dyna Street Bob. It's pretty awesome. Essentially what it is, the guy that had it before me pretty much stripped the whole bike down almost to the frame and then rebuilt the whole bike with custom parts. The whole thing is completely custom, completely different forks and the wheels, and it's got the ape hanger monkey bars, the ape hanger handlebars on the front. It's pretty awesome. It's got a really super loud exhaust on it. I think it was the Vansenheim's short shots. Really super loud muffler. Really sounds pretty awesome. So the only problem is it's in another state, and they actually have to ship it all the way over here to Colorado, and I can't test drive it. So I'm like taking the word that it's actually going to run. Hopefully it's in running shape. I told them as long as it runs, as long as I can ride it, it's fine. So that is the bike that I'm shooting for. Let's see. What is the E upgrade on the heating for the ARS cages? I think the E upgrade, not 100% sure. So I'm not actually, I don't work for ARS. I'm not really sponsored or anything like that. So, but I think the E upgrade has the wider heat panels underneath the tubs for heating. I actually just have the standard. I don't have the E upgrade. Does one thermostat control the whole rack? So that's kind of tricky on that one. So for example, on my grow out racks here and on my hatchlings, what I actually do is I take the thermostat probe and I put it on the heat strip in the middle of the rack and set it to 90 degrees for the hotspot. And then the top and the bottom will be a little bit colder on the hotspot, but it's not really that important, I think, on my hatchlings and my grow outs. But on my breeder females, I want the temperatures to be really exact for the eggs and the development of the eggs. So I actually have, I think it's a Herpstat 4. I have two Herpstat 4s, which control 8 levels. And then I think I have another one, I think like a Herpstat 2 or something. So I actually have a controller on every single level to dial in the 90-degree hotspot just for my breeder females. That's kind of what I kind of overkill. I'd say most people usually don't do that. Hello from Denmark. I love your content. Thank you. I've been cranking away at a lot of content. I think I have almost 1,000 videos on my YouTube channel now. That is kind of crazy. From Illinois, what's up? Do you think pines still have the same appeal? I do. It's kind of interesting. I'll bring in non-snake people into my collection, and I'll show like Bobby, and I'll show all these other snakes. And when I get to my pieds and pull out a pied, they're like, ooh, wow, that is awesome. I always get the oohs and the ahs on the pieds. So I think they will always keep their appeal. I think the prices for their pieds will always pretty much stay at where they're at. Let's see, what's the best way to break it on a first date if that you are a snake keeper? Yeah, don't date someone who's not into snakes. I guess, I don't know. My wife isn't still really into snakes. So, I don't know. I think you could still be a snake keeper. Maybe move the snakes to the garage. keep everyone else away. I have some people that won't come to the house because I have snakes in the house. Well, the funny thing is I actually have a snake that I lost in the house and I never found it. It was a tiny little California king snake, skinnier than a pencil, a completely harmless snake. And people are like, I'm not going over to snake because you have a lost snake in the house. And it's been years, so I still can't find that snake. Dallas area, what's up in Dallas? How many babies do you get in one rat? You can actually get, I don't know what Bobby's doing here. Where are you going, buddy? He's exploring all over. You can actually get up to 16 babies in one rat. That's kind of crazy. And kind of the weird thing about mice is if you actually go to the pet store and buy the fancy mice, I actually found the fancy mice will have like 5 or 6 babies per litter. And I actually got these white mice from a reptile store. And these white mice will actually have 16 babies per litter. I actually counted them once, 16 babies for a mouse. That is kind of crazy. Yeah, you like that model of Harley. Yeah, the Dyna is one of the most popular drives, most popular styles of the Harley. So yeah, so I actually used to have the Sportster. The Sportster is actually a smaller bike. It's kind of fit me pretty good, but they say the Dyna is kind of like it's got twice the engine. It's like a bigger Sportster is essentially what it is. And I decided I didn't really want one of the big Harleys with the bags, one of the baggers with the luggage all over the place and the windshield. It's not really kind of my type. I was looking for more of the sporty type. I'm not really looking to like cruise across country on my Harley. I'll probably just cruise, locally here in Colorado. So the kind of the weird thing is the mufflers on this are going to be so loud. I don't know if you'd want to cruise like 1,000 miles with the loud mufflers on this one, but it looks like a really fun bike. Just fed my snake. Cool. Yeah, it is belt drive. It is a belt drive motorcycle. Let's see. Do males grow faster than females? I think the growth rate of a snake really depends on how much you feed them. So if you have a really aggressive feeder and you're feeding a lot more often, they'll actually grow a lot faster. And Bobby, he really ate a lot when he was small, and I was feeding him, I don't know, look at how big he is, super big for male. He was eating like every 3 or 4 days for almost a year. He was just plowing the food, and then he got really, really super big. And then it seemed like he's 7 years old, probably coming up on 8 now. And he got to the point where his metabolism really slowed down. And now I've been feeding him maybe once a month, no, once a week. So he actually skipped almost 3 months with no food. He didn't eat in March or April, and in the May he had one rodent. June he had one, and then he started going back almost one a week since then. He's gotten really skinny, and I kind of got him back up to weight. But it's kind of funny that you don't feed them that much, and they go off of food, and they don't really lose that much weight. And no one actually said, "Hey, your snake's getting skinny" on YouTube, even not eating for a couple of months. It was kind of crazy. Let's see. Yeah, so your male is way larger than the female. It really depends on how much you feed them. It's pretty amazing. Let's see. They're on the same feeding schedule. So sometimes, as a matter of fact, I actually saw this one experiment on a YouTube channel where it's kind of interesting. Some people are going through their collection, trying vitamins versus no vitamins. And one of them was multiple small rodents versus one big rodent of the same weight, feeding two different snakes, pretty much the same weight of rodent, but using small rodents instead of one big rodent. And I couldn't believe the difference. I don't know how controlled that experiment was, but it's pretty funny. They actually took one snake, fed it multiple small rodents over a week, and then they took another snake, fed that one big rodent, the same weight as the multiple small rodents. And after a couple months, they pulled the snakes out of the tub, and they pulled this tiny little snake out that was eating the multiple rodents. And then they pulled this really big snake out that was eating the bigger rodents, which I could not believe is probably almost 2.5 times as big. I don't know how accurate that experiment was, but I don't know. It seems like based on that if you're actually feeding bigger rodents less frequently, that your snake will actually grow bigger, which is kind of weird if you want to grow your snakes. But if you actually feed too big, sometimes you can chance the regurgitation. So it's always better, I think, to feed slightly bigger rodents if you want a faster growth rate. Do you help with morph identification? So what you can actually do is you can upload, what I like to tell people to do is go over to your YouTube channel, comment on this video. And some people don't have any videos over this. So what I would actually do is just make a short video on your phone and show like the top of the snake, the sides, and then the bottom, like along the belly, and maybe the head and all like the patterns on the head and everything. Just a short video over on YouTube, and then take a link from that video and post it under one of my videos in the comment section. and people go over there and kind of get redirected to your channel. And sometimes I'll just jump over there and we can identify them. Not a lot of people do it, but it's if you actually send pictures, I think it's a little bit harder than a video. Hello from Montreal. What is up? In your opinion, do you feel 36 by 18 by 24 glass enclosure? 36, that should be big enough. All except the biggest snake. So yeah, 36 by 18 by 24. Let me show you my biggest snake. So I don't know, maybe for Bobby you could do that. 36 by 18 by 24, maybe. So I would say as far as the biggest ball python, this is probably the biggest. So this is actually a normal 100% het caramel albino. So if actually, you're building your enclosure and you take a look at something like this, which is kind of unusual for 8 years old, an 8-year-old female, super big ball python. So she is, I don't know, she's actually in an ARS 8018 tub. I haven't actually measured the dimensions on that, but she is a really monster snake. She's almost as big as a blood python. Kind of crazy. So I think maybe for something that big, maybe the width would be maybe a little too narrow. 18 for something like that. But I would say for most snakes, like Bobby here, I'd say this is probably about the biggest ball python that you'd normally see, unless you get something really big like that, which is crazy. That snake, that big ball python, that thing will actually eat full-size rats, like my retired female rats. That's the only ball python that'll eat some of my biggest rats. It won't eat the male rats because the males can be like twice as big as the females, but that thing can eat some seriously big rats, which is kind of crazy. Will you do a video on your Harley? Yes, I will do a video on my Harley. So probably what I'll do is I'll probably do a video named I bought a Harley Davidson with super chat on YouTube or something like that. And then what I'll probably do, what I was thinking of doing is going through everybody that donated in the super chat. I can actually see that in my analytics over on YouTube. And then at the end of the video, I'll kind of have a scrolling screen of all the people that donated to the super chat to buy the Harley Davidson. I thought that'd be kind of cool. And I'll definitely be, I'll be bringing that to the shows and stuff like that. And when I go to the shows, you'll probably hear me like 4 blocks away before you actually see me drive up on the Harley Davidson. It should be pretty fun. I was actually thinking about doing maybe some kind of a paint job on the tank, maybe doing like maybe like a paint job, like the pattern of Bobby here on the tank, and maybe on the side, dude, like Harley Davidson super chat on the side of the tank or something. I don't know. We can kind of get crazy with that Harley Davidson. Kind of have some fun with it. Let's see. Would you rather have a snake? All right, this one caught me off guard. Would you rather have a snake top half and a human bottom half, or a human top half and a snake lower half? I don't know. If there's a snake, if there's a snake just on the top, the problem is it would have legs and it can run after me and bite me. So I'd probably prefer the other way around. I've learned so much from you. Thank you. Coming in from California. Cool. Memphis. What is up in Memphis? Is it unhealthy to feed my ball python every 4 days? You can. I'd say that's probably the most frequent. You can feed your ball python every 4 days. I've actually done that with some of my snakes. If it gets a little bit too obese, where it's looking like, if it's looking really super pudgy, I would probably cut back to once in a week. I usually go by body condition. So a lot of times especially on that one down there, that big one that I just showed you. If you look right on the base of the tail, see if I can show you on Bobby. Usually, like right here, right before the vent, right here, it kind of gets. You can almost. It almost looks like they're gonna lay an egg or something. And if it's like really fat there and continues up the body, you know that your snake is getting obese. And what I would do is I'd actually cut back on the food if it's as a matter of fact, on that one, I've been really kind of cutting way back. So this month I've only fed that really big normal only twice this month, cutting back a little bit because she's getting really punchy. Although it is coming up on breeding season, but even though she's only eating every other week, she definitely has the body condition to go into the breeding season. All right, let's see. My old guy's big, maybe a touch smaller than Bobby on your shoulders. Nice. What's the best enhancer? So there's actually a gene called the enhancer, which is kind of interesting. And I think the enhancer may be similar to the desert ghost. But as far as a gene that really works well with a lot of other genes, I would say it's probably one of the brightening genes like pastel is probably one of the best. I think that's why pastel is one of the most popular genes in ball pythons because it really enhances everything that you mix it with. It's pretty awesome. All right, so I caught up on the chat. That is pretty cool. What if we find some other snakes? Let's see if we can find another snake. We'll put Bobby back. Give him a break. All right, buddy. All right, so one really needs to be tamed down. Take a look at this beauty. This is why I am into Desert Ghost. Take a look at that. That is my pastel spider Desert Ghost female. This is Frosty, and she has not laid eggs yet. It's just kind of driving me crazy. I thought for sure she was going to lay some eggs this year. She was eating really well. It looked like she was actually building some weight to her during the breeding season, and then she just kind of, I think she reabsorbed the eggs, and she just went back on food, ate her first rat after the long fast from breeding, which is kind of a bummer. Trying to get her a little bit more calmed down so she's not so skittish. She looks like she's kind of calmed down. All these live streams I think are helping all my snakes kind of come out and be a little bit more sociable. That's kind of crazy. How long do you wait to breed after getting a breeder female in the mail? You could probably. It's kind of interesting. It really depends on if they get kind of jumbled around in the mail. I would say you could probably breed them within a couple of days. I've actually seen some people get one of my snakes, and then the next day they actually feed my snakes. So some people say to wait, but I don't think you really have to in all cases. So if you're actually shipping in the mail, what I would recommend is ship from like a FedEx center to a FedEx center and have them hold it there. So if you actually ship it to your house, sometimes they can get bounced around. And that kind of stresses them out. And if that's the case, I'd probably wait for like a week or two. My first ball python is a Super Blast Mojave. So the Super Blast is a super pastel. Super pastel pinstripe. So it's a super pastel pinstripe Mojave. What other great gene to mate her with? So the Mojave is in the blue-eyed leucistic. You could mix it with a lesser to make an all-white snake, or you can mix it with the Mojave Mystic is the Mystic Potion, which is kind of like a purplish snake, or you can make the Purple Passions. Or the Super Blast is pretty cool. That's the Super Pastel Pinstripe. I was trying to think of what other things you can mix with the Super Blast. All right, this guy's getting a little squirrely. I think we're getting close to. Well, this girl has had enough. All right, we need to tame this snake down a little bit more. She's so flighty. All right. You know, another thing I do with the Super Blast, maybe work in leopard, which is pretty cool because it really jumble up the pattern and darken it. Depends if you want to go to the dark side or if you want to go to the light side. You could add fire and lighten it up a bit, or you could do Desert Ghost to the Super Blast and put it in. My little Corglow is always in his hide on the cold side, way more than the heated side. Is this normal? Yeah, so sometimes snakes will hang out on the cold side versus the heated side. Sometimes it really depends on the snake. I pretty much let them do. I give them the option. I'd probably do like a hot spot of about 90, cold spot of high 70s or low 80s on the cold side, and pretty much let them do whatever they want. And usually after they eat, they usually go to the hot spot, and then after they kind of digest, they go back to the cold side. All right, this girl is getting in trouble, huh? Well, see how long this girl lasts out here on the camera. Sometimes it's really hard to I actually tamed down a wild snake. This snake is not used to being held, obviously. And when I first started, all right, come on. When I first started working with Bobby was the same way as this. I thought this is not working long term to have a snake around my neck, but he eventually calmed down. This one is crazy. All right, I bought a large 6-year-old female about 2 months. She was fed her entire life on live. Despite my best efforts, I haven't been able to switch her to frozen thawed rats. Sometimes it can be pretty much impossible switching them from live to frozen thawed. You can try doing like a frozen thawed mouse, but sometimes live feeders. Sometimes it's really difficult to actually switch them over. How old is Bobby? Bobby is 7 years old. Pretty crazy. All right, I think this one's calmed down a little bit. Got over the initial flight. We are at 2 hours. Chris, have you ever had a male ball python inverted? So no, I've never had inverted. That's when something comes out of their vent and it kind of sticks out and they kind of have to push it back in. I've actually seen YouTube videos on it, but I've never actually had that problem before. What do you think of a 14-year-old breeding ball pythons? 14-year-old, sure, why not? You can breed ball pythons at 14-year-olds, no problem. Yeah, I think I'd probably keep like a big snake like this away from toddlers, but as far as anyone that's bigger than that, I think you're fine. There's nothing. I don't think ball pythons are really that dangerous. What do you think looks best with Ultramel? Probably one of my Ultramel. That is a pretty awesome combination. The Ultramel is it's similar to an albino. It's really visually dominant. Almost looks kind of like the Monarch gene. And at first I thought the Monarch and the Ultramel were maybe different lines of the same thing or really close, but I actually heard someone take a Monarch, they bred it to an Ultramel, and they actually got double hets. So the Monarch is definitely a different gene than the Ultramel. What are your thoughts on using low wattage UVA black light as a night light for ball pythons? I'm not sure about the UVA. I probably wouldn't do it. I'd probably just use a white light for a night light for ball pythons. What I actually do is I just put on one of my just a dim light. I actually just use my lamp, my floor lamp over here as a night light. This is some serious streaming commitment. Oh yeah, 10 hours to go. Ask me anything. Doesn't even have to be snake related. Do males show any signs before breeding or weird behavior? Not really. So if you actually put a male in with a female, it can actually wag its tail when you first put them in there, which is kind of weird. But there's really nothing that shows that a male is ready to breed. A male can breed pretty much anytime. So Are you voting this year? Yes, I am voting. Yeah, there's pros and cons on each side of the vote. I don't really like to talk politics on the live stream. It's a tough choice, I'd say that. Do you have any snakes that are just pets, or do you breed them all? So Bobby is actually my pet ball, pretty much my only pet as far as just non-breeders go. It's pretty much just a YouTube star here in front of the camera every day. You're one of my favorite YouTubers. Thank you. I've been working at it for 3 years. Some of my earlier stuff is pretty cringy. Some of it's really bad. But yeah, my early stuff. I kind of jumped around. I did ducks and cows and how to unlock a lock truck and a whole bunch of crazy stuff. How many clowns do you have? I actually have 3 clowns. I have a banana inchy clown male that I just picked up last year. I have a regular clown female, and I have a lesser clown female. Are ball pythons used to falling? Yeah, I would not drop your ball python. I think you could hurt your ball python. They're pretty much just a land animal. Ball pythons don't really climb. Yeah, so much knowledge. I've been studying every day for 3 years. Yeah, please no politics. Yeah, we could get into heated discussions. Is COVID-19 a scamdemic? That's where we kind of went down the rabbit hole in the last one. There's a lot of debate. You can go back to work. Don't wear your mask. Do you like your chickens or ducks better? That's a good question. So, as far as watching them and enjoying them, I think I like the ducks better because they have more of a character as far as just watching them. But the ducks are really high maintenance. You need to go out there and change the water at least twice a day out there on the ducks because they go through a lot of water. Where chickens, you can just fill the water and they're good for like 2 days. They don't really splash water and get it all dirty. Chickens are a little bit lower maintenance. So when it actually comes to my chickens and ducks, I actually got them for selling the hatching eggs over on eBay. So the duck eggs actually, so when I bought the duck eggs, I paid like $70 a dozen for those duck eggs, which is kind of crazy. So I'll make some pretty good money on the duck eggs. The chicken eggs were about half that, but I'll get more chicken eggs per year versus the ducks are kind of seasonal. So once they start going, I should be making some pretty good money. How much money would it take for you to sell Bobby? Maybe $100,000. And then I might turn it down. I don't know. I probably wouldn't sell Bobby. Off the topic of snakes, you seem so mellow. What are your top 3 pet peeves? Top 3 pet peeves. I don't know if I have any pet peeves. I'm kind of easygoing. Favorite morph besides bamboo? That is the desert ghost that I have around my neck. This is a pastel spider desert ghost. She's kind of mellowing out a little bit. Look at that. Not too bad. This is the mellowest I've ever seen this snake. This is Frosty, my female. And she is giving me a weird look. I don't know what she's doing. Hopefully she doesn't bite me. How are your dogs doing? The dogs are doing great. I actually have a Rhodesian Ridgeback that I bred to my Saint Bernard, and they had a puppy. I named the puppy Cobra, and Cobra looks like he looks like a Rhodesian Ridgeback, but he's like twice the size of a Rhodesian Ridgeback. Kind of crazy. Yeah, I kind of miss the puppies. I'm glad I sold them because Cobra is really huge. I can't believe how big Cobra is and how much he eats. It's kind of crazy. What did I do for a living before this? I actually was a chemist. Worked in a laboratory for about 20 years with my head in a fume hood, mixing chemicals, and I worked in the medical device industry for a while, and then in the natural products we would test like all the stuff in the vitamin stores, all the vitamins and the supplements, looking for like impurities and toxic chemicals to kind of protect the public, stuff like that. It's just kind of interesting. How's the bike fun going? Pretty good, pretty good. So we actually did pretty good the last 2 days. So I actually started this live stream marathon to try to get the super chat to pay for my Harley Davidson. We actually started at 8,500. It was a big number. We're down to 7,841. Not too bad. I think the first day we made like $401, and then the second day I think it was close to 300 or something like that. And it's weird, like right at the beginning, it seems like everybody gives super chats, and then there's like kind of a lag in the middle, and then it seems at the end, like at the 10th hour and the 11th hour, when we're getting close up to midnight, it was kind of weird. I get a lot of people giving super chats from all over the world, from all these different currencies, and someone will give me like 50,000 rubles or something like that, and it converts to like $3. It's like crazy. All the currency conversions. I'm trying to, it's kind of mind-boggling that people are all over the world. And usually in the like in the daytime, like right now, like 2 o'clock from noon to about 5, it seems like most people are watching from the United States, which is kind of interesting. Do I breed Lucy? Yes, Lucy is, I've been trying to breed her for 3 years. Lucy is my 100-pound reticulated python. She is a white albino. So I actually tried to breed her again about a month ago. I paired her up with Sunny, and I couldn't tell if they locked or not, and I separated them. It looks like she might be developing some eggs because she's getting pretty hefty. So hopefully this year, it's weird. I paired them up, and then they both started eating really heavy. So I'll probably pair them up here, maybe on October 15th when I pair up all my ball pythons. I'll try to pair up Sunny and Lucy again. And if she actually lays, I might get like 35 or 40 eggs, which would be kind of crazy. Do you hunt deer or elk? No. I used to deer hunt a long time ago when I was really young. I've done a lot of bird hunting with like pheasants and grouse. That's the kind of the funnest, especially if you have a good bird dog. You shoot a bird and then the dog will bring it back to you. That's pretty fun. Do you get along with your neighbors? I don't have any neighbors. No neighbors up here in the mountains. So if you actually drive down my driveway, which is, I don't know, maybe 1/8 of a mile driveway from my house all the way to the end, it kind of butts up against the neighbor's driveway, and you can drive all the way there. You can't see his house, can't even hear what they're doing over there. And I rarely see him, rarely talk to him. There's another house behind my barn that they actually put up a deer fence between the houses, so you actually can't even walk over there. But we're pretty much all alone up here in the mountains. Would I rather keep only bamboo or only keep desert ghost? Well, I don't know. Bamboo is a lot faster to reproduce, so you can actually run it through your collection, produce a whole bunch of bamboos. Desert ghost is kind of a long-term project because it's a recessive gene, so it's a little bit more long-term. I think the prices for the desert ghost will probably, stay up high for a little bit longer than some of the bamboo stuff. So the desert ghosts are really expensive. As a matter of fact, if I sold this one, I think I paid like 750 or 800 for this one when it was a hatchling. And if I sold this right now, I could probably sell it for like a couple thousand or something like that. It's pretty crazy. So the desert ghost stuff, even the hats for desert ghost are pretty expensive. Thoughts on Breaking Bad? I actually started watching Breaking Bad. I think I watched 2 episodes at the beginning, and I don't know. I think we found something else, and we switched to something else. I can't remember what we switched to. There's a show on Amazon called Monk, M-O-N-K. It's kind of this obsessive compulsive detective, which is kind of crazy. He like figures out all these crimes. It's one of the best shows that I watch. We watched the whole thing from the beginning to the end. I think that's what pulled me away from Breaking Bad. Coke, hold me until the end. Yes. So we're on the first half of a Coke. I actually switched to my black Yeti. I am not sponsoring Yeti. I love these little Yeti. These are vacuum coolers. Take a look at this, and I have my Coke and my Yeti. Yes, these are last me. Once I hit 2.5 Cokes, we are in the 11th hour. Kind of crazy. Small world. I work in the same field. Awesome. So I was actually an analytical chemist. I actually got a master's degree in organic chemistry and then switched over to analytical chemistry for the last 20 years, which is kind of crazy. So yeah, that was I'd say it's more work as far as brain power. It's kind of funny because I moved over to doing all my morph videos. I think it's just as much brain power doing morph videos than it is working in the lab. Ah, you thought it was Bobby and got confused. This is not Bobby. This is Frosty. I'm trying to tame down Frosty. Look at Frosty. Really super tame just for that little bit. Pretty awesome. If I played some sensual music, it would increase Lucy's chance to mate. I never thought about playing music to try to stimulate my snakes to breed. I suppose it could work though. Oh, that's pretty funny. That might be a good idea, actually. This might be a weird question, but should I wait until my snake poops to feed them the next meal? So yeah, it's pretty funny. Snakes, a lot of people are really concerned because their snake doesn't go to the bathroom for months and months, and that is pretty usual for ball pythons. Sometimes you can just feed them over and over and over again. It's like they didn't go to the bathroom, which is weird. And kind of the weird thing is I was actually going through all my breeder females yesterday, and I bring them out in front of the camera and handle them and put them around my neck. And this morning I came in here and almost like half of them went to the bathroom, which is kind of wild. I think handling your snake actually makes them go to the bathroom, which I've never noticed before. Do you think your neighbor watches your videos? I don't think he does. I talked about him about doing YouTube. I told him about some of my videos, but I don't think he was that interested. Have you seen the QR code ball python? No, I haven't. Does it actually work and bring up a QR code? It's kind of funny here in America. We don't really use QR codes. I think in China they use them quite a bit, and everybody knows what a QR code is. And here, it's kind of funny because I actually had my whole reptile display of hatchlings at the shows, and in each display case under every snake, I put a little sign that said Chris Hardwick Reptiles all the way around. So if you looked at the snake, even if you took a picture, you'd know where it came from. And then right in the middle, I put a QR code, and a lot of people were like, what is that in the middle? They didn't even know what a QR code was, which is kind of interesting. Can you show us your straight pied? Yes, I can show you the straight pied. Look at Frosty. Frosty has finally calmed down. Wow, that is pretty amazing. Just over that much. I want to put Frosty back. All right, Frosty. What? All right, so here is my regular pied female. Believe it or not, this is actually one of my first snakes. The first snake I ever bought. She is 5 years old now, really big female pied. And kind of the bummer is she laid a big clutch of eggs this year. They all look pearly white, and they were all bad. No veins and no embryos in those eggs. I actually put them in the incubator, incubated them for about a month and a half, and they all went bad. None of them actually developed at all, which is kind of weird. I was actually talking to, I think it was Billy at Mutation Creation. You know, he cuts eggs every single day, all day long. It's like that's all he does, produces tons and tons of snakes. All his videos are egg cutting. And I actually told him on a live stream that I had a whole clutch of eggs that didn't develop and didn't have any embryos. And he said out of all the eggs that he's produced over all the years, he's only ever had one clutch that was like that with no embryos and no veins and didn't develop at all. And he said it was kind of weird because he actually didn't candle the eggs on the video, and then when he was about to put them in the incubator, he actually candled them, and then found out none of them had embryos or veins, which is kind of weird. I've never actually heard of them, and they were big pearly white eggs, not like the slugs is that you'd see normally on infertile eggs, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. Are you able to go on vacation with all of your pets? No, I cannot go on vacation at this time. Well, as a matter of fact, I actually did have a helper here at the house for a while that knew all the animals and all the chores. I think the hardest is the dogs. Sometimes I can actually get the neighbor to come over and they kind of throw hot dogs over the fence to the dogs, which is kind of funny. And then I can actually go on vacation for a couple of days. You can actually, hey, did we get a super chat? We got a super chat. But yeah, if I had the right person, I could actually go on vacation. But right now, yeah, it's especially doing daily videos on YouTube and doing a live stream 12 hours a day. Yeah, I don't have a life. All right, $5. Bringing that number down slowly but surely. All right, let's see where we're at. We are at 78.36. Whew. Chipping away. Pretty awesome. We'll get there eventually. All right, super chat question. All right. How long did you stay home safe? How long did your stay home safe supply last before you needed to bring in more supplies? Asking me how good of a prepper I am. Well, believe it or not, we actually, I think we went for about 3.5 months on our stay home safe supply, and we barely dented it. I am a pretty extreme prepper when it comes to prepping. Essentially what I do is I actually use canning jars. It's kind of funny. I actually saw in the news, they're like, where's all the canning jars? Actually, I've been stocking up canning jars. And what I actually do is I'll take like a 15 bean soup or different beans and stuff. They'll pretty much last forever. And I'll put them in a quart canning jar, and then I'll vacuum seal them. And I've been saving up all these canning jars for probably 12 years. I actually counted my canning jars. I think I have like 1,000 canning jars full of beans and rice and a whole bunch of stuff. So I definitely have a lot of food for a long time. I barely even scratched the surface of what we have, the kind of the long-term food supply. Of course, certain things that you store that long, some of it goes bad before you use it, which I've been finding out lately. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. All right, so yeah, that is the super chat question. After this marathon series is over, can you see yourself doing live streams weekly? I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I actually looked over in my YouTube analytics, and the weird thing is that it seems like the live streams really is boosting. It's really boosting my channel. My view durations are way up. I suppose if you're always on YouTube, you get a lot more views than. As a matter of fact, I looked at the last video from yesterday, and I got like 41 subscribers just on the live stream. 41 new subscribers, and normally I get about 50 subscribers a day. So it looks like between the view durations and the subscribers, it's really starting to boost my channel doing the live streams, which is kind of interesting. The bummer about the live streams is I don't think they're really good as far as a long-term view. I think a lot of times you'll get like short views if you do a live stream, but I don't think there's many people that will go back into your live stream, Like, for example, if you had something like, how to take care of your first ball python, which is kind of like a trending topic that everyone that buys a ball python wants to go back to that video to kind of learn information. And I think it's a lot more viewable over the long haul versus like a live stream, or I've actually seen people do a lot of like vlog styles, and a lot of vlog styles, you get a couple of years down the road and nobody goes back to look at your old stuff. And you have to keep putting out the vlogs. So I don't know, a weekly live stream might actually be pretty good. I was doing live streams every Sunday night. I'd actually go from like, I can't remember. I think it was like from 6 to 7 or something like that on live stream, but I never live streamed for 12 hours at a time. We were at 2 hours and 25 minutes. That is crazy. This pod is starting to slow down. I'm slowly, the one good thing about the live stream is I'm slowly taming all my snakes. Look at that. I tamed the last one and I'm starting to tame this one. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. Thank you. Unwild Lennon. Great show and channel. All right, come on. All right. Maybe not so tame. Woo, it's just choking me out. Would be great to see your day-to-day routine with animals. Yeah. So, yeah, that would be kind of interesting. I haven't really showed my whole day-to-day from beginning to end as far as all my videos. I usually start out feeding my fish, and then, I actually showed all my animals on one video. It was like 300 animals that I take care of. So most of them are rats, and rats and snakes. And then I have my cows and my dogs and everything like that. So, all right, let's chip away at this number. Awesome. Thank you so much. We are at 78.26. Oh, all right. Oh, let's see. What would you do if you got bit by your snake in the live stream? Yeah, whatever I do in this live stream is going to be on the video. The only way as a matter of fact, I can actually go in after the live stream and I can actually cut out sections of a video, but there's so much in a 12-hour live stream, I'd probably just leave it in there. Yeah, I probably won't get bit. I hardly ever get bit by ball python. If I got bit, it'd probably be from my reticulated python. That thing is crazy. Is that a 7K price tag on a snake? Huh? No, that's actually what I have left to pay off on my Harley Davidson. So I got this crazy idea that I was going to buy a Harley Davidson to support Harley because their sales were down. And then I was going to pay it off with the super chat from a live stream. And then I was trying to figure out how I could do the live stream. And I came up with this crazy idea of doing 12 hours a day from noon until midnight. And then after the first one, and I made like $400, I was like, all right, this is going to take like 2 weeks, 2 weeks of 12-hour live streams. And I'm thinking, was that a really good idea? I don't know. I'll be like a zombie at the end of this. It's going to be kind of crazy. You'd send me $5 if I got tagged in the face. I probably won't get tagged in the face, especially by a ball python. There's no ways. These snakes are so mellow, they would never bite me. The only one that would probably bite me is Chomper. Chomper is crazy. Let's see. How is your smallest ball python doing? Yeah, I can show you my smallest. Little Lucky. Yeah, let me show you that one. Let me put this one back. This one's going crazy. Where is Lucky? Take a look at this one. That is Lucky. It's lucky because I got lucky getting all the genes. This one's, and it's lucky because this one, I think this one was a twin in an egg. So I think the twin died. It had, when it was actually in the egg, there was another mass in the egg that was like as big as a hatchling. And it looked like it died before it even developed. So it's just this kind of weird blob of a mass. And then the other side, it was this one. This one, believe it or not, has already had 4 meals. It's this small and already had 4 meals. It's like eating pinky mice almost. It's kind of crazy. It was so skinny. And it's actually eaten 4 meals without any assist feeding. And I actually bred my albino pied to a bumblebee to get this, which is kind of weird. So this one, I think this one is actually a pastel spider. I think it's a pastel yellow belly spider pied 100% het albino. Kind of all those genes mixed into this little crazy snake. I'm not sure if I'm going to actually hold on to this or not. I was trying to reduce the number of spiders that I have in my collection, but this one is really awesome as far as one of the craziest looking snakes that I've ever produced. Probably the most genes that I have in my collection too, which is kind of wild. And kind of the weird thing about this is you can almost see through the belly. You can almost see like the gallbladder, right? The dark spot that you'd see like when you ultrasound a snake. That is kind of wild, but he's doing really good. No problems at all, and no head wobble because it has the spider in it, which is kind of wild. You know, being super stable for a spider. No wobble pretty much at all in this guy. I've never really had a problem with any of my spiders at all. Pretty awesome little hatchling. I don't know if it's a male or female yet. I'm almost afraid to probe it. All right, Bobby. Bobby is ready to come out. All right. Woo. All right. Let's see. Oh, I think Bobby's tail is in the water. All right. Let's see. How do incubation temperatures affect the snake? So from what I found, as far as incubation temperatures, it seems like it just affects the amount of time that it takes to actually incubate the eggs. So if you have a slightly hotter incubation temperature, your eggs will hatch sometimes a couple of days earlier, and sometimes it can be a little later if it's cooler. But I don't really think it affects the health of the hatchling as far as the incubation temperature. Almost done with my first Coke. 2 hours and 32 minutes in. So what are we going to name the Harley Davidson? I was thinking of, yeah, Harley Davidson Super Chat. How many of your ball pythons are head shy? I would say most of them are super head shy. Are you a coffee drinker? Yeah, so I do drink coffee. I drink it black. I actually use one of the Keurig with the K-cups, and I use Pete's French Roast. It's probably the best coffee that tastes like has a real good coffee taste, like a really dark coffee. Hi, how's it going? Hi, Chris. Hi, everyone. Let's see. I thought I saw Chopper on hold on Morphmarket. Yes, someone is actually buying Chopper. As a matter of fact, the guy that's buying Chopper is one of the guys that I met quite a few times at one of the local reptile shows, so I know him. He's actually going to come and pick him up in person, which is pretty cool. Do you recommend building an incubator or buying one? I would recommend actually building one. It is pretty easy. Depends on if you have, I'd say if you have multiple clutches of eggs, I'd probably build one. If you're just doing like one clutch of eggs per year, I'd probably just buy something small. But, you know, it's pretty easy to build one. You get like an old refrigerator or like a beverage cooler, and then you just line it with heat tape and set it on a heat controller. It's pretty easy. Could it possibly be a dwarf? Yeah, I don't think Lucky's a dwarf. Yeah, you would buy Lucky if you had the money. I'm not sure how much I'm going to sell Lucky for. Do you have any blue-eyed leucistics? I actually have one blue-eyed leucistic. I can show you that one. It's pretty cool. All right, Bobby, come on. This is Twinkie. See if I can get Twinkie without getting bit. All right, Twinkie. Believe it or not, this is Bobby's baby. Direct from Bobby. It's actually been Bobby to a lesser, and this is a bamboo lesser, blue-eyed leucistic, which is kind of interesting. And kind of the weird thing about this one, if you look at the eyes, it has smaller than normal eyes, kind of weird looking micro eyes. Sometimes with the blue-eyed leucistics, you can get smaller eyes, and sometimes you can get bigger eyes. Sometimes it's kind of unpredictable as far as what kind of eyes you get. Look at that. Just a little bit small. It completely changes the look of the face on that snake with the smaller eyes. Kind of wild. Has bright blue eyes. Pretty awesome snake. This is everybody's snake. I actually brought this one to the reptile show, and like probably 50 people wanted to hold this when it was a hatchling. I tried to breed, as a matter of fact, I tried to breed this one last year to 3 normal females, and I got pretty much none of those females went. This one was close to 500 grams last year, which was kind of a bummer. At 1 year old, now it's 2 years old. Looking pretty good for 2 years old for a male. So if I actually breed this to a normal, half the offspring will be little bobbies. They'll be bamboos. Half will be lessers. Really awesome snake. And kind of the cool thing about the belly, I don't know if you can see it on this, but it's got a really shiny belly on these blue-eyed leucistics. Kind of crazy. And then on this particular snake, you actually have a really faint yellow line. You can barely see it. I don't know if you can see it on the live stream on my battery neck, actually. And you can barely see it. It was a little bit brighter when it was younger. It's kind of fading out. Just a really faint yellow line right down the top. It almost looks like a super sulfur or something like that. But the super sulfurs are actually a black-eyed leucistic. It's not a blue-eyed leucistic. This one's almost big enough I could put it around my neck. And I've been handling it quite a bit the last couple of days, so it's kind of calmed down quite a bit. I'm taming down all my snakes. I just have one snake who hasn't eaten for 7 months. What will eventually give? That's ball pythons. Sometimes they just won't eat. It's pretty frustrating. Is there anything your subscribers can help with? I don't have any money, but I want to help. Yeah, you can actually go over to my YouTube channel page and click on videos and then hit play all and then watch all my videos, all 1,000 of my videos for the next 2 months. That'll increase my view. And you'll probably learn a lot about ball pythons too. How long have I been married? I think I got married in, I think it was 1996. I think that's when I got married. It's been a while. How close am I? I'm not sure what you mean by that. How close I am? How close am I from Denver? I'm about an hour from Denver. What would happen if you breed a blue-eyed Lucy and a black-eyed male? What would it produce? So that is a good question. So if you had a blue-eyed Lucy and a black-eyed, so the black-eyed leucistic, the all-white snake with the black eyes would be like a super fire. And a blue-eyed leucistic, you can actually make it like there's like 40 different ways that you can make a blue-eyed leucistic. You can make a super lesser, you can make a lesser bamboo, a lesser russo, a lesser mystic, a lesser phantom, a lesser mocha, a whole bunch of stuff. And then you can do the same thing with Mojave, a Mojave lesser, a Mojave bamboo. There's a whole bunch of different ways. So depending on what genes are in your blue-eyed leucistic, and so for example, if you can actually make a super bamboo with 2 copies of the bamboo, which is a blue-eyed leucistic, you breed that to a super fire, you would get all bamboo fires. And you can actually, there's several different ways you can make a black-eyed leucistic too. So you can make like a sulfur fire. So it really depends on what genes are in the snake. It's kind of weird because a lot of people at the shows, they'll actually sell a blue-eyed leucistic, but they won't tell you what genes are in the mix. And sometimes it can get kind of complicated. So for example, if you took this, which is a bamboo lesser, and you bred it to something like another blue-eyed leucistic that had 2 other genes in it, you could have a possibility of 4 genes, any 2 of those ending up in your blue-eyed leucistic. So sometimes you'll buy a snake that's an all-white snake with blue eyes, and even the breeder can't tell you what genes are in the blue-eyed leucistic. So it really depends. Sometimes you can get some random stuff unless you actually breed it and prove it out. Do you think there will ever be an end to breeding snakes? Probably not. So I might transition somehow. I haven't figured out my long-term goal yet, exactly what I want to do. Breeding snakes, especially if my YouTube channel took off and I started making a lot of money, what I might do is I might start like a bigger reptile facility, and then maybe away from the house, and then maybe have some employees kind of take care of kind of the day-to-day workings of the ball python breeding, and maybe just pop in once in a while to do some YouTube videos. I was kind of wanted to focus more on doing YouTube, maybe like traveling around from show to show with my new Harley Davidson that I'm trying to pay for with the super chat. I don't know. I'm not quite sure exactly what I'm going to do. I would like to do some traveling at some point, but I definitely have to have the snakes in a different facility in order to do something like that. What's the most challenging part of being isolated during stay home, stay safe? You know, the funny thing is I don't really notice any difference at all because I am pretty isolated up here. And between all my animals and my YouTube, I really don't go anywhere. Pretty much the only difference is I don't go to, well, as a matter of fact, I actually didn't get a haircut for like, I think it was like 5 or 6 months. I was getting really shaky. I finally said, all right, I just got to go get a haircut. So that was kind of the one thing. And then by the time I got the haircut, everything was in place. They had all the chairs out and they had the social distancing and everything. So that was pretty cool. And then for groceries, what I actually do is I order them online and then go and pick them up and have them loaded in the back of my truck. And kind of the cool thing is there's this software called Honey. I don't know if you've actually heard of Honey. I actually heard it from PewDiePie, which is kind of funny. And it's this app that you download in your browser. And if you actually go over to Safeway and order all your stuff on Safeway, the Honey app actually comes up during checkout, and it goes through all the coupons and tries them on your Safeway coupon code. And the first time I tried it, I saved like $30 out of 100 on Safeway, which is kind of crazy. We were using Honey, and I use that. It's almost, you can actually clip the coupons. You don't have to worry about coupons or anything. It's actually cheaper for me buying groceries now that the pandemic is going on. Kind of going down, kind of going off topic a little bit with that, but anyway. Let's see. I've seen some blue-eyed leucistic with grayish silvery eyes. I have seen that too, which is kind of interesting. I was trying to think. I had one with a grayish silvery eye, but I can't remember which one it was. Oh, I think it was my bamboo lemon blast, but she is really deep in shed. So yeah, you definitely can't see her eyes right now. Well, would breeding an ivory to an ivory create only ivories? Yes, you would create all ivories. Unless you had leopard in the mix. So leopard is really the only gene that'll break out of an ivory. So you can actually have an ivory and a leopard ivory, which would actually break through and you'd see some pattern coming through the all white snake. And then you get half leopard ivories and half ivories, which are all white. I have a Russo blue-eyed leucistic. If I bred her to a bamboo, could I get another blue-eyed leucistic? Yes. So if you took, so if it's a super Russo, which is 2 copies of the Russo gene, and you bred it to a bamboo, half the offspring would come out as Russos with just 1 copy of the gene, and half would come out as blue-eyed leucistics as a bamboo Russo. I think if one selectively breeds a black-eyed leucistic and a green-eyed pastel, you could make a green-eyed leucistic. I think you probably could. If you had a pastel or a super pastel in your blue-eyed leucistic, you might actually make one with greenish blue eyes. Someone had a lesser ball python with a red belly. Interesting. Do you have any other hobbies? I have a whole bunch of other hobbies. I haven't really had time to do a lot of the other hobbies. Singing, I don't sing. I don't do any painting. I don't do any woodworking. I used to do a lot of fishing back in the day. Our whole family was really kind of obsessed over fishing. Let's see, as far as my hobbies, I used to do mushroom hunting, go out, collect wild mushrooms out in the wild. As a matter of fact, at one point, I was actually the president of the Mushroom Club, the Mycological Society. It's kind of funny. I was actually working at a laboratory, and we hired this I can't remember who it was. It was one of the new chemists. And they're like, I thought I recognize you. You're the president of the Mushroom Club, which I couldn't believe. Someone working in the lab knew me as the president of the Mushroom Club. Have I ever heard of the campfire ball python morph? Nope, have not heard of that one. I do wood and metalwork. So I do some metalwork. I actually have... For a while, actually did some aluminum casting. I actually made my own aluminum furnace with molten aluminum. I can actually cut. I have a welder, a wire feed welder, and a bunch of stuff where I can actually... As a matter of fact, on some of my racks here, I made adapters to adapt like the lower part of the rack to the top of the rack. Hey, you met me at the Reptile Expo in February. Nice. That is awesome. How much is a snake per year? I'd say it depends on what the size of the snake is. If you have one like Lucy, who's a 100-pound reticulated python, I think you can actually go over to Rodent Pro and you can buy rabbits to feed a big retic like that. That's probably what I should feed her. And I think the rabbits were like $15 a piece. And if you did a rabbit, twice a month or something like that, that'd be like $30 a month. And then the substrate, of course, if you had like a retic on paper, it'd be cheaper. So it really depends. I'd say you could probably spend, as much as $50 a month for a really big snake. You could probably do a lot less than that with a small snake. Let's see. I really want one, but I'm going to have to pay for everything myself. So yeah, the initial setup is probably the most expensive. Yeah, about 100 per year. So yeah, anywhere from 50 a month to about 100 per year on a snake. How long have you lived at your place? I've been up here. I think we're going on 13 years now, which is pretty long. Kind of crazy. Uh-oh, this one's going up my shirt. This one's getting a little squirrely. I think I might put this one back. Get Bobby out again. This one's taming down quite a bit. Thank you. All right, we're gonna get Bobby. All right, time for the superstar snake. All right. My helper brought me some Kool-Aid. All right. Yes, I do have an occasional helper. She usually only helps me move Lucy, my 100-pound reticulated python, which is kind of crazy. All right. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. Moving the needle on the Harley Davidson. So yeah, that was one of the goals of the live stream is to answer everybody's questions 12 hours a day and to buy a Harley Davidson. Woo. All right, so we are down to I know it's a crazy goal. Why did I even start doing that? It's funny. My wife was like, we were talking about the Harley Davidson and the whole live stream and the super chat. And she's like, why didn't you just pick a $500 motorcycle? Why did you pick a $9,000 bike? I could have been done by now. I could have been riding. That is very true. 7,800 and let's see, that was a 5. So it's 21. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I should have picked a cheaper bike. But if it was cheaper and I would have finished in one day, then it wouldn't have been a challenge, right? It would have been too easy, way too easy. Yeah, that was kind of crazy. All right. Thank you very much. So Tracy Scott, the super chat question. Would you consider doing mushroom hunting on YouTube? I've hunted chanterelle and I love mushrooms. So the problem is with mushrooms is it can be extremely dangerous, and it's as a matter of fact, so for example, if I hunted mushrooms over here in Colorado, you could actually see the same exact looking mushroom in another country, and they're two completely different species. So a lot of times, not only do you have to know you pretty much have to know just your local mushrooms, and there's like, tens of thousands of mushrooms. So when we'd actually go out mushroom hunting, what we would do is we go out with like 20 people and we scatter in all different directions and pick every mushroom that we can find, just like one or two of each type of mushroom. And then we bring it all back and lay it out on a towel. And then the experts would show us all the subtle differences between the lookalikes and kind of what to stay away from. And it's a really easy way to learn kind of your local mushrooms. As a matter of fact, there's actually a deadly mushroom in California that is a very common edible mushroom overseas in the Orient. And a lot of people will go from like the Orient over to California, coming across the sea, and they'll eat all the deadly mushrooms, and a lot of people will die from that. So you have to definitely know your mushrooms. And then sometimes, a lot of people will be eating mushrooms for years, and then you'll find like one subspecies that looks really similar that someone will get sick over, and then they'll like say, all right, don't eat any lexinums because we found one that was really similar that someone got sick on. Sometimes it really changes a lot. And kind of the weird thing is I actually had some mushrooms in my backyard and I didn't know what they were, so I actually picked some and brought them to a mushroom show where they have the experts looking at all the mushrooms. Come to find out, the mushroom in my backyard was a brand new species, never discovered mushrooms, and they were like growing all over the place, all over my backyard. So sometimes it's kind of crazy with mushrooms. Yeah, I can just go on and on. I was like so obsessed with mushrooms for a while. It was just kind of crazy. Anyway, yeah, that was in another life. I was the president of the Mushroom Club. Can you have a snake that is a blue-eyed leucistic, but only one eye is blue and the other one is normal colored? So that is an interesting question. So normally, if you have a snake with two different colored eyes, there's a good chance that snake is actually it's actually a chimera. And a chimera, essentially what that is, it's actually two different eggs that from two different individuals that come together and fuse and form one snake. So in a lot of chimeras, which you'll actually see on a lot of them, you'll actually see some listed over on Morphmarket sometimes. A lot of times they'll have like a line right down the top middle of the head, like right down the top middle. And sometimes it'll have a different color on one side of the snake versus the other. And sometimes they'll have a line like right down the top. It'll almost look like two snakes that are glued together. And what that is it's actually two individuals, different DNA on either side of the snake. That is a chimera. And some chimeras are so subtle that you can't see anything in the snake except two different colored eyes. One eye is a different color from the other. It's actually a combination of two different snakes genetically. And sometimes they can be sterile, and sometimes you can actually have like a normal looking snake that'll produce like pinstripes because it has like pinstripe DNA just in parts of the snake, which is kind of a weird anomaly. So sometimes you can actually have different colored eyes. All right, yeah, so that is, it's kind of interesting. I am the Mushroom King. Why don't I post on Instagram? Yeah, so I started all this other stuff, and I just don't have time. I really want to focus just on one platform, and that is YouTube. As a matter of fact, I actually went over to Facebook for a while. I started a Facebook page, and within 2 weeks, I had like 5,000 friends, and no one else could be my friend because it was like the maximum amount of friends. And people were like waiting for friends to drop off so I could add them as my friend. Hey, we got a super chat. All right. Awesome. Thanks, Johnny. Johnny Moonwolf throwing in for the Harley Davidson. See, that's what I like. Super chats with a purpose. Instead of just, people just throwing super chat money to YouTubers. It's like, at least this is going to something that we can understand, right? All right. Thank you. So that is down to 78.11. Awesome. Making a dent. All right, so the super chat question. Love your videos, huge help. Almost finished our first year of raising future breeders. We have LLC. Nice. I'm actually doing sole proprietor. I'm actually a sole proprietor. LLC are a little bit more protected. Are there permits needed when you start to sell or breed wholesale? As far as I know, well, I would probably check with your local regulations, but here in Colorado, there are no permits at all. I know with some reticulated pythons and boas and stuff like that, sometimes you can't have them, and sometimes if you do have them, there are restrictions and regulations. But as far as ball pythons, well, as a matter of fact, there's places in New York that can't have, it's illegal to own a ball python, which is kind of crazy. There's also some places in Canada, too, that you can't have ball pythons. So I definitely check with your local laws and see what's on. As a matter of fact, I actually did a video. I can't remember exactly what I titled the video. Something like where ball pythons are illegal or something like that. And I actually studied it for a whole day. I was like looking at all the places where ball pythons were illegal all around the world. And I kind of showed you on a map in that video where you can and can't have them. And some of the restrictions for like your reticulated pythons and so I can't remember what I can't remember all the places that I found in that video, but I definitely checked that. But as far as I know, you don't really need any licenses or permits to actually breed and sell ball pythons. Yeah, chimeras can also be sad because they can reject each other's DNA and have a lot of complications. As a matter of fact, I actually saw I think it was a video on YouTube. There was actually a person that was a chimera, and it was like they were kind of reacting with the foreign DNA. It was like two individuals in one, and there's a lot of complications as far as being a chimera, which is kind of weird. Do you breed your females the next year after laying? It really depends on how much they eat. So a lot of people say if they lay eggs and they can eat at least 6 good meals before you start pairing them up, you can actually pair them up. If they start eating really good and they're eating week after week, even if they get, close to breeding, if they have a pretty good body condition, like on my pinstripe, she just laid eggs and she ate every week for the last 5 or 6 her up. So she's backed up to weight and she's eating every week. If I actually have one that laid eggs and refuses to eat, I will definitely take that one out of the rotation for the next season. I have a theoretical question. If you had a parent that loves snakes and one who hates them, but you really want a snake, what would you do? I actually have a video how to convince your parents to let you have a ball python. What you can actually do is just show them some YouTube videos about the ball pythons and stuff and just kind of express an interest. And sometimes you can win them over and sometimes you may not be able to. So you just have to convince them that Bobby is a sweetheart and will never bite you. How could anyone be afraid of this snake? Most people, they just don't really understand snakes. Bobby's like, leave me alone. That's pretty funny. All right. You can have a snake that no one would ever see. It's a sandball. Yeah, you can have a sandball that hides in the sand all the time. You could actually have a ball python in a tote under your bed and no one would probably see it. This is kind of crazy. I probably wouldn't go that route. I'd make sure you don't want to buy a snake and then have to get rid of it. Let's see. How do you deal with the smell of all your rodents? I actually replace the bedding a lot. When I start smelling my rodents, I replace the bedding. For my mice, I replace them, change it out usually every 3 to 4 days, and it stays pretty good. I also have an air cleaner and carbon filtration down here. But that's the hard thing when it starts smelling in this rodent room. It's like it's time to start getting busy and cleaning out the rodents. And you can't let it go. If you let it go like 2 or 3 days past cleaning day, it can get unbearable. So it's one of the things you have to really stay on top of. If you want a vacation, you'd have to go through and clean all your rodents, and then you can only leave for like 4 days or something like that. It's something you have to stay on top of. Let's see. What made you get into ball pythons? So the thing that got me into ball pythons were YouTube videos, the snake bite videos, over on, as a matter of fact, it was some of Brian Barczyk's original videos that were, that kind of got me interested. I had no clue about ball pythons until I actually saw that. And some of his skits over there were pretty funny. Is Bobby retired from breeding? He is retired. This is Bobby. So he's been pretty much replaced. I actually have a whole bunch of bamboo combinations now. So if I breed Bobby to someone, I get half bamboos and half normals. So I kind of replace them. I have a bamboo lesser. Instead of normals, I'll get the lessers. I also have the bamboo calico that I've been working through my collection. Also just produced a bamboo pastel pinstripe calico that is a male, a 4-gene combination. So yeah, it's pretty much been replaced and outdated. And now it just kind of hangs out in front of the videos all day. But yeah, now his kids are the breeders, I guess you could say. Hello from Norway. What is going on? All the way from Norway. All right, so we caught up with the comments. Awesome. I think, actually, my helper brought me a spoon, so I'm actually going to dig into one of my yogurts here. Since we're in at 3 hours and 3 minutes into the live stream, only 9 hours to go. Do you think we can go another 12 hours? The third day of 12-hour live streaming. That is kind of crazy. Why ARS Rex and why not Freedom Breeders? Good question. What I actually did is I kind of went for the look and the finish of the ARS Rex. I really like the way these look. They're really have a good paint on them. It's something you could put in your living room, I think, versus the Freedom Breeder, which is kind of like a raw stainless steel, kind of like an industrial look. Oh, look, Bobby wants some yogurt too. One of my males is a super stripe pinstripe. Wow. Super Stripe Pinstripe. So that's the Yellow Belly Spectre Pinstripe. Is there a way to determine Spectre and Yellow Belly for his offspring? I don't think you can. You don't like it marking it as one or the other? That is one of the reasons I don't get into the freeway and the highway projects, is because you can't tell the asphalts from the yellow bellies. So if you take the Super Stripe, you breed it to something else, half come out as Spectre, half come out as yellow belly. You might be able to tell with certain combinations. So if you bred it to something with yellow belly, you'd get the ivories, or you'd actually reproduce the Super Stripes. So that is one way around it. So if you bred like a Super Stripe to a Super Stripe, you might have a better chance of figuring out what the genes are. Bought my first ball python 2 months ago. Today I just put down a deposit for my second, and I blame you for that. Yeah, the first two is just the very beginning. I vote for you to do only 8 hours. Don't want you to burn out. 8 hours is too easy. It's supposed to be a live stream super chat challenge. Well, if I did 8 hours, I don't think I could pay off my Harley Davidson. We're down to $7,811 trying to pay it off with the super chat money, which I don't know if I could do it even with 12 hours. We'll see how far we get on that one. I don't know. Yeah, it might be kind of a burnout. As a matter of fact, after this, what I do is I kind of wind down from midnight till about 1 or 1:30, and then sleep till about 8, and then take care of all my animals, and then jump back on it. So it's kind of the regular routine. I usually spend about 12 hours working on my daily videos. So I usually start about noon, and I go to about 3 o'clock trying to figure out what topic I'm actually going to cover, and then spend the rest of the day recording and editing and doing the thumbnail pretty much till midnight anyway. So I don't know. Either way, this is kind of stuck to the computer though. Or 6-hour ones, yeah. So I've actually been getting some pretty good sleep, so it's not too bad. Well, let's see. Just rely on one of your parents that would buy you a snake. Yeah, let one parent convince the other. You could actually do that too. So do you have dairy cows, or are they for beef? So I did have one dairy cow at one point. If you look back at some of my old videos, I had a Jersey cow. She was my favorite cow. And come to find out, a dairy cow, after she has a calf, she can go through a calcium deficiency and get milk fever. And with milk fever, it's really deadly. And she actually passed away from milk fever. And after that, I decided I don't want to deal with the milk fever, and pretty much just went to beef cows right now. You did love my Super Stripe video? Awesome. All right, let's see. My ball python Jim anti-lesser spider het green ghost is 1 year old, weighs 850. What would you wait to breed him? I think you can breed a male at 850. That should be perfectly fine. 500 is kind of on the edge. 850 should be fine. All right. How many hours are you going to do this actually? We have 9 hours to go. 12-hour live streams. We did 12 hours yesterday, 12 hours the day before, and 12 hours today, until this number gets to 0, or unless I lose my voice, which would probably happen first. I woke up, my voice was like a whole octave lower than it normally is. I think my voice is going to change permanently. So let's get a snake. Let's see if we can find another one. All right, Bobby. All right, this girl's name is Nugget. Take a look at this beautiful spider. Banned at some reptile shows over in Europe. You won't see snakes like this over there. This is actually a jungle woma spider. It has the spider gene in it and the jungle woma gene, which kind of reduces the pattern into the jungle woma is almost kind of like almost like a blade kind of a gene, a little bit more subtle than the blade. If you actually have a super jungle woma, it reduces it down to what they call a ridgeback on the back of the snake. Pretty awesome. And kind of the weird thing is none of my spiders really have any head wobble. You can notice on this one, pretty much zero head wobble on this spider. I think the head shaking from me because I'm kind of shaking more than the snake is. Really beautiful female. And she's actually had the last 2 years off. And I have her listed over on Morphmarket. I think someone was interested in actually buying this one. Really beautiful, bright gold, like a pinstripe. Pretty awesome. Let's see. Have you ever raised pigs? That is a good question. A lot of people around here raise pigs. So pigs can be pretty profitable. You can actually sell the little piglets, I guess, for quite a bit of money, and they're really productive. I've never really liked the noises from the pig. I don't like the grunts and the squeals and stuff like that. And apparently pigs can be really super smart, like smarter than a dog, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, they stink worse than any other farm animal. Yeah, it's kind of weird. A lot of people, they can't afford cattle, so a lot of times they'll get pigs because pigs are cheaper and they can make more money a lot quicker than with cattle. Do each of my racks run off of one thermostat? So that's a good question. So like the grow out rack behind me, I actually have one thermostat on the top and I run it down. Well, actually on that one, so I actually have boa tubs, two boa tubs on the bottom here. So I actually have a thermostat on each boa tub, kind of separate from the rest of the racks. And then on the ARS 5040s, I actually have another thermostat, and I put the probe right in the middle on one of the middle heat strips to kind of heat the whole thing. And kind of the interesting thing on the hatchling racks is I put the thermostat right in the middle of the hatchling rack, and it can be significantly colder on the tops and the bottom of the rack and warmer in the middle. So I don't think it really matters as far as the hatchlings or the grow outs. But when it comes to my breeder females, what I actually do, I actually have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 7, 8, 9 levels. So I have 9 levels on my female breeders rack, and I actually have 9 different heat controllers on that thing. I actually have two Herpstat 4s that control 8 levels on there with 8 different probes, and then that's to really dial in the temperatures for my females. And then I have a separate controller for my boa tub because you can't really put boas on the same kind of a thing as your other tubs. You pretty much have to have it, like if you stack different types of racks together, you pretty much have to have one per type of rack. But it really depends. I'd say most people, they just do one thermostat per rack. And a lot of people don't mix and match all the different types of racks in one stack. Let's see. I have a pastel banana. What would you think is best to breed it with? So with the banana, so it's kind of interesting with the pastel and the banana. A lot of times you can't see the pastel in the banana because the banana is so visually dominant. Sometimes it'll completely overwhelm the pastel. But what I really like with banana, probably my favorite is the Anchi bananas, the leopard bananas, and the spot nose. So if you did like a spot nose leopard banana, that would be pretty awesome. So the leopard will actually darken it a little bit if you want to go kind of to the dark side, and really jumbles up the pattern and keeps a pretty high contrast too. Those are pretty awesome. Live sessions of 12 hours each. Yes. We'll see how far we get. Yeah, I should have chose a cheaper motorcycle to try to pay off. I could have went with fewer, shorter sessions. That's pretty funny. What was your first ever reptile snake? So my first reptile, um, yeah, so I actually bought my very first year, I bought like 20 snakes. And I think the first one that I bought was a California king snake, a banana phase California king snake, an adult female. And I was gonna jump into snakes and start breeding them. And before I bred my king snakes, I actually decided to jump into ball pythons in, o- in order to breed them. This guy's kind of going crazy. This guy is not used to being held kind of the squirrely snake. I think I can calm this one down. Let's see. Pigs are very smart. They do produce well, but the smell is the worst. So I've never actually had pigs. So I've never actually seen the smell of a pig. What is your favorite dog breed? I actually have a Saint Bernard, which is pretty cool, but he is so big. Oh, I did not know what I was getting into when I got that Saint Bernard. I'd say he's probably about 150 pounds, something like that. He's so big, I can't even pick him up. And kind of the funny thing is when I had that St. Bernard, I actually had an old 2x4. It was an 8-foot long 2x4 in that fenced in area with that St. Bernard. And that thing completely ate the whole 2x4, all 8 feet. I cannot believe how powerful they are as far as the jaws. It's pretty amazing. It's just kind of a crazy snake. But he is like super friendly, super lovey-dovey. And he sheds a lot too, which is that's probably the worst thing. I would not have a Saint Bernard in the house. You would have fur on the ceiling. What was your first ever reptile amphibian? What that was the California king snake was the first one. In the first year, I bought a whole bunch of king snakes and an Australia Woma python, and I bought my reticulated pythons. And then I discovered it was weird. I bought all these snakes, and then I discovered ball pythons and the hundreds of different genes. And then I went to my first, the kind of thing that changed my mind is I went to the very first reptile show. It was the NARBC in Tinley Park. And it was weird. It was like everyone was rushing the ball python tables, and I didn't even know what a ball python was back then and the difference between them and all the genes. And at that point, once I figured out, kind of got my head wrapped around ball pythons, I sold everything else except for my reticulated pythons and just did the ball pythons. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the like button. Yes. Check me out on Morphmarket. Thanks for the shout out. Can you ask Susan to let Sean have another snake for his birthday? I try not to get in the middle of family matters. All right. What's the most you've had to assist feed one snake, and what size did you use? So I actually have one snake I tried to assist feed like 5 or 6 times this year before it finally ate its first rodent. It's actually bamboo pastel calico. That's probably the most stubborn one I've ever had. And then I actually have 3 this year I'm assist feeding. I had another one that I assist fed 3 times and then it started eating. And another one that ate, I think 2 or 3 assist fed, but it still won't take one by itself. So that can be pretty frustrating. And if you use one too big, I found a lot of times they won't take it. And if you use one too small, a lot of times you won't take it. So you probably do like slightly on the smaller size when assist feeding. Just ordered a few things for breeding. Nice. Let's see. Well, the super pastel that is crazy yellow at 1 year lose the color. I found that super pastels can hold the color pretty good, so you should be pretty good there. They do fade out a little bit, but a lot of times they'll hold a lot of their color. What would it take for you to purchase a leopard? I'd probably do a leopard in some other genes. Maybe if I found like a leopard het puzzle or something like that, I might invest in the project. Finally off work. All right. Welcome to the live stream. We are 3 hours and 19 minutes into the live stream. Have you ever had an egg-bound snake? I have had an egg-bound snake. I think twice I've had an egg-bound. As a matter of fact, this girl was egg-bound once, the first time she bred, and then the second time she did good. And then my pastel calico was egg-bound last year, which is kind of weird. So sometimes it does happen. Sometimes it can get egg-bound. I think on this one, she just held on to one egg another 24 hours and then finally laid that egg. Laid all the other ones. That was just the last one. And then with that, the pastel calico was egg bound for, it was like a couple weeks. It was kind of scary. I was thinking about bringing it to the vet, and we were in the middle of the pandemic and didn't know what was going on. I finally actually fed it a pretty good sized rat, and it pushed that egg out. And that's kind of a trick you can do with an egg bound. If I were Chris, I would shut down the computer for at least a week after the marathon. I was thinking the same thing. After the marathon, I may take 3 days off to get my sanity back. You know, as a matter of fact, after the marathon, what I'll probably do is I'll ship in my Harley Davidson. That's going to be paid off from the super chat. And then I'll do a video on the Harley Davidson, and I can show you about it. What I might do is I might actually take it to like a reptile store or something like that. Maybe give someone a ride down at the reptile store on my new Harley Davidson Super Chat. I think it'll be fun, actually, you know, working that bike into some of my videos and kind of working the snakes and the bikes together at the same time. I think it'd be kind of fun. Can a female ball python live in the dimensions of a 40-gallon its whole life? I think you probably could. So I'm not sure the dimensions of the 40-gallon. Someone actually asked me that yesterday. I could probably look it up. So 40-gallon aquarium. Dimensions. So the 40-gallon is 36 by 18. And if you actually go over to ARS, I think it's pretty close to a 70 series stuff. As a matter of fact, I think I did that comparison before, as far as the dimensions of a 40-gallon versus I think it's pretty similar to an ARS 70. Well, let's look at the ARS 7010. So the tubs, of course, it's not going to tell me. So it's 33 by 20. It might show me over here. 33 by 20. And this is 36 by 18. So it's really close. I'd say slightly different dimensions of a 40-gallon versus a 70 series. Of course, the only downside is if you're actually looking at a 70 series tub, that is completely enclosed on all sides. So it's all livable space. Versus if you had an aquarium, you'd have the same dimension, but you'd also have a hide in the aquarium. So you'd actually have to have a hide almost the same size as the aquarium to actually be equivalent to the 70 series tub. It's kind of the disadvantage of having an aquarium because you'd have to have a really large hide in there. Although you could do it, I think if you had a really large hide, it could kind of crawl out and then maybe up on top of the hide. If you actually had a bunch of plants and like branches and stuff over there, you could probably do it similar to something like that. All right, nice challenge. Yeah, I don't know if I'm regretting it yet on the third day. I think maybe on the 7th day, I might start regretting this challenge. We'll see how far I can actually go. What's the cheapest snake I ever bought? Trying to think what the cheapest snake. Some of those king snakes. My king snakes. I think I paid less than $50 for some of those king snakes. How much am I up to? So yeah. So the current amount that I still owe on the Harley is this $7,811. Today we're up to $80, which is not bad. Yesterday we did almost 300. I think the day before that we did like 400. So slowly coming down little by little. It's kind of funny. It seems like at the beginning of the live stream, I have a lot of super chats. And then at the end, it seems like I have a lot of international super chats with a lot of these weird currency conversions from people all over the world. They're just waking up and it's like midnight over here. It's kind of crazy. You're late. Don't worry. Better late than never. We're only 3.5 hours into it. Plenty of time. Would you show us Sonny? I could show you Sonny. He's a crazy handful. So Sonny is my 50-pound reticulated python. He is a purple albino. And I'm breeding him with Lucy. So for this snake, I definitely need my snake hook. Gotta push in the chair on this one. This one's always a challenge, and he's in super feeding mode. All right, Sonny. There you go, buddy. There you go, buddy. Here we go. Come on. Let's come out. All right, I think I got him in handling mode now. I think he's kind of semi-stuck in a shed on the back part of his body. He seems like he's getting a little bit more calmer than he was yesterday. Not too bad, I think. Let's see. Oh, all right, Sonny. All right. Whoa, am I getting in trouble with this thing? Oh. Woo. All right, here we go. Here we go. He's like still half in the tub and half out. Let's see. He's just so long and lanky. He's like 15 feet long and just like super skinny. Look at that. He is a monster. Woo. All right, let's see. See if we can see his head on the live stream. I don't know. Oh, he is so strong. It's unbelievable. All right, he's got a really pretty head. If I'll let you actually, sometimes he'll actually snap at me. He's not very friendly. He's a big, really super skittish snake. Seems like he's better today than he was yesterday. I think I had him out 3 times yesterday. Not too bad. Look at the size of his head compared to my hand. He is a really big snake. Woo! Yeah. Now, if I actually showed you the whole snake, I don't think I can show you the whole thing. He's still got half the snake in the tub. He is crazy. He's a really pretty snake. Purple albino. So the purple gene is it's one copy of the purple is the lavender. So if they have one copy, it's lavender. 2 copies, it's a purple. And it's only associated with the albino. So you really can't separate the purple from the albino. And look at how beautiful he is. Really super beautiful. And when I bought him, he was like peeing on me and snapping at me and going crazy. This snake is the flightiest, scariest snake that I have ever seen. Kind of crazy. Really beautiful snake, though. Seems like he's starting to mellow out now that we're handling him 3 times a day. Pretty awesome. All right, come back in the cage. Come back, come back. Woo! Yeah, that snake is crazy. Oh. All right, we're going back to Bobby. Yeah, that snake is, whew, a handful. Oh. All right. All right. Have you ever given any snakes away? No. I haven't really given any snakes away. Like normals or for contests. So I actually found out that, especially on like YouTube or something like that, like YouTube or Facebook, there's actually certain rules. Sometimes you actually can't have like raffles or giveaways. Sometimes you break a lot of rules, especially over on YouTube. You can kind of risk your channel. So I don't really do any giveaways. Sorry for the bunch of questions. Keep them coming. You can ask anything you want to ask. That is fine. How does your family think about your snake passion? Most of them think I'm pretty crazy. I don't think they understand ball pythons. So I don't know. It's kind of a niche hobby, I would say. Some of them are kind of afraid of snakes, but I don't know how you could be afraid of Bobby. Look at how small Bobby is compared to that reticulated python. That is kind of crazy. So actually, this is so entertaining. Please get better internet provider. I cannot see him clearly. So actually right now, yeah, so the problem is right now from noon to 4, so we're almost at 4. I'm actually sharing the internet with someone else. So we're like competing for the internet. It looks like it's working together. So it should clear up right about 4 o'clock when I pretty much have the internet by myself. So it could be kind of grainy. And the upload speed is really slow here. So I'm actually surprised that we're still live streaming with 2 of us on the internet. Back at it. Yes, I am a machine. I don't have a life. I might as well live stream. It's kind of interesting looking at my YouTube analytics. It seems like I'm doing really good on the live stream versus just doing my daily videos. So normally I get about, I have about, I think about 36,000 subscribers on my channel. And I usually get about 50 new subscribers a day. And I was actually looking at my live stream from yesterday. Just the live stream got like 41 new subscribers, which is pretty awesome. Seems like it's boosted my view duration too. People are watching for like 12 hours. My views are up and my subscribers are up, which is pretty crazy. And I'm not sure how they work the playback on these too. So if you actually go through, I think they add ads every so often on the live stream. So I might do pretty good. Of course, a lot of people probably won't watch a whole 12-hour replay of a live stream. So I don't know. It's kind of interesting. How do you get a shipping quote on Morphmarket? So it really depends on the seller. Some people have like a flat rate for shipping, and some people what they'll do just to make it a little bit more easy, what they'll do is they'll just say, all right, shipping is $50 for everything. And they kind of take the loss on the cheaper snakes and then, kind of add it to the other ones. So what I actually do is I go over to shipyourreptiles.com and get the shipping quote over there. So pretty much you're paying the exact shipping price on the ball python. So if I actually ship here in Colorado, sometimes it's less than $40 if I ship locally within the state. And if I ship over to like New York or, way up like in Maine or something like that, it's as much as like $75 usually to ship all the way up there. And it really depends on the size of the box too, as far as shipping. So sometimes it can really vary. And sometimes the sellers, they don't want to get confused about it. They're just like, I want to charge a flat rate just to make it simple. So as a seller, I actually use Ship Your Reptiles. I can go over there and get a quote. So it's kind of amazing. If you actually go over to FedEx and do the shipping quotes, most of the shipping, the next day air that you have to do for ball pythons, that is like the priority next day air. If you go straight through FedEx, most of them, it's like over $100 for shipping. And then you'll get a discount if you go to Ship Your Reptiles. Sometimes it'll be like a $50 discount, bringing it down quite a bit. So you definitely need something else to, when I started shipping snakes and went to FedEx and figured out the price, I was like, how does anybody ship reptiles? And you have to go through like Ship Your Reptiles or something like that. Ball pythons do kind of have a duck head. Yeah, it depends on what you compare them to. They definitely have a different head than boas. Boas have a completely different head. What's my favorite video that I've done? I think the one, if you actually go over to my channel and look at the channel page, it's the one that's featured on my channel page. Bobby goes to the reptile show, and I'm like showing everybody Bobby, and everyone's like, Bobby's like so famous over on that video. It's pretty awesome. I think that was a really fun day, bringing Bobby to the reptile show. Of course, my cameraman was wiped out at the end of the day. They're like, I don't want to film anymore. That's why I was like, cut. Right at the end. That was pretty funny. Let's see. If I exit and come back in, have to watch one ad, huh? So interesting. So if you actually come into the live stream, you have to actually watch an ad. That's interesting. Would you travel? Yes, I've been thinking about traveling. I'm not sure. Probably what I do first is I was thinking about traveling to some of the local shows, maybe the neighboring states, as far as going to reptile shows, as far as doing maybe some YouTube videos at like some of the reptile shops and some of the reptile shows. And I'll probably bring like my new Harley Davidson that I'm working on to a lot of the local shows like here in Colorado and a lot of the shops, and kind of do like, I was thinking of kind of transitioning away from the morph highlights at some point and going more towards kind of highlighting certain reptile stores within certain states, as far as kind of going to a different thing, or maybe some. As a matter of fact, if you actually go over to they have a whole list somewhere on the internet. I can't remember where it was, but there's like a reptile show every single weekend somewhere in the United States, where you can almost travel, from state to state just doing reptile shows, which would be kind of cool just to go to the shows nonstop every weekend. So yeah, I don't know if I travel outside of the United States. I'd have to, if my YouTube channel takes off and I start making some big money and I could travel in a jet all over the place, I might actually go to like, Australia and Africa and do some stuff like that. That would be kind of cool. 12-hour live stream equals Harley Davidson plus boosted views. Plus my eyes bugging out and walking around like a zombie and my throat burning. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. What's the most expensive sink that you have? That would be Bobby. He is worth $100,000. Still not for sale. No, probably. Well, the most expensive one I bought is my Banana Inchy Clown, which is this one over here. So this is the most I ever spent on a snake, I would say. I actually paid $1,500 for this one. So I actually paid, there's some that I paid a little over 1,000 on some of them, but this is kind of the tipping scale, 1,500. As a matter of fact, these are still about $1,500 over on Morphmarket. I bought this one last year. I tried to breed it at like 500 grams and it actually didn't go. I bred it to 2 clowns. So this has the banana gene, which it brings in the yellow. The Enchi really reduces the pattern into these little blobs up on top. And then the clown, it's kind of interesting if you actually look at just the banana Enchis, they look almost like this, except you can see in the head has kind of an interesting shape of the head. And the head pattern right on the top, you can definitely tell the clown is in there. So that's the most expensive that I bought. But I actually have another one up here. Let me show you this one. So as far as the most expensive that I've ever had, I would say this one is probably the one. And I actually produced this when the scaleless heads were really expensive. This is a Lemon Blast scaleless head. So you can see some of the scales are missing on the top of the head. And if you actually breed 2 scaleless heads together, you get a completely scaleless ball python. And when I hatched this one out, these were selling over on Morphmarket for $6,000. I should have sold it back then because it's still not big enough to breed. At 2 years old, it's been like up against the 1,000 gram wall forever. Started going back on food, so I got at least another year for this one. But that's probably the most expensive one that I've ever had in my collection as far as the kind of the highest cost. Of course, it dropped. I don't know. You could probably get these probably pretty cheap now. They're probably not that much. Oh, I got all these snakes wrapping around me. All right. Whew. All right, Bobby. What are you doing? All right, where were we? So yeah, every now and then I have these weird messages that says message retracted. And I was wondering if the algorithm is actually cleaning up my spam over here. I haven't had any hate comments, which is kind of crazy. And I keep seeing all these messages retracted. I don't think you can. It's kind of interesting. It's almost like I have a moderator in the background where I'm not really moderating. I think I deleted one comment over the whole 3 days of live stream out of all this, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. Impulse bought a ball python at PetSmart labeled fancy. Welcome to PetSmart. What is that, pastel? That could be, yeah, that is the problem with PetSmart. It corkscrews and stargazes. I would say if you got some corkscrewing and stargazing, you could have spider in the mix. Sometimes the spider will do that. Sometimes the champagne will do that. What I'd probably do is I'd show that snake to somebody and see if you can actually figure out what gene. I've had a lot of people send me videos or pictures of their fancy. See, I kind of usually I can kind of tell you what they are. If you actually take a short little video and then put it on your YouTube channel and then send me the link for that snake, I can actually give it a shot and try to identify it. One guy bought one as a fancy, and it was like a kingpin, which is a lesser pinstripe or something like that. I think they sell everything as fancy, which is kind of crazy. Have you ever owned a Burmese? No, I haven't. As a matter of fact, if I would have known about the Burmese, I probably would have got Burmese instead of retics because they're not as long. Even though they're a heavy snake, they're a little bit easier to handle than a retic because a retic is so long and lanky. It's kind of crazy. Let's see. How's your Pac-Man frog doing? Great. I have one big green Pac-Man frog left, and he is doing great, eating some big dubia roaches. Ball pythons can't mate with corn snakes because they're clubids, right? That's a good question. I've never seen a hybrid between ball pythons and corn snakes. So I'm sure a lot of people have tried it. I'm sure a lot of people have actually tried that one. All right, let's see. Yeah, the banana edgy clown is pretty amazing. Will you do a reptile room tour? I've actually done a few of the reptile room tours. And kind of the bummer over on YouTube is that if you make a video, a lot of times you actually can't reproduce your content without potentially getting a strike on your channel. I've seen some big YouTubers that get strikes from repetitive content. So if I put out like a morph review about the clown, and I want to actually kind of redo that video, I can't really redo it unless I actually went in and deleted my old video, unless I had some kind of a new spin or a new title or something like that. So sometimes you have to be careful as far as what you're posting over on YouTube for repetitive content. So yeah, so I actually just recently did a reptile room tour. I can't remember what I actually called that one. Favorite Star Wars film. So I'm not really that much into Star Wars. I do watch a lot of Stargate, like Stargate Atlantis or Stargate SG-1. I was kind of obsessed over those films for a while. It's kind of like a TV series. Ball pythons can only breed with ball pythons, period. So you can't actually make hybrids. You can take a ball python and breed it with a blood python, which is kind of crazy. You can also breed them with a Burmese. I've actually just seen like the Burmese ball python hybrid. And you can also breed them with the ball python with the Australian Woma python. I've seen some of those crosses, so it's kind of interesting. Let's see. Outside of Bobby, is there any other snakes you would never sell? I don't know. Probably Lucy. Lucy is pretty much. I don't know if I could sell her. She's so big. I don't know. I don't know if you could ship Lucy. You'd need a forklift and a big crate to move her or something. That is a crazy snake. She's pretty awesome. Probably if I had just 2 snakes to keep, I keep Bobby and then Lucy. I probably keep Lucy in like a big zoo type enclosure. As far as I've been thinking about kind of moving into some kind of a reptile facility at some point and kind of beefing up my collection, buying some more racks, and maybe making like a zoo quality enclosure for Lucy and Sunny. It would be pretty cool. So retracted, I don't think retracted is people removing their own messages. Yeah, so it's kind of weird because at one point there was like 5 or 6 comments that were just kind of scrolling through, and all of them were retracted. I think it's the algorithm actually screening out the bad comments. It's kind of interesting. I think it might be based on some of the settings over on my YouTube channel as far as the community settings, where you can screen out like the hate words and stuff like that. You can kind of specify which words are kind of moved over to. Actually, I have 2 folders for comments. So if anybody comments on any of my videos, they all go into like an inbox. And then if they're actually in the public inbox, they're actually already published. And then there's another inbox that's like a temporary that screens out all the bad words and everything. And I can actually go in and manually approve all of those held comments. But here it looks like they're not holding them, they're just deleting them. All right, let's see. Do you have an email where we can send you a video? What I would actually do is I would actually put a link from that video in a comment under one of my videos. I can actually see all the comments go to an inbox, and I can actually screen through them and check them out over there. I really don't have email. Yeah, it's becoming to the point where there's a lot of information as far as a lot of people trying to contact me. Rolling Stones or the Beatles? Rolling Stones. How did the scaleless snake come out? So I haven't actually produced a scaleless so far. I've just produced scaleless heads, and I'm still waiting on my females in order to actually produce the totally scaleless ball python. Yeah, Stargate SG-1 with the Wraith. Yes, that was pretty awesome. It's a classic. Harry Potter. I've watched a little bit of Harry Potter, not a whole lot of Harry Potter. Yeah, the Pied is pretty awesome. All right, caught up with the comments again. Pretty awesome. All right, we're gonna have to pull out another snake. Three hours and 48 minutes. Going for the marathon. Uh-oh. We're past 1 Coke. I guess they're 4-hour Cokes. That's about right. let's see. All right, Bobby. Come on, Bobby. Whoa, whoa. There goes my glasses. Bobby's getting wild. Whew, they didn't break. All right, here is another snake for you. This is Slinky, my bamboo calico. Pretty awesome snake. I actually produced one like this with pastel in it, a bamboo calico pastel. It was weird. The pastel turned all the white like a bright yellow color, and it was really super awesome. And I actually sold it. That's one of the snakes I wish I wouldn't have sold. He was really awesome. And then I kept this one. This one's really awesome too. I don't know if I like the white better or the yellow on this one. Pretty awesome snake, getting pretty big. He's a male bamboo calico. All right. Yeah, my voice is starting to go. After 24, 26, 28 hours on the live stream over 3 days. If I had to choose a het project to start out as a new breeder, what would you choose? Pine or clown? Depends on your budget. If I could do it, I'd probably do like a het monsoon, which would cost a lot of money, or maybe like a possible het monsoon, or maybe this one is not that friendly. Not used to being around my neck. Come on, buddy. Woo. All right, here we go. Or, you know, probably what I would do is I'd choose a het puzzle. That's probably what I would use. Not a lot of people into puzzles. Let's see. Slinky, please. This is Slinky. New to the channel, but I'm interested in getting my first ball python, and I don't know if I should get a coral glow or an ultramel. So I would probably get a coral glow because it is a co-dominant. You breed a coral glow to something, half the offspring come out as coral glows. If you have an ultramel, you breed it to something else, you get all normal looking snakes that are het for ultramel. And then you'd have to actually breed the hets back together to get a visual. Imaginary $7,000 super chat. Yeah, you can do a $7,800 super chat, and then I'd be done with the marathon. Trying to pay the Harley off with the super chat money. Getting there is a little at a time. Where does the scaleless head originate? That is kind of interesting. It's joking me. That one's pretty strong for being such a small little snake. So I actually saw a video on the scaleless head, and it was actually Brian Barczyk that brought the scaleless head into the country. And kind of the funny thing is that he was ordering a whole bunch of imported snakes from Africa. That's what he said in the video. And they had this one with a few scales missing from the head, and they just kind of threw it in the shipment, kind of as an afterthought, not really thinking it was anything big. And then when he actually bred that and it actually reproduced the scaleless head in 50%, then he thought he could breed two of them together. And when he first produced the first scaleless, I think he was offered like $150,000 for the first scaleless, which is kind of crazy. Which is kind of where it originated, just a random import from Africa. I recently got a breeder female that laid last in June. Should I wait a whole year to pair her again? So she laid in June, July, August, September. I'd say if she's eating pretty good and she's got a good body condition, you could probably pair up. Usually pair in like mid-October, so it should be fine to pair up. You can pair up every year if they get back on food and they start eating pretty good. Crack open a fresh crew Coke brew, yeah. Oh, let's see. Least favorite recessive on visual representation. Yeah, I usually don't do videos like my worst ball python, the worst reptile, or the worst everything. I kind of stay on the positive side. I don't know if I have a least favorite recessive as far as anything that I've ever seen as far as a recessive. I'd have to think about that. Which is the least impressive recessive? I'm not sure on that one. Let's see. What is better for a beginner ball python? A ball python or a Brazilian rainbow boa? So what I've heard on the Brazilian rainbow boas is this guy's like, choke me out. No. All right, I'm done with this one. Oh, oh, all right. Wow, this one's like a super choker. That one does not like me. Woo! All right, here we go. Putting you back. Oh, you know, I think yesterday that one choked me out too. All right, Bobby. Here we go. We got to bring the superstar back out. So from what I've heard from Brazilian rainbow boas is that they really require a really high amount of humidity. If you have a Brazilian rainbow boa and you let it completely dry out, I heard you can actually kill the snake. And some people think it's a more advanced snake just because of the humidity requirement for your Brazilian rainbow boa. So I would definitely get a ball python if I was to choose between those two. Hey, we got another $5 super chat. All right, we're moving the needle on the Harley Davidson. Thank you. Oh, yeah. I didn't think we'd ever get out of the 8,000s yesterday. It was kind of crazy. I was like, oh my, we're down to 7,800. That is pretty good. Out of the 8,000s. We'll see if this takes a month. All right, $5. We are at 78.06, right? All right. So I was thinking, as a matter of fact, everyone that gives a super chat for the motorcycle, what I might do is actually put your name at the end of every video, kind of like I do the Patreon supporters. And I'll have like maybe a screen for Patreon and then maybe another screen for all the super chat Harley supporters on every video moving forward, which would be pretty cool. I'd probably have to scroll through all the names because there'd be so many names that have been given for the Harley Davidson over the last 2.5 days already. Kind of crazy. By the time we're done, there'll probably be like 500 names. It's kind of crazy. All right. Thank you, Samantha. That is awesome. Let's see where I was. Oh, I lost my place in these comments. Choked to death while live streaming on YouTube. Yeah. Let's see. I think I was up here. Yeah, I was up here. Let's see. I am embroidering some projects while listening to your live with my girl Yuki around my neck. Nice. Maybe I'll get something embroidered for the Harley Davidson. That'd be kind of cool. Can you show us the Pac-Man frog and its setup? So the Pac-Man's upstairs, and I can't really move my camera because I'm afraid I'll actually accidentally hit the X and we'll end the live stream. So I can't really. Yeah, my Pac-Man is doing good. He's getting really big. A big green Pac-Man. As a matter of fact, if you want to see the Pac-Man, I did a video not too long ago. It hasn't even been a month. It was like my 300 animals or something like that. And I went through every single animal, my tarantula, my Pac-Man frog, my crested geckos, my cows and chickens and ducks and everything. It was a pretty cool video. Bought a bag of 10 normal imports. Nice. 6 to 7 that don't look normal. It's kind of interesting looking at some of the normals that are imports. It seems like they're quite a bit different than a lot of the normals that we normally produce. Yeah, let's see. Am I getting sleep between these? Yes, I am getting a small amount of sleep between these live streams. So it's funny because I feel like a little bit. I wake up without setting an alarm or anything, but I still feel like I could sleep more. But I wake up and I start thinking about all the stuff I said in the previous live stream. My brain keeps going in circles. It's kind of crazy. That's the hard thing about doing live. If you say the wrong thing, you really can't take it back. That is kind of crazy. Versus, if you're doing a video, a lot of times you can cut it out or do it over. Doing videos every day, sometimes I'll do the same take over and over to try to get everything right and make sure I say the right thing. And, the dogs aren't barking in the background. There's, the rats aren't squeaking. All right, let's see. Man resurrected after having been choked to death by a python during live streaming. Let's see. Can you put the non-super chat helpers who provide questions? Yeah, so at the end of the live stream yesterday, we actually had like 2,800 people who actually were in the live stream. So there'll be like thousands and thousands of people, which is crazy. I'd have to do like a whole video of just kind of rolling all the credits of all this. Let's see. Yes, I did see the super chat. Set up your Instagram account right now and see how many followers you can get by midnight. Yeah, so I actually did Facebook, and by within 2 weeks, I had like 5,000 friends on Facebook, which is pretty much the maximum over there. And I had so many questions and emails. It was just so overwhelming that I just had to delete my Facebook. It was kind of crazy. So yeah, I really don't have time to do emails or Facebook or anything else. You should have a beard, being you live on a mountain. If I actually grow a beard out, I look really old. It's kind of crazy when I grow a beard out. I kind of look my age with a beard. YouTube doesn't accept your money. That's interesting. Ugh. I've had a few people say they tried to do super chat and it won't go through, which is kind of weird. Let's see. YouTube algorithm hates funny people. I don't know. Sometimes the good humor can actually, they can actually like the good humor. How much money did I make so far with the live streams? The first day I made like 400, I think it was $401 the first day. The second day, I think it was like 286 or something like that as far as the super chats. And today we're up to 85, which is quite a bit less than some of the other ones. But sometimes it can kind of jump around. You have a couple of people that give really quick all together. And sometimes it really depends on the time of the day. So I'm thinking a lot of people are probably working today. So maybe when they get off of work at 5, which is like in another hour, 5, 6, 7, 8, usually it starts going up. The views start going up too. We're like at 67 people. And then usually around 11 p.m. or close to midnight, I get a lot of people doing super chat from other countries. I have to do all the currency conversions from all the different countries around the world, which is kind of crazy. The best way to get rid of scale rot. I'm not sure because I've never actually had scale rot. What a machine, going for 3 days. Yeah. Going and going. Oh, make sure the zip code matches the one associated to that account. So maybe if you can't do a super chat, maybe your zip code is wrong. Yeah, a pretty good amount that we actually got over the super chat. So it's like what, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost $800. So we're actually up to 78. We actually started at 8,500, which is pretty good. I was actually just glad to get in the 7,000s by now, which is pretty cool. Hopefully it will get down to a reasonable amount. I don't know if we get down. I don't know if I'll go all the way to the end or if I'll kind of stop at some point and just kind of pay the rest out of my pocket and finish buying the Harley. It'll be the semi super chat Harley. We'll see how good it goes once I go. I'm thinking maybe doing a couple more days of super chat, and we'll see how far we get on the super chats. Better than a day job. Yeah, I guess you could say it's better than a day job. Kind of the cool thing about doing live stream is I can actually slow down and answer everybody's questions if I do a really long live stream versus if I do a 1 hour live stream. I'll get like so many comments. Most of them I won't even see because they'll go so fast. So it seems like there's fewer viewers at a time when they kind of drift in and out over live stream, and I can slowly go through and answer everybody's questions. Yeah, so I wish you succeed your goal. So we're gonna get that Harley Davidson one way or another. Yeah, so I'm thinking maybe, I don't know if I'll do maybe 7 days. I'm thinking maybe 7 days of live stream, and we'll see where we're at. I think I might cut it off. I might cut it off at 7 days. That is pretty serious. I actually started on Saturday, so I might do live streams Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and then see where we are on Friday, and then whatever's left, I might actually pay out of my pocket and just buy the Harley Davidson, and then go back. Probably take 3 days off, and then go back to my regular videos. That is what I might do. So. Do you still have African soft fur rats? No, but it's kind of funny about my African soft furs. I actually bought some originally, and they bred so slow. They were really slow to produce, and I got out of them the first time because my rats and my mice were producing so much faster than my African soft furs. And then I actually got into them just recently again. I think it's been about a year since I had them. I bought one male, and I think I had 3 or 4 females. And there was something wrong with that male, and it just didn't actually, for some reason, the females never got pregnant. And it was like, I had them for like almost a year, maybe a year and a half, and they were starting to kind of fall apart from old age, and I just finally fed them off. It was kind of the craziest thing. I must have had a sterile male or something. I don't know what was going on. Let's see. I'm from the Bahamas. Wow. 12 a.m., 5 different times all over West Virginia. Could you put slow chat on? I'm not exactly sure how to do slow chat. I love your will to win. I'm trying. WV, West Virginia. 6:13 in Venezuela. 11:15 in the UK. 11:15 p.m. Really? That is crazy. You can only pay $5 at a time. It rejects any higher amount. That is kind of weird. Huh. Weird. Huh. It seems like some people are limited, some people can't pay at all. That is kind of crazy. Super Chat's kind of messed up. It doesn't allow me to pay in the Bahamas. Wow. Huh. You're going to have to title all future live streams as 1 hour live stream, or we're going to get confused and cancel all of our plans for the day. Yeah, I could actually do that. I could tell you how long they are. Ugh. Yeah, I can't really bring the Pac-Mans down for the Pac-Mans. Region block Instagram. Tried giving 5 and 10 and it didn't work. That is interesting. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, you might try a different zip code on the super chat. It's kind of weird. Or different. I think you're trying to do credit cards. You could try a different card, maybe. So if you do, I don't know. You can pay $5 at a time, 1,562 times. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. All right. 18:15 in Ontario. That's what, 6:15 p.m. I have a male normal rat and breeding my own stock. I've had him for a year and still being a little attacking other rats. Yeah, usually mean rats. I will euthanize mean rats. I've seen some that are, some rats, they're kind of like dogs. If you kind of abuse a dog, especially if you get one from someone else, you never know what that rat went through. And if you actually get a mean rat, sometimes you just can't break them out of it. But naturally, I think rats are not really that mean. I've never had a mean rat that I've ever had before. Let's see. Yeah, YouTube does keep 30% of all super chat donations. And if you show profit at the end of the year, Uncle Sam takes 50% as a sole proprietor. So you have to watch that too. Tried with 2 different credit cards. Interesting. I could do, let's see. Let's see if this messes it up. I could try to send feedback. Let's see. I could do send feedback and it'll alert YouTube. And they go to tech support on it. Okay. All right. So, and usually they get back right away. So we'll see if they can actually fix the super chat. I don't know. Let's see. Yes, you can pay in Venezuelan currency. You can pay. I've been getting stuff from all different currency, which is kind of crazy. Do you use the Cash app? Not sure what that is. Love your channel. Thanks for all the tips. I learned a lot from you. Just started breeding your own feeders. Awesome. I actually used to do a lot more rat videos, and it's kind of tough with the rat videos because there's a lot of people with pet rats that are really against people showing videos about breeding rats and euthanizing them for snakes. So I really don't do a lot of rat videos anymore. Do you only have a select few ball pythons that would put around your neck? How do you choose? Most ball pythons around my neck will actually choke me out. The ones that really, I actually only have two that are really nice around my neck, and that is Bobby and my pinstripe female is the only two that really kind of are really chilled out around my neck that I don't have to kind of chase them and keep them from choking me, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. Yeah, it's funny how we're all connected on this internet thing. It's kind of interesting on the internet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually, let's get out another snake. I'll show you one of my other snakes. Let's do something different. All right, you ready for this? All right, Lucy. This is Sunny. So we'll get Sunny out again and see how he does. See if we can calm down Sunny. We'll tame him down a little bit more. All right, Sunny. Oh. Whew. All right, buddy. Oh, he is a big boy. Look at how big he is. Really beautiful. I could put this one around my neck. Oh, let's see. Whew. All right, buddy. He is a workout. Definitely need to tame this one down. I don't know if you can see him a little bit better now since it's past 4. Oh, he's a big boy. Uh-oh. Getting in trouble. Getting in trouble. Oh, yeah. That's the problem with retics is they can get away from you. All right. Come on, buddy. Woo. All right. Yeah. All right, let's put him back. We'll put him back. Woo. He is not happy. Wow. All right. That was kind of crazy. All right, so we'll switch back to Bubble. Bubble is my pinstripe female that it's a little bit easier to handle than that last one. Whew. And this one is almost as tame as Bobby. Pretty much almost exactly as tame. I don't know what's the deal with this one. Oh, whew. That wears me out. That snake is like ballistic. Let's see. Just remember to smash that like button. Yeah, I think likes help me. I don't know if it helps me or not. Let's see. Is there a super leopard? I want to breed a leopard clown male to a female normal leopard and want to know if there's a super form. So I think there is a super leopard, and I think the super leopard is looks almost exactly like the leopard. So it's kind of interesting. I've actually seen a lot of possible super leopards over there. I think they're pretty much, they look exactly the same as the regular leopard. And sometimes it's hard to tell the supers from the leopard. Go, Chris. Yes, I am going. We are at 4 hours, 19 minutes, 53 people. It's pretty amazing that most of the whole live stream for 12 hours, there's like anywhere from 50 to like 100 people at a time. I think people keep cycling in and out, which is kind of crazy. What was my first ball python? So my very first ball python actually went to the NARBC in Tinley Park. And I was actually looking for as a matter of fact, I didn't really know what to get. And I was looking at all the different ball pythons. And I decided on a pair of pieds. I got a male and a female pied, which was my very first ball pythons. What made me decide to start breeding? I think I was watching all the ball python breeder videos on YouTube. That is what got me into it. Bobby is checking out my haircut. Sonny is a beast. Yeah, it's Sonny. Yeah, so he is so long. I can actually the kind of the cool thing about reticulated pythons, if someone's really scared of snakes, we can actually have like 4 people holding a reticulated python, and the head will be like way at one end of the snake room, and they can actually touch the tail standing halfway out of the door, which is pretty cool. Let's see. You have to go eat supper. Yeah, it is a long marathon. You can always come back anytime. So yeah, if I do it 12 hours today, we still have 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7.5 hours to go until the end of the live stream. Yeah, would it help you the algorithm if you put Harley Davidson live stream marathon days? So I thought about doing that, but I'm not sure exactly if I would get into trouble with Harley Davidson. I actually put Harley Davidson in the title of my live stream. I'm not exactly sure. So how long can you handle ball pythons? Around 4 months old. I think you can handle them quite a bit. Usually, like this snake right here and Bobby, a lot of times if I hold them for a really long time, they'll just kind of curl up around my neck and go to sleep, which is pretty cool. But if a ball python is kind of like really flighty and kind of jumping around, I probably would only hold them for maybe like a half hour, probably maximum. Ball python live stream marathon day. Yes, it is the live stream marathon day number 3. What was the first clutch of eggs that I bred, and did I cut them myself? I did cut them myself, and I can actually look at my breeding schedule. Let's see. As a matter of fact, I'm not exactly sure. I think I lost my 2017 data. I lost some of my earlier data and some of my spreadsheets. I thought I had them backed up, and then I had a computer crash, and I lost my early stuff. So I'm not exactly sure. My first year, I think I produced like 10 or 12 clutches of ball pythons. So I'm not exactly sure which one was the very first one as far as the first ball python eggs. And let me tell you, when I cut my first batch of eggs, I was pretty freaked out cutting my first eggs. My favorite fast food. I don't know. McDonald's, I guess. I usually get a McDonald's Big Mac. All right, so let's get out another snake. Let's see. Oh, this one. Oh my gosh, you're all full of stuff. This is a Super Vessel Enchi Calico. So you know what I could do is just keep going through all my snakes, and you can kind of check out my whole collection. So this one is Dusty. Take a look at this one. Dusty is a super pastel Enchi Calico, 100% het desert ghost. Really awesome snake. This is a female. One of my holdbacks from this year, looking really good. And the super pastel really gives it a lot of color. The Enchi really reduces the pattern. Pretty awesome. And the Calico, this is like the orangish version of the Calico, where it's kind of interesting. A lot of times you don't get the high white with my version of Calico. We can see it kind of fades it out, almost like sandblasts the Calico off the side of the snake, which is kind of crazy. So that is one of my future breeders. Pretty awesome. Produced just this year. Pretty awesome. So here is another one. This is Fang. Fang is a super pastel desert ghost. Really awesome. This is my #1 ball python that I produced this year. It's kind of a fluke that I actually produced this one, because I bred my visual desert ghost as just some random female and didn't even know it was het desert ghost, and popped out this crazy looking snake. And I just couldn't believe that I actually produced this. And some guy actually offered me $1,500 for this, which I might actually take if we don't hit our goals for the Harley Davidson. I'll be like, hey, do you still want this snake for $1,500? I need to pay off the Harley. But that is a really awesome snake. I was thinking about holding that one back. That is a female. Her name is Fang. Pretty awesome snake. Let's see what else I have here. All right, here's another hatchling. This one is Rusty. Take a look at Rusty. Rusty is a pastel. As a matter of fact, I actually sold this one and it's paid for. And the guy that bought it was like, hey, can I see Rusty? He keeps jumping in every now and then in the live stream. He's like, I want to see Rusty again. Rusty is a pastel, 100% het desert ghost. Really beautiful snake. I love these pastels. And this one seems like it has kind of more of an orange color and a really reduced pattern. Sometimes the Enchis can be really reduced on a lot of these pastels. Pretty awesome looking pastel. And this one is definitely my chunkiest hatchling. Look at how big that is. That thing is really big and chunky. Kind of crazy. All right, what else do we have here? We have, let's see. This one is, here's another pastel. Looks a little bit different than that last pastel. This one's name is Slippy. Slippy is a pastel, possible het desert ghost. One of my new hatchlings from this year. This guy is fired up. That is crazy. So yeah, so if I actually get bit on the live stream, it's going to be getting bit by one of these guys. That is kind of crazy. Hopefully I won't get bit. That is pretty awesome. And look at the belly on this one. This is pretty much what pastels have, pretty clear bellies on these. So let's see what else I have here. Here is Joker. Joker is super skinny because I was assist feeding this one. Finally ate its first meal on its own, which is really good. So this is a pastel calico, my dark version of calico. Pretty awesome hatchling right there. Definitely love the pastel and the calico together. Pretty awesome. All right, let's see. Let's go through some snakes. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Here is a normal, one of my hatchings. This is Jeeves. Look at Jeeves. Normal, possible het desert ghost. Pretty awesome snakes. Has some interesting tracks right down on the belly there. Almost looks like almost looks like kind of a het pied marker on that one. This is pretty wild. Pretty cool snake. So here's another one of my holdbacks. This is Spock. Spock is a super pastel female, 100% het desert ghost. Look at that one, crazy looking snake. Look at how big Spock is. This thing is a beast. Kind of crazy. I absolutely love the super pastels. Really awesome. I earned 200 subscribers since my first 12-hour live stream. So I usually gain about 50 a day is pretty much my average. So in 3 days, that's a little bit higher than I normally would gain. Yeah. Yeah, it goes up pretty fast. Some days I'll actually make like 80 or 90 subscribers in a day. I think on Wednesday I had like 81 or something like that, which is kind of crazy before the live stream. But this guy is really awesome. I love the patterns on the super pastels. Really crazy looking thing. I actually should hang on to these and kind of tame them down. They're not used to being held at all. You could tell they tamed down pretty quick. She was hissing at me. None of them have been really snapping at me, but they definitely have been hissing. Kind of crazy. So this is Spock, super pastel het desert ghost. One of my holdbacks. I have so many holdbacks this year. It's kind of crazy. So let's keep going through the rack. This is Freckles. Freckles. This is, take a look at this one. Boy, I haven't looked at Freckles in a long time. Freckles is getting pretty big. Take a look at this one. This one is a super pastel calico, 100% het desert ghost female. You can definitely see the calico kind of opening up the alien heads on the sides right there. And some people were saying they thought this one was Enchi because of some of the pattern on the head. I'm not sure if this one actually has Enchi in it. They thought maybe the little fork behind the head was from Enchi, but I don't know. It's not really as banded as my other Enchi. So sometimes Enchi can be a little bit tricky, especially in a really jumbled up pattern with so many genes. That is pretty awesome. I don't know if these are big enough to actually put around my neck yet. Maybe not. I don't know if we can actually make them kind of hang out around the neck. Kind of crazy. On the road to 50,000 or 100,000. Yes. Let's see. All right, so let's keep going through the rack. We'll pull out another one. See if we can find another hatchling here. So this is my problem feeder. This is River. River is, I tried to assist feed this one like 5 times, and finally the last time it finally ate a kind of a smaller rodent. I actually went to a pretty small, almost like half the size of the belly here, but this one will absolutely not feed. It's kind of driving me crazy. This is a bamboo calico, a possible pastel. So this is, that's another reason why I don't really like to sell snakes kind of on, before they're ready to go. Sometimes it can take a really long time to actually get them to the point where they're ready to sell, which is pretty crazy. Let's see. Do you have any 100% het albino Mojaves? I don't have Mojave in my collection. All right, let's see what else we have here. I have a lot of stuff. This is Lucky. So if you've been on the live stream for a while, you've probably seen Lucky like 3 times. I showed Lucky. I think I showed Lucky 3 times a day. There's a lot of people coming in and out. Lucky is my smallest ball python hatchling. And she actually came from, well, we don't know if it's a male or female. I haven't probed it. It was actually a twin, and the twin died. And this was the other twin. It was super skinny. And believe it or not, this one actually already ate 4 meals. And it's like half the size of a hatchling ball python, which is kind of crazy. So this is actually a pastel spider, yellow belly, pied, 100% het albino. Pretty cool snake. And kind of the cool thing about this one is it's almost like translucent. You can almost like see right through the snake. If you actually hold it up to the light, you can almost see like the gallbladder, like right in here. Where if you actually took an ultrasound and looked in there, you can see kind of the gallbladder is usually right here, kind of a dark organ, and you can actually see it in the snake, which is kind of crazy. That thing is so incredibly small. And I'm surprised I didn't have to actually assist feed this one. It's like this is a little worm. It's so small. It is so incredibly small. Look at how small that thing is. Super tiny. So this snake is this is a really expensive snake though, if I can actually get it up to size. I'm not sure if I want to keep this one. I might actually keep it as a future breeder, especially since it's 100% het albino with the pied. I can actually make an albino spider pied with a yellow belly, and I could do all kinds of stuff with this, which would be pretty cool. Let's see. I had a feeling albino pastel pied. Didn't think the fire though, yeah. So yeah, so this one's Lucky, and it's never been assist fed. Ate 4 by itself, no assist feeding at all. So pairing up the retics, I actually paired them up about a month ago, and I'll probably pair them up October 15th, which would be pretty awesome. All right, let me show you another one. I actually sold quite a few normals already this year. This is Fettuccine. Look at Fettuccine. Fettuccine is a normal possible het desert ghost. And kind of the hard thing about the normals selling them over on Morphmarket is that the shipping is more almost the same as the normal. You end up spending like 150 bucks for a normal. I've actually sold some of them. Some people want the cheapest snake, but you sell them at the shows and they're not that expensive at the shows. It's the shipping that kills you on these. So this guy, if we could actually get him out a little bit, I kind of wanted to try to tame down some of these hatchlings here on the live stream. Might as well open them up and tame them down. And usually it only takes like 30 seconds after they're unwrapped to have them really kind of tamed down. Boy, this guy is like in the death grip of a ball. All right, come on, buddy. There, now we can see you. All right. Welcome to the live stream. That is pretty cool. That's a pretty cool belly. A little bit of checkering. I was kind of wondering on the het desert ghost. It almost seems like some of them have some kind of almost partially het pied markers. I wonder if you could actually see the het desert ghost in some of these normals, which is pretty cool. These sell really good. The #1 seller at the reptile show is pretty awesome. All right, let's see what else we have here. All right, so here's another one. Take a look at this one. This is one of my favorite ones, probably from the entire year. So this is actually a pinstripe, the pinstripe with a calico. And you can definitely tell he's hissing. He's a big hisser. I've had this one out like 6 times already. Every time I pick him up, he's like hissing and hissing. And then 2 seconds later, he's like all calmed down. So this is actually a pinstripe with calico. And I actually have a version of calico in my collection that brings in a lot of oranges on the side. Instead of bringing up the white, it makes it really like almost like a really bright brushed copper color. I don't know if you can actually see that on the live stream. Depends on the quality of the video, but it's super, super bright, like a copper color, almost like a gold colored with the calico in there. Pretty awesome version of the calico. That is a really awesome, probably my favorite snake. Even though it's not that expensive, it's a pretty inexpensive snake. I think I might actually hold this one back. Yeah, it does kind of look like a sunset. That is, as a matter of fact, if you actually took this version of calico and worked it into the sunset, I bet you can get some really crazy looking snakes. All right, what else do we have here? Here's another one of my hatchlings for this year. This one, what's his name? This one's name is Pasta. This is little baby Pasta. Pasta is a pastel pinstripe. Pastel pinstripe, possible het desert ghost. Pretty crazy what happens when you work the pastel in with the pinstripe. Kind of crazy. And this one's pretty gold too, which is kind of crazy. Seems like a lot of my snakes kind of have a gold color to them, which is pretty wild. So let's see. I'm kind of missing all the questions here. Yeah. Yeah, I want to bring them here in the Bahamas, but you can't. I heard ball pythons are illegal in the Bahamas. And in Hawaii, you can't have any ball pythons in Hawaii. Let's see. Let's see. How much do retics go for? Retics, it depends. You can get some pretty inexpensive retics, but some of the really cool ones can be pretty awesome. They can be pretty expensive too. Love your videos where you're debating on how long Bobby is or how much he weighs. I actually did a video and I on measuring snakes, and I actually took the weight and the length of Bobby. You can actually go back and check on that one. All right, so let me keep going through my hatchling rack. I'll show you some snakes. See what else we have here. So this is kind of interesting. So take a look at this. So this one is Coco. Take a look at Coco. Coco is a lemon blast, but if you compare the lemon blast Coco to Pasta, take a look at the difference between these two, which is kind of interesting. This one's like completely shattered, where this one is not completely shattered. So I'm wondering if there's maybe another gene in here with this one here that kind of and almost looks like trick or something in this lemon blast compared to like a normal lemon blast, which is kind of weird. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with this one. Kind of a crazy difference between the two. Here is Bunny. Bunny is, take a look at this one. Really cool looking thing. That is a pastel calico. Possible het desert ghost. Have I ever armed a stormtrooper? Well, I think there's only one stormtrooper. How to tame down a hatchling. So hatchlings, this one was hissing. Sometimes they hiss and bite, and the best way to do it is just kind of hold them. You can hold them for even like 30 seconds, and they tame down quite a bit just from holding them. So what I would do, usually with a really aggressive hatchling, if you hold it for like 45 minutes or an hour, usually they completely chill out just by holding them, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. Try to refresh the YouTube page. Let's see. Can't hear what you're saying. Can you hear me? Let's see. I think I should be going live here. All right. I think we're still going. We are at 4 hours and 45 minutes. Kind of crazy. I should actually refresh my YouTube page over here to maybe close a couple of these tabs so I don't use up some of my bandwidth. I'm on a really slow connection over here. You can't hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, you can hear. All right. All right, cool. We have volume. All right. It's hard to do a live stream without volume. All right, cool. Let me show you some more hatchlings. See what else I have here. Just keep going through. This is macaroni. All right, so here we go. This is a mini bamboo, a little mini Bobby. This is macaroni. I had like, 20 people that wanted to buy macaroni. I decided out of all my bamboos, I wanted to hold back one female. And this is the prettiest female bamboo that I had pretty much produced all year long. Really beautiful. Pretty much just a miniature version of Bobby. Pretty cool. Pretty awesome. Still has the little, kind of the little hearts on the sides too. Not as many hearts as Bobby has. It seems like Bobby has a whole bunch of hearts on the side, kind of the heart-shaped patterns. Pretty awesome. How do you use World of Ball Pythons to see if you have a world's first? You can actually go over there and search for your genes. So it gets a little bit complicated. So if you actually go over there and do a search of the morphs for like pastel and pinstripe, it'll come up with a different result than if you typed in pinstripe pastel. So sometimes it's the order of the genes. But if you actually find it over there on World of Ball Pythons, it'll actually say who first produced it in most cases. Is that one for sale? Nope, that one's not for sale. This is little baby macaroni. No, I had a lot of people asking about this one. All right. Oh. All right, so here is one of my top ones that I produced this year. This is my bamboo calico pinstripe. So it's actually a bamboo lemon blast with a calico. Bamboo pastel pinstripe calico. Kind of a crazy looking steak. This is Bobby's grandson with a bamboo in there. Pretty awesome. Do I ship to the UK? No, I don't ship to the UK. Yeah. Actually, let me take a break and I'll get Bobby. All right. Back with Bobby. Got bit by one of my juveniles for the first time. Yeah, there's always the first. You can call your cinnamon a root beer. That's a good name. My favorite morph is definitely Bobby. Bobby is a bamboo. Same as the little macaroni. That is definitely my favorite. What albino pied codom would you recommend breeding to a Candino het pied? So albino pied and a codom. Yeah, so if you bred an albino with a Candino, you would get half albinos, half Candinos, and they would all be het for pied plus the codom in there. So it depends what you want in your albinos or Candinos. So what I really like with the albinos is the black pastel. The black pastel really makes a high white albino. As a matter of fact, the blackhead does too. Probably the best one I've ever seen is the blackhead black pastel albino. And what that really does is it really reduces the color and gives you a really high white albino, which is really crazy. You can actually see one over on Morphmarket. It's actually the lavender albino blackhead black pastel, which is a really crazy combination. Let's see. I've been watching for 3 hours. All right. Cool. 3 hours, 30 minutes. We're actually almost at 5 hours now. That's kind of crazy. Almost halfway. All right. What's your favorite snake name? I don't know. It's I like all the snake names. 3 hours, 40 minutes. The Pastel Desert Ghost. Yeah, that is one of my favorites too. Close to the Harley, yeah. So today we only made $85, which is the lowest. Yesterday we made, I think, like 300, and then the day before it was like 401 or something. So we're actually down to $7,806 that we owe on the Harley. So I was kind of thinking maybe of doing the live streams with the super chats until Friday. See how much we can raise until Friday in super chats. And then once we hit Friday, I'm pretty much decided I'm just going to call it, and we'll just, I'll just pay the rest out of my pocket and buy the Harley. I think at this rate, I think it would take like 2 weeks of super chats, 12 hours a day to actually buy the Harley. I don't think it's actually going to work with just super chats, but you never know. We'll see how far we get. We'll buy that Harley one way or another. I might actually sell some snakes if I don't get that many super chats, which is fine too. We can do it one way or the other. All right, so it looks like we have 47 people on. So where's everybody from? All 47 people. I'm here in Bailey, Colorado, up in the mountains, about 9,000 feet. We're about an hour west of Denver, so kind of in the middle of nowhere. Pretty much in the middle of an elk herd, way up here in the middle of nowhere. In Austin, Oklahoma, Western Europe. That is kind of crazy. Indiana, wow. I thought about going to Indiana at one point. A&E Reptiles in Indiana. Actually, I knew a guy in Indiana that was, he went, I was actually in the Army for 4 years. and he actually lives in Indiana, which is kind of crazy. Charleston, West Virginia, Montana, Bahamas. How's the weather in the Bahamas? San Francisco. Venezuela. I used to have a pen pal in Venezuela when I was a kid. Her name was Marcela Almazan, I think, was her name. When I was like 8 years old or something, which is kind of crazy. Florida. Grand Bahamas. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, thank you for your service. I was in the 101st Airborne for 4 years. I went to Korea for a year, patrolled the DMZ over in Korea. That was kind of crazy. Most people think we live in huts. Wait a minute, you don't live in huts? That's pretty funny. As a matter of fact, I actually went over to the Bahamas on a mission trip, and we kind of rebuilt the church. We did painting and roof work, and I was the tile guy. I was on my hands and knees on top. Talk about some hard work, working tile in the Bahamas for 8 hours a day. That was crazy. Takes 30 days to receive super chat donations. Interesting. So I actually looked over. I'm not sure if it's actually 30 days on the super chat. So basically everything that I make up until the 30th. So Thursday and Friday, I might not receive that until, so I actually get paid on the 22nd from YouTube. So I'll probably get the super chat from Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday on the 22nd of October, which is kind of crazy. What's the most reliable heat tape? I always got my heat tape from Reptile Basics, and you can get it, pretty much have them cut it to any length, and they'll actually build your heat tape and put the connections on it. I've never really trusted to to do the heat tape connections myself. Sometimes if you mess that up, it can be kind of scary. North Las Vegas, cool. Which church? It was actually a family worship center in Littleton that I did the mission trip in the Bahamas. Yeah, that was a long time ago. I'd say it's probably been 10 years ago. They actually got hit with a hurricane, and then we went in there and fixed up the church, which is kind of crazy. It kind of ripped everything apart. Got to go for 10 minutes? All right. Fill you in with the info that you missed. All right. So we are at 4 hours, 58 minutes. We'll see how this actually goes. All right. All right, we're getting kind of, still at 49 people. Kind of crazy. All right, so is there anything you guys want to see as far as snakes? Any snakes you want to see? I was wondering if people are just getting out of work now at 5 o'clock. The highest price snake for sale. Let's see. That would probably be my Jungle Woma spider as far as my highest price snake. That was this one over here. This girl is a big choker too. She'll choke you out. So this is the highest price snake that I have for sale. As a matter of fact, I thought someone was going to buy it, but I don't know if they are or not. So a lot of people that say they're interested and then they kind of change their mind. So this is just a spider, and then it has the jungle woma gene. It's a female, pretty much ready to breed. Just a little bit. I think you could probably breed it this year if you kept feeding it really good. So she's pretty much on the edge. I think you could actually breed her this year, which is pretty cool. And of course, she goes in my shirt. All right, girl, where are you going? This girl's kind of squirrely, not like Bobby. She's kind of like all over the place. You want to see Lucy? Yeah, Lucy is in the other room. Can you still buy land where you're at? You can buy land, unless you do something with the land, you're just paying land taxes. So a lot of times it's not really worth it unless you're actually like running cattle. The problem is the land up here, if you're like even running cattle, a lot of times there's really short growing seasons. So sometimes it's not even worth it to buy land for cattle. You can get a lot of subs if you create a contest. So yeah, so I've actually seen, as a matter of fact, I watched one video where someone was saying, so if you have a contest, I've actually seen a lot of people do like snake giveaways, and people are like, well, I'll give you this, we'll have a snake giveaway if you subscribe to my channel to qualify for a snake giveaway. And apparently that's actually illegal per the YouTube terms of service. I've seen a lot of people do that and they get a boost in subscribers, but I don't think you can legally actually do that. Let's see, what are the major natural disasters in your area? So pretty much the biggest natural disaster here is the forest fires. Every year we have forest fires come through and pretty much wipe out large areas of the forest. As a matter of fact, we had one a couple of years ago. The wind was blowing like 80 miles an hour, and the fire was moving so fast and so hot, it was actually melting cars completely to the ground where you couldn't even tell that it was a car. It was kind of crazy. And as a matter of fact, last year, or it was the year before, oh, the snake. Come on, calm down. Like the year before, actually, the fires got so close to the house that I could actually stand on my deck and see the smoke like really close to the house. That was kind of the closest that the fires got to the house. And let me tell you, if it actually got to the point where the fire was coming to the house, I would probably just grab Bobby and and boogie out of here. All right, this one is a big choker. My most expensive one for sale, but it's a big choker. Really super head shy. Not used to being held that much. All right, let's see what else we have here. All right, so I really want to tame this one down. This is my pastel spider desert ghost. Look at that beauty. Pretty awesome snake right there. And if this girl would ever breed, I could sell some like this. I actually have a male desert ghost that I've been breeding to this girl. And she will just not lay eggs for whatever reason. And she's, I think, 4 years old now. Kind of crazy. Let's see. How about a pied? I just have one pied that's in my collection. Well, actually, I have a couple pieds. I have my visual pied female and my fire pied. Just recently had a fire and took a bin and started grabbing snakes and forgot two of them. That is bummer. Yeah, with the fire, I'm not even sure exactly what I would grab. I couldn't fit all my snakes in any kind of a bin. I just thought about getting like a little van or a trailer or something that I could just load up with snakes. Of course, if a fire comes through really fast, sometimes you actually won't know. A lot of times you don't have much time at all to actually get out. Sometimes those fires can get up on you really quick. All right. All right. So, what do you guys want to know? Anything? Any questions? After 5 hours and 5 minutes, maybe we ran out of questions. I want to make clown combos, but not enough in the budget to get a female. Would you recommend just a clown female or get multi-gene male with a multi-gene female het clown? Uh, Probably what I would do is I would get a visual clown with 2 copies of the clown, a visual clown, and then get a male that is a bunch of genes in the male that is het clown. And that way, what you can actually do is you breed up the female for like 3 years, because that's what you're really waiting for is the females. And then you take the male with the multiple genes with the het clown, breed it to the female, and then you actually, hopefully, you'll actually get a visual clown, multi-gene clown male from one of your offspring. And then after about a year, you could potentially breed that male back to that female again to work other genes into it. That's probably what I would do. That way, I would probably never recommend getting a female het. I would always go for a female visual because it's a lot easier to actually replace the clown versus, the male versus the female. I'm starting to get delirious. At 5 hours. All right, we had to evacuate weeks ago due to fires. Put 3 snakes in each tub. That is scary, especially out in California. That is really crazy. What's the most famous person you ever met? uh, that's a good question. Maybe Brian Barczyk, I guess. As far as the reptile industry famous, I don't think I've ever met anyone else that was really famous. Do you love ball pythons? Oh yeah. Tell us more about you. Do you have kids? I don't have any kids, no. I was born in Wisconsin and then moved to New Hampshire when I was like 15, 14. It was like 14. I moved to New Hampshire when my parents split up. And then when I was 17, I went in the military for 4 years. And then when I came back out, I lived in Colorado for a while. And actually, I spent a year in Korea in the military. And I'm still in Colorado. Siblings, I actually have 4 brothers as far as siblings. What's the cheapest snake I've gotten? I've actually gotten the cheapest snake is actually I got a free ball python. It was a normal female over on Craigslist. That was my cheapest. Is lavender albino something you'd like? I'm not sure if I want to get into lavender albino or not. There's so many other genes that I want to get into. I want to get into the leopard and the axanthic and maybe the puzzle. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Maybe the confusion. There's a lot. Maybe blackhead. There's so many snakes and so little room. What happened to punk rock? I think he fell asleep. What do you think about axanthic pied? It's pretty awesome. The kind of the cool thing about a xanthic, you can actually work in the pastel and the fire to make a really clean, like a high white axanthic. Would work really well, I think, with pine. Do you ride horses? No, I've never really rode a horse. I rode a horse once. It's kind of one of those rental horses. He wasn't very friendly. He like ran me into some trees and stuff like that. And then I actually wanted to get a horse, and I was unemployed for I think like 8 months or something. I had this whole stack of horse training videos. And I was going through all the different horse training, and I found videos by John Lyons, who is pretty much the best horse trainer. And I was going to get a horse, and I decided, I really don't have enough time to spend with a horse because they really need a lot of attention. They're pretty high maintenance. This guy's kind of squirrely. Thank you for your service. Yes, thank you. 4 brothers, yeah. With some of your snakes not being held, are you worried about getting tagged in the face? Never with a ball python. I've never been bit. The only time I get bit by a ball python is when they're feeding, like in feeding mode, or sometimes when they're in their tubs and they're really defensive. But if you pick them up, put them on your neck, you'd never get bit by a ball python. Getting the kids ready to eat. All right. We thought you fell asleep. On our live stream, 5 hours, 11 minutes. I don't know if this was a good idea or not. Should I keep going or should I stop? Shout out a random person every 5 minutes. I could do that. Do you ever think you'll get into the DJI Mavic? Yes, someday. Someday I'd like to get into the DJI Mavic. Send me challenges. Keep going. I pretty much ran out of things to say. And it's, I don't think we'll ever pay off this Harley. It's already, we still owe $7,800 on the Harley Davidson. Oh, that's crazy. Well, I'm glad you guys are having fun. Yeah, I'll keep going if you guys want to keep going. That's fine. There's still 50 people on the live stream, which is kind of, I don't think we've dipped below 50 in 3 days, which is kind of crazy. No, I keep talking. It's not that I remain silent thing. I just don't want you guys to get bored or anything. Challenge you to sing. I've never sung, and I don't really dance either. Go silent for the longest time. I think I would lose everybody if I went silent. Let's see. Yeah, you would. I definitely would. All right. So, okay. So I'm going to go through the rest of my hatchlings. I just have a few more. And you can kind of see what else I have in my hatchling bag. That's kind of fun. It's kind of weird. When I started showing my snakes, my viewers actually started increasing. I think we got up to like 70 when I was going through a lot of my snakes. People jump in and they see kind of what's going on. And then if it's not interesting, I think they bail, which I think there's people like constantly cycling in and out. So at what point would you worry about a ball python if it's staying in its hide 24/7? So that is one of the reasons that I really don't like the glass aquariums with the hides. I had a whole room full of them, and all the snakes would always be in the hide all the time. And I kind of felt bad for the snakes. And in a big tub, it seems like they have a lot more room, like these dark tubs behind me. And they're always like either on the cold side or the hot side, kind of moving around. I'll open them up and they'll be drinking water or whatever. And it's not really like they're scared hiding in a little hide. And let me tell you, these tubs are like a game changer for ball pythons. My throat's actually doing pretty good. I'm sounding a little rough maybe, but it doesn't really hurt that much compared to like last night at about 11 o'clock. That was kind of funny. It was like my throat was on fire after the second 12-hour stream right at the end. It was so crazy. What prompted you to do ball python breeding? And you make a bunch of money off your YouTube videos. That's pretty funny. So I actually got into ball pythons. It's kind of weird. I was actually working in a laboratory, and just kind of out of the blue, I was in the lunchroom, and someone walked up to me and showed me this ball python on their phone that sold for $45,000. And I was like, what in the world is going on in the snake industry? It's actually a scaleless head when they first came out, and they were posting it for 45,000, and like a week later they would actually sell for 45,000. So I was like, I couldn't believe it. And then once I started digging in to some of the YouTube videos about breeding snakes, I was really interested just generally in breeding snakes. And then I started getting a whole bunch of colubrids and king snakes, and then I finally drifted over to ball pythons. I felt like I should have started like I probably would have started like 10 years earlier if I would have actually known about ball pythons. I felt like I kind of missed the whole craze in ball pythons. I probably wouldn't have worked in the lab for so long if I would have known about ball pythons. And then as far as my YouTube videos, it really depends on the views. So when I first started YouTube, I actually started posting videos. Now, it was kind of funny because when I first started, I saw a kid with a toy channel, and he was making like $11 million a year, some 11-year-old kid. So I was like, if he can make it, I can do it too. So I actually started putting out daily videos every day. And then about 6 months later, after the daily videos, I started making about 80 cents a day, which is kind of crazy. And then I slowly increased to where I was making, I think I was making about between 2,000 a month and about 2,800 a month when I was decided to make a jump from working at my day job over to YouTube and breeding ball pythons. I was making about 2,800 a month over on YouTube just from the ads. And then as soon as I made the jump, the pandemic hit. And I think the pandemic, a lot of the advertisers pulled out of YouTube. And I went from making 2,800 a month to like 1,400 a month on YouTube. It was not enough to pay the bills. So I was kind of panicking for a while. So I'm slowly climbing back up to I think last month I made like 2,200. So I made like 1,400, and then the next month I made 1,600. The next month I made 1,800, and that was like putting out between 30 and 60 videos every single month. It's been a really slow climb, but once you get to the top, you can make millions in a month. It just takes a really long time to actually get there. So right now it's getting back to where I can almost live off my YouTube videos. If it wasn't for the hatchlings, I don't think I could survive right now. Can you keep your snake with or without a hide? If you have a clear enclosure, I would probably use a hide. I prefer the dark enclosures like these tubs, and then you don't have to use a hide at all. Let's see, this is jumping around on my comments. What makes the confusion gene so pricey? So the confusion gene is pretty new. It hasn't been around that long, and I think that is what really makes it pricey. So the visual differences, it's essentially like the leopard, where it really explodes the pattern, and like kind of a leopard on steroids, which is pretty awesome. And usually the confusion has some like a dark belly, which is kind of crazy too. Let's see. What's up? You're really doing this? Yes, I am. Who's this around your neck? This is Frosty. Frosty is my pastel spider desert ghost. She's finally calming down. She's like freaking out all over the place. I think I'm calming down all my snakes over here on the marathon live stream. Kind of crazy. I used Cocoa Blocks for a few of my snakes a few months back, and all those snakes act like they have an RI. Wow. Uh, so, so if you're using coconut husk block, and you're getting respiratory infection, it could be that you don't have enough ventilation in some of your tubs. So if you trap all the humidity in there, sometimes it's not good. So if you can actually increase the ventilation, yeah, if you have respiratory infection, I probably would keep them as dry as possible. I'd probably stay on paper towel, and then maybe just put a little humidity in there right before they shed, and then dry it out again between the sheds. That's probably what I'll do. Chris is really doing this. I don't know. 5 minutes ago, I was ready to bail. I don't know if I should keep going. Try to hit the share button. I guess this is good for my YouTube channel. It's bringing up the views. So that's one good thing. And the subscribers. I put a hide in my boa enclosure. He gets cage defensive and hides so much more than when he gets no hide. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with boas and the proper setup for a boa. It's kind of funny. Like I actually moved Lucy over to no substrate, just nothing. I actually ordered some unprinted newspaper I'm going to try, but it seems like she likes no substrate better than the coconut husk, which is kind of weird. Still going. I am the legend until I fall over from the live stream. You might catch me sleeping here on the live stream. Let's see. What did I do in the lab? So I was actually an analytical chemist in the lab. What I would actually do is I develop methods for analysis. So say, for example, you had a really complicated natural product on the shelf, like a vitamin or a supplement, and I develop a method where we can actually look at certain things in that complicated matrix to where you could actually pick out some of the toxic impurities. And then for a while, I actually was doing medical device development. We brought a lot of medical devices, like we did drug-eluting stents, drug-eluting balloons. We had some patches that had a drug in that I worked on developing. I actually worked on developing it was like it was like an internal bandage, which is kind of weird. So for surgeons, if they actually are trying to like bandage up one of the organs after a surgery, you have a self-dissolvable bandage inside of your body. So kind of the weird medical device. I did one where they actually implanted something in your eye, and actually was helping to bring that to the market. All kinds of crazy stuff. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Nice. Chipping away at the Harley Davidson. Oh, looks like 40 people are on here. I actually see 61 people on here, which is kind of weird. So I think it's kind of weird that I think I'm actually seeing more updated stats versus what you're actually seeing on YouTube. Because it's weird, actually. At the end of the last video, it said I had like 40 some thousand, or like 4,100 views on that live stream, and you actually go over to YouTube and it only says like 2,800. So I think there's like a lag in the information when it gets updated. All right, so we are down to $7,801. Woo! Oh. Frosty is jumping for joy. All right. We're getting delirious. Only 7,801 left to pay off the Harley Davidson. How do you send money? There's actually a little money icon right under the chat that you can do the super chat, and click on that, and yeah. Some people have been saying that it doesn't work for some people. Some people in some countries say they can't actually give. And some people in the United States, I don't know if they have a bad credit card or what's exactly going on. I actually sent tech support ticket over to YouTube because some people are having so many problems trying to give super chat. All right, so I'm gonna go back. 41 peeps. If we could give $5, you would get 250. No pressure for giving. It's I'm not really here to, I'm just kind of here to do something different. Kind of connect with everyone over here. I thought it'd be kind of an interesting project. If we get down to the end and it's not paid off, I'm thinking about doing live streams maybe all week until Friday. And whatever's not paid off Friday, I'm just going to pay the rest and get the Harley and call it the super chat Harley. So it doesn't really matter if it's paid off or not. So we'll just keep going. We'll do it one way or another. Are you still working on the completely scaleless project? I am. This snake is freaking out. This one is super head shy, kind of freaking out. So my females aren't big enough to produce a completely scaled. So I'm thinking maybe next year I can breed them. Kids videos have a huge potential. So I don't know if you've actually heard about what's going on with the kids videos, but if you have a kids channel, you're pretty much dead in the water. As of, I think it was early last year, they came out with the kids thing. So there's a big lawsuit over on YouTube, where what YouTube was actually doing, they were collecting advertiser information for kids under 14, which weren't actually supposed to be over here on YouTube. So technically, if you're under, I think 13 or 14, you're not supposed to be watching videos over here on YouTube. And YouTube was collecting data on those kids and targeting advertisers towards those kids. And they got caught and they paid like millions of dollars. And they actually came back and hit the creators. So now I can't show any kids in any of my videos. And if I do, I have to mark it as a kids video and I don't get the ad revenue. The comments are turned off. There's no thumbs up or thumbs down. They don't do notifications. Yeah, if you have a kids channel, you're pretty much dead in the water as of, I think it was like a year and a half ago. So no kids on my channel ever. As a matter of fact, if I'm doing reptile shows, and I catch some kids in the shows like Handle and Bobby, I have to cut them out. It's pretty amazing. All right, nice. Here comes supper. Thank you. All right, it is chili time. My homemade chili, 15 bean soup with bacon and ham and brown sugar, my own recipe. I actually gave the recipe in yesterday's live stream, somewhere in the middle. I doubt you can find it though. All right, let's see where we are in the comments. If I'm only going to have one clutch of Mojave Lesser, should I just sell on Morphmarket? Or is it worth renting a booth at the show? Good question. So sometimes you can actually, what I would actually do is I would actually go into like a reptile store that deals with reptiles and ask them if anyone is wanting to share a table. Sometimes people will share an 8-foot table with someone else. So sometimes you can actually, especially at the reptile stores, I've actually, a lot of those guys at the reptile stores, they know everybody in the industry and they kind of know what's going on. So sometimes you can actually ask them to ask around if someone can actually share a table. As a matter of fact, if I was doing a show and like I have an 8-foot table that is completely full of snakes from one side to the other, and maybe I want to sell a little bit of something else, but I can't fit it on my table, I'd probably be willing to share a table with someone else, you know, put some like coconut husk blocks, maybe put like my tarantula or my frog or some of my baby geckos or something on that table and kind of share a table with someone else. I probably don't have enough to actually have 2 tables at a show, but sometimes you'll find people that will share a table. I'm looking into breeding. Can I just leave the eggs in the glass enclosure with the mama snakes? So usually with the eggs, you have to have them almost at 100% humidity and you actually have to have the right temperature, like 90 degrees. So if you actually live like in the tropics where it was always 90 degrees with like a really high humidity, you might be able to leave the eggs in with the mama. This snake is going for the rack. I don't want you to go for the rack. All right, come on. This is Frosty. All right, let's switch with Bobby. Frosty's getting crazy. All right, Frosty. Come on, girl. Woo. All right, there you go. All right, let's bring out Bobby, the superstar. Ugh. So far, 2 12-hour streams, almost halfway this one. Haven't been peed on, and I haven't been bit, which is good. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. Awesome. All right. I'm going to move my dinner down to my Yeti cooler. All right. Thank you. We're chipping away at this one. We are at, look at that. We're below 7,800s. Yay. We are at 77.96. 77.96. All right. Getting closer. Oh. Whew. All right. Thank you. Wolverizer 72. That's a cool name. All right, so we're getting a bunch of comments. A few more people on the stream. All right, let's see. Do the YouTube ads pay you the same whether people skip the ad or click the ad? That is a very good question. I don't really know one way or the other, although I've heard some people say that you actually make more money if you actually watch the whole ad, but I don't think that's true. And usually what I get paid, I pretty much get paid about 1 penny per ad. So every time you see an ad, I actually make 1 penny. So you can kind of figure out if you actually watch a whole bunch of my videos and you see 10 ads, I'm making like 10 cents. So yeah, I need an incredible amount of views to make a decent amount of money. Kind of crazy. All right, let's see. My dad had 4 boas at the same time. That is a handful. Boas can get pretty big. Have you ever thought about getting a venomous? No, I actually thought about getting a king cobra until I found out they ate ball pythons. Like, I don't think I'm going to get a king cobra. And then I found out they were like the most deadly, venomous, most toxic venomous snake of all of them. So that's kind of crazy. Probably won't get a cobra. Is it okay if a ball python gets a little bit of substrate in their mouth after eating? So I try to avoid getting any substrate in their mouth. I think they can get a mouth infection if they actually get it in there. So what I actually try to do, when I had Lucy on the coconut husk, I'd actually put a piece of cardboard in there and then feed on the cardboard. And you can actually do that. And that's one of the reasons I actually went to the coconut husk chip too, is a lot of times if you actually get it humid, it'll form kind of a block, like a solid mat that doesn't really flake up and get in the mouth. That's I'd say that's probably the number one reason that I actually went with the coconut husks, the chips as far as the substrate. I don't know what Bobby's doing. Going for my head again. On Twitch, ladies sleep and get paid while sleeping. I guess I could try that and sleep for 12 hours a day. That's pretty funny. That is crazy. I guess it depends what the ladies are wearing when they're sleeping. I can't really compete with that. All right, let's see. Yeah, imagine if I fell asleep and woke up to see the money from my house collected. I'd probably fall asleep and wake up and there'd be like one person left at midnight. Do you ever miss working in the lab? It's funny you said that. I actually called the lab the other day, or I was texting someone at the lab. I was like, "Hey, how's it going in the lab?" kind of exploring my options. And they said they're actually everyone in the lab is wearing a mask 8 hours a day unless they're in the lunchroom. I'm like, yeah, I definitely don't want to go back to the lab. I don't want to wear a mask all the time. Let's see. What is the snake on my neck? This is Bobby, my bamboo ball python. Really beautiful. Just one single gene. He is the star of my YouTube channel. He's probably on about 800 videos over on YouTube. I am still going. I was going to quit, and then everybody wanted me to keep going, so here I am. Let's see. Are you feeding your snakes soon? So I don't do feeding videos anymore. You should leave it running all day and then come back in 12 hours. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Working on feeding my worst eater as I watch. Still fasting. That's the hard part about ball pythons. It can be really frustrating. When I get the Harley, am I going to take Bobby for a ride? I don't know. I think like PETA or those groups that go after animal abusers might come after me. You kind of got to watch what you put on YouTube. You have to be really respectful of your animals, especially when you're in the spotlight. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of funny. I actually took Bobby to the reptile show, and I was showing him to everyone in the show. And I thought I had a good time. I thought Bobby had a really good time. And there's a lot of people that thought that was really wrong that I brought Bobby to the show and exposed him to that kind of stress, which I didn't think he was that stressed at the show. I thought he had a good time. So I don't know. I missed the old YouTube. Yeah, apparently you used to be able to make a lot more money on the old YouTube. It was a lot more, I guess it was a lot easier to trick the old algorithm. All right. Thank you for feeding our guy. Yeah, I have quite a few. I have some snakes that are actually on hold or sold here, just kind of waiting to ship them out that I'm feeding. No problems. I have so many rats. I got so many crazy rats. I have some Doritos tacos. Nice. Speaking of which, I want to have a little more of my stew over here. I don't think Bobby wants the stew, though. I challenge you to make arepas, my country's national dish. Never had that one. My banana Enchi clown is doing great this year, and I'm definitely going to breed my banana Enchi clown. So his name is Pasta. See if I can reach in without getting bit. This is Pasta. Look at how big Pasta is. Really getting big. Definitely a nice breeder. Paid $1,500 for this guy. Hopefully I'll actually get him to breed this year and I'll get my money back. I actually have 2 female clowns. I bred them last year to both of those clowns and neither one of them actually laid eggs. It was such a bummer that neither one of them laid. But both of them are really big. My lesser clown is he's really eating really well. She is. And I think they'll actually do really good this year. Hopefully I'll get a good clutch of eggs from those. Why don't, hey, got another super chat. Thank you. All right. Chipping away at the Harley Davidson. That's kind of crazy. All right. Whoever came up with this crazy idea to pay for a Harley Davidson on a marathon. Whoo. That's the craziest thing I've ever done. 77.91. Of course, if I get to Friday and we're down to like $1,500, I might keep going. I'll be like, we can do it. We can do it. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, almost lost Bobby. Woo. All right. We're starting to get delirious. How many hours have you streamed for so far? 30 hours. I've been streaming for 30 hours. That is crazy. So we did 5 hours and 40 minutes today, almost 6 hours today. We did 12 hours yesterday and 12 hours the day before. Kind of crazy. We're starting to get delirious here in the snake room. All right, we'll see if we can keep going, keep our sanity. Why no ball pythons don't get stuck in holes but in captivity? Not sure about that question. My snake was super washed out, and he had washed out eyes. And I thought he was going to shed today, and shows no sign of shed. So when a ball python sheds, it'll actually turn like go into really deep blue, and then after the deep blue, it'll actually go into a clear phase. So in the clear phase, it almost looks like they shed, and that's the time where you should really bump up the humidity right before they shed. And you can actually do it. I'd bump up the humidity in the blue phase too, but sometimes it can kind of trick you. So it's kind of crazy. Super chat, yeah. Yeah, there are videos on YouTube about maternal incubation. Yeah. You have to create Instagram. Yeah. I got so many things going on. I really don't have time for Instagram. I actually created a Facebook, and like within 2 weeks, I had 5,000 friends. It was absolutely crazy. And so many people emailing me and send me stuff over there. I felt bad that I was like ignoring people, and I couldn't even cover it. So I actually just deleted my Facebook because I felt like, people were trying to contact me, and Bobby, what are you doing? Up my shirt. I think Bobby's starting to get a little crazy too. Let's see. How often do I feed my baby ball pythons? So my hatchlings, I usually feed usually twice a week, like I'd say maybe every 4 or 5 days, something like that. At least once a week on hatchlings. Let's see. Any double recessives you're working into the bamboo? So no, I don't really have anything that I can work into the bamboo because I really don't have an adult female bamboo. So I actually have one bamboo that is close to being ready to breed. That's a female. She's actually a pastel pinstripe bamboo. But other than that, I don't really have another female bamboo. So the only thing I can really do is breed Bobby into something else. As far as the double recessive, I have an albino pied, but it's a male. So I can't work the Bobby into another male, even though they're 2 genes I would like to actually work with. What project are you really interested in that you want to work on? So I'll probably do the next one's going to be the Confusion project, as far as the next project that I'm going to get into. Really want to work, I'm thinking about maybe getting a female axanthic to breed it into my triple het projects. Might get something with leopard in it too. Leopard's a really awesome gene that I just don't have in my collection. Maybe I'll do a puzzle too. I might do like a leopard het puzzle or something like that. Let's see. You should do a video and show every type of recessives and all the combos. Yeah, if I showed every recessives and all the combos with all those recessives, it would be like a 12-hour live stream. It would be a really long video. Yes, I am still going. You running into money issues? Why are you looking at other jobs? I don't know. I'm just exploring all my options. I don't think I'd ever go back to the lab, but I don't know. It'd be an easier life, I think, to actually just work the day job, come home, and just clear your mind and have the weekends off. I don't know. With the YouTube, every single day, you're always working every single day, kind of nonstop. It's pretty taxing. But the YouTube, I think the YouTube and the snakes will pay off more in the end, in the long run. Did all those people who wanted to keep you going offer an incentive? I think maybe everyone on the live stream right now has already given me a super chat for my Harley Davidson. And as a matter of fact, I think I saw some people that gave like 5 times. It's kind of crazy. That's like the same people keep giving over and over. Which I don't know if this is if we'll ever pay off the bike, but we'll get as close as we can. I'm thinking maybe of going till Friday, and then maybe Friday at midnight, cutting it off depending on where we are, and then I'm just going to pay the rest on the motorcycle and go back to the regular videos. If I can make it till Friday. This is Monday, right? This is yeah, 3 days in. That is kind of crazy. All right, let's see. I tried to give super chat multiple times, multiple amounts for multiple cards. Transaction decline. That is kind of crazy. I have no idea why that is. I plan on 2 females, 1 male, and hopefully 2 clutches this year. What type of rack would suffice? So I actually like the ARS 1039 racks. They're pretty pricey. You may be able to get like half of ARS 1039 for half the price. How do you get a scaleless? You have to actually breed 2 scaleless heads together to get a scaleless. How do you stop your Morphmarket addiction? The thing that stopped my Morphmarket addiction was when I had my very first really big clutch of my best year of ball pythons. I had like 100, 120 hatchlings. And let me tell you, when you start producing like 100 hatchlings, there's really no reason to buy anymore. You're pretty much just, you're kind of making room for a lot of your holdbacks. And a lot of times you can really do really well from your holdbacks. But before you have a really big year, I think it's kind of addiction. Let's see. You should shout out your Patreons. Yeah, I actually, at the end of every video, I have a whole list of all my Patreons. It's a pretty big list, all those Patreons over there. I think my snakes gave me an ear infection. I never heard of that one before. Let's see. I'm pretty far back on these comments. How many hours have you streamed so far? Yeah, we answered that one. Let's see. Why are there no banana pinstripe Mojave spiders on Morphmarket? Sometimes it's actually hard to find some combinations over there. There's so many combinations. Thank you for the amazing content. Sure. Love the reptile stuff. Your positivity rocks. I enjoy the farm content. Cool. How do you cope with feeding mice to your snakes at first? Yeah. Trying to feed mice to snakes, that's kind of the hard part. Trying to get over feeding one live thing to another, it's still kind of tough. So how difficult is it to ship snakes during this pandemic? So it's kind of interesting. I actually go over to morphmarket.com, shipyourreptiles.com, and they have all the regulations and the restrictions for the pandemic. And for a while, I think it was like 3 or 4 months, you actually couldn't ship at all. They said, do not ship your snakes because of the protests and all the stuff that was going on with kind of the backup in FedEx. And they actually just recently changed it. And now you can ship on, you can actually ship on Tuesdays or Wednesdays, and you have to ship directly from a FedEx hub to a FedEx hub. And I don't think you can ship to like certain areas where the protests are, or in California where the fires are. So there's a whole bunch of restrictions. But they did turn on the live insurance, the insurance and the live arrival guarantee over on Ship Your Reptiles. Hey, we got a super chat. I see it pop up. Wow, $20. I think that is the biggest super chat that I got. As a matter of fact, it's funny. The other day I got one that said $50. I was like, yeah, $50. And it was actually in a different currency. And it came out to be like $1.53 or something. which got, I was still excited about it, but I was like, wait, 50 and then like a couple bucks. It was kind of wild. All right, we're moving the needle. All right, so I guess I'll stay on for a little bit longer. It gives me some hope. It gives me some motivation to keep going. All right, and we have a goal. A goal to the end. 77. 77, 71. Nice. You know what's funny about 777? That's actually a pretty lucky number. And it's pretty funny. I was actually working in the lab, and when you're in the lab, you're working around all these scientists and you're all technical and statistical and you're working all these numbers and high-tech calculations. And we actually had this one lady in the lab that she would actually run something on an instrument. And if she actually got a result that was 666, she would actually rerun the test because she was so superstitious over 666. Every time I see like 666, I always think of her like, oh no, we got to run this test again. Even if it was like perfectly where it was supposed to be as far as the results is. She was like so superstitious. It was kind of crazy. All right, thank you, Trashman0131, for the super chat. All right. 90 likes. We actually have 95 likes, 66 people on, $120 so far in the super chat. We've been super chatting for live streaming for 5 hours and 52 minutes, 52 seconds. Kind of crazy. I'm almost halfway. We're doing a 12-hour live stream. How are you doing this without bathroom breaks? Very good question. Yeah, I haven't really had to go, which is kind of weird. I think it's the Coke. The American Coke, you can hold it for a long time if you're drinking Coke. I don't need a break. Do you have a video you're talking about pattern changers, color changers? So yeah, I actually have a whole playlist. I think you can actually go into my playlists and look at designer ball pythons, and I have how to make a striped snake, how to make spotted snake, how to make all the different pattern and color changes. I think I recently did one where it was pattern changing mutations or something like that. So yay, we got 100 likes. Hey, we got another super chat. Nice. This is in Danish dollars, 50 Danish dollars. Thank you very much. So let's do the conversion. DKK, 2 USD, and then 50 is $7.84. We're going to round up to $8 on this one. Thank you very much. All right. Wow, we're moving fast on this one. Oh, it's crazy. Like at the beginning of the day, it's like we had a whole bunch of them, and I think we went for like 4 hours without a super chat, which is kind of crazy. All right, so that is 784. As a matter of fact, I can actually bring up this one over here. So minus 8, down to 77.63. Wow, we're plowing through it. Move that needle closer to the motorcycle. All right. Kind of a crazy thing to do for a Harley Davidson. All right. Awesome. Whew. That gives me my second win. What is your opinion on wildlife biologists? I don't even know what a wildlife biologist does. I don't know. I don't know about that one. What is your biggest fear? Let's see. There was a couple times I was actually weak in the knees. Let's see. That is still okay. Here we go. So I was actually a beekeeper for a certain amount of time, and one of the times that I was afraid the most, like weak in the knees, is the first time I actually opened up a beehive and I heard a million bees buzz so loud that it was like deafening. And it's for some reason, the first time I kind of got weak in the knees, that was kind of loud. But I overcame that fear and I became a beekeeper. The second time that I really felt really intense fear is when I was coming home from work. And we had this forest fire in 80-mile-an-hour winds, and it was blowing through the forest so fast that it was like melting cars to the ground. I can see it off in the distance. And I remember passing the fire station, and there's like firemen and fire trucks just sitting over in the fire station. They weren't even going anywhere. They're like, this fire is too amazing to actually even fight. It was so frightening. And I drove I think it was like 40 minutes. And the fire was just kept going on and on and on, pretty much all the way home. I thought for sure that my house was going to be gone when I got home. That is probably the two scariest times that I ever had, pretty much in my life. I used to jump out of helicopters and do like a lot of parachuting and stuff. So not really that afraid of heights. What's the ultimate dream for your life? The ultimate dream is to be a YouTuber and raise snakes. That is my biggest dream. What's your opinion on exotic vets? I wish there were more exotic vets, especially that worked on snakes. It's kind of hard to find a vet that'll actually do some of the crazy, I wish there's vets that you could come to the house and work on my bulls, my Angus bulls, and the snakes, and like all the different amphibians and stuff like that. It's like someone who would actually do it all. Out of all the snakes with neurological issues, which one would you want to save? I'd want to save the spider. Save the spider. Everyone's against the spider. I think we should just breed a few spiders just to save them. They're pretty cool. What's your opinion on Brian Barczyk getting a sloth? So that's kind of interesting. I saw kind of a thumbnail for that, but I haven't actually seen him with the sloth. I actually saw a sloth at a reptile show. It's pretty wild. They're actually feeding him grapes or something like that. Really bizarre looking animal. I don't know much about sloths. About my son, a ball python, I was doing research and I found Brian Barczyk channel, Always Evolving Pythons, and yours. So yeah. So Brian Barczyk kind of does kind of like the reptile zoo stuff. Always evolving pythons is like more high-end snakes, a lot of the breeding. And mine, I do a lot of genetics and some random stuff on my channel. So yeah, there's a lot of really cool channels out there. How often do females get bred? They get bred pretty much once a year. If the breeding season, I'd say, is about 10 months from the time you breed them to the time they lay eggs, and about 2 months to feed them to get them back into condition before you actually start breeding them again. Can you demonstrate a male versus a female? So yeah. So to tell the male and the female, what I do is I use a probe kit. Got the wrong end of the snake here. You can't probe the mouth. And what I do is actually right in the tail, there's actually the vent right here. And on either side of the vent, there's 2 pockets. That's where the 2 hemipenes are on a male. And what you can actually do is you can take a metal probe and put some lubrication on there and put it up in there. If it's a male, the probe goes up like maybe that far. And if it's a female, it'll only go in about that far as going into your snake. I actually have quite a few videos on probing snakes. I have one that's called probing your ball python and getting bit a bunch of times or something like that. I was probing hatchlings. I got bit like 1,000,000 times in that video. I think I got bit like 30 times. It was crazy. Those are actually, it was weird. Those were my albino pie double hets. And it seems like for some reason on the double hets, they're just really super bitey. All right, let's see. What should I pair to my pinstripe Enchi spider pastel? I would definitely not breed a spider to it because you'd make the super spider, which you don't want to do. Spider pastel is the bumblebee with the Enchi is the stinger bee. So essentially it's a pinstripe stinger bee. So that's quite a few genes in there. But with the Enchi and the pastel and the spider, I'd probably do something like Orange Dream or maybe a fire or something like that. You can get some really bright snakes. BB is a selfish. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of people are against YouTubers. It really depends on. It's hard to really keep a lot of animals and not be hated by a lot of people. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's kind of a tricky world being a reptile breeder or any animal breeder. New ball python owner. I'm about to feed his second meal. I'm trying frozen thawed for the first time. Good luck on that. That is pretty awesome. Will I make a Discord server? Probably not. All right. Your videos have helped me tremendously. Thanks. That is the whole point. I try to make videos that'll actually help every single one. Is it better to hold the ball pythons daily or leave them in their tubs? So I don't know. I hold Bobby maybe 2 hours a day. So I think he is the exception. So a lot of times what he'll do, he's like sleeping right now on my shoulder. He'll just kind of fall asleep on like one big heat pad. As a matter of fact, I think he prefers to be on my shoulder versus in the tub, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. How can I get a male offspring of Bobby? Yeah, everybody wants a Bobby baby. I had a whole handful of them this year, and I actually put them over on Morphmarket, and I did a video on YouTube, and I was like, bamboos for sale, and within like 10 hours, I sold every single bamboo. There's like 50 people that want a bamboo. It's kind of crazy. All right, I still have some chili here. Kind of lagging behind on the chili. Can you feed Jeeves? I do not feed snakes on videos anymore. YouTube will demonetize you if you feed. All my feeding videos were demonetized, and I actually went through and deleted most of them. Can you bring out Jeeves? I can bring out Jeeves. All right, Jeeves is over here. All right, little guy. I'll try not to let Bobby get too close to him. Jeeves is normal, possible het desert ghost. Pretty awesome. Has quite a bit of orange in them for just a normal, which is kind of unusual. Almost has some granite in the sides. Looks like a granite. I don't know if it's like a genetic granite. And most people, when they say granite, it's actually the genetic version. So I probably wouldn't label this one as the genetic version of the granite. Pretty awesome little snake. That is, geez, looking really good. Pretty tame. He's hissing a little bit coming out like most of my hatchlings. They're just not used to being held that much. But most of them a little bit head shy. You just need to handle like 5 minutes and they're like super friendly. It's like it's you can tame them down super fast. They just get a little bit confused usually at this age. I got snakes on my head, snakes in my hand. Whoo! All right, Bobby, what are you doing? All right. Oh, ooh, I'm on a Coke and a half already. 6 hours and 6 minutes into the live stream. Let's see. We are way behind on these. Yeah. Brian made a jet black ball python. So yeah, you can actually make the jet black with the super cinnamon or the super black pastel. My mom's social security number used to end in 666 and she changed it as soon as she turned 18. I didn't know you could actually change your social security number. That's pretty funny. Let's see. Should have waited for the second round of stimulus checks to go out for this marathon. Are they actually doing a second round of stimulus checks? Yeah. Is it bad to keep frozen thawed rodents in your freezer with food? That is a good question. So it's kind of funny when we started to stock up for the pandemic. I actually bought a really fancy freezer in my garage, a really big upright, the biggest upright freezer you can actually get way before the pandemic, like 6 months before it started. And I had it half full of rodents, frozen rodents. And then when the pandemic started, I was actually stocking up on food and putting the food and the pizza right next to the rodents. And my wife would go into the freezer for pizza, and all the dead mice and rats would be staring at her. I think it kind of freaked her out. So I actually got a cheap freezer, like a chest freezer, and moved all my rats in there. Yeah, I would not. I would probably get a separate freezer for your rats. I would not keep them on the pizzas. For me, it wouldn't make any difference because I'm used to working with rats, the frozen thawed all the time. But most people, yeah, when they see rats looking at them from the freezer, it's not. That's kind of fun. All right, let's see. What substrate do you recommend for ball pythons? I would use the I use the coconut husk chip. I've actually used the coconut husk fiber. The fiber is a little bit cheaper. Sometimes you can get the fiber mixed in with the chip. I think they have a product called Grow It over on Amazon. There's a lot of fiber and just a little bit of the chip. And the fibers, they don't really absorb the smells or really retain the humidity. I would definitely go with just the chip. I've actually seen some people using like an eco earth for ball pythons, but that seems to get really dirty and kind of spread out all over the place. So I'd definitely go with the coconut chip. Next time, start on paydays. Yeah, I could start on paydays. I got stung by a bee when I was little and went into anaphylaxis. That is interesting. So it's kind of interesting you say that because I was actually a beekeeper. I was like obsessed with keeping bees. I had beehives, and as a matter of fact, I just ordered one of the honey extractors. You could put the comb in, and it was electric, and it would extract the honey. And I was buying all the equipment. I was catching wild swarms of bees that were kind of feisty, and I got stung over and over and over and over. Never had a problem. And then one day I went to check on the bees, and one bee I was actually standing in front. I didn't even have my suit on because I wasn't really messing with the bee, and I had bigger glasses back then, a little bit bigger than these. And actually, one of the bees got between my glasses and my eyebrow right here, a honeybee, and actually stung me right in the eyebrow. And actually, I was back in college, and I went up to the computer lab, drove up to the college. I was working on something in the computer lab, and all of a sudden I started itching all over the place like crazy. And I lifted up my sleeve and looked under my arm, and my whole underarm was all blisters under both arms, up and down both sides. And I was thinking, oh, I'm having a reaction from that bee, which is kind of crazy. And we called 911, and the ambulance came. And that was pretty much the end of my beekeeping days after I got stung and went into that anaphylaxis. So now if I actually get stung by a bee, it can be deadly. I have to actually carry an EpiPen around in case I get stung by a bee, which is kind of crazy. Especially being a beekeeper and getting stung so many times, it's just one more sting and put me into anaphylactic shock. All right, let's see. So that is kind of a crazy story. How much rack space for starting off as a breeder? I'd probably get just as much as you need for your snakes. I'm a cool individual. I'm cool. I'm pretty complicated too, I guess you could say. I got too many things going on. I can barely keep up. Can you milk a snake? No, only if it's a milk snake. Let's see. That is a Laffy Taffy joke. Yeah, every now and then Bobby will give a good yawn on the videos. The funny thing is the other day, Bobby has never tried to bite me, but the other day Bobby was, it's funny, I didn't know which end was the head and which was the tail. And the other day I reached around and grabbed Bobby, and he must have been yawning, and he got me right in between the thumb and the finger right on my hand. I was bleeding all over the place. I couldn't believe Bobby actually got me. Kind of crazy. Let's see. Ball pythons for snakes, leopard crested geckos for lizards. Yeah, most people that do ball pythons end up doing crested geckos. I'd say that's kind of the biggest thing as far as kind of branching into something else. I actually have 2 crested geckos. I'm kind of working on that. How much space for starting breeding? So I actually have a room here that's less than 200 square feet. So I've actually seen some people use a closet to start a breeding operation, which is kind of interesting. Out of all the animals you've owned, which is the one you never want to own again? Let's see. I don't know. I actually had leopard geckos for a while. The problem with the leopard geckos is they eat crickets, and I was pretty much tired of crickets getting away in the house and all the cricket noise. It's like I couldn't even do a video because the crickets were like always creaking in the background. That's kind of crazy. Did you say you shipped to the UK? No, actually, I actually got a quote on shipping to Canada once. If you ship out of the United States, it can be really expensive. So I actually got a quote. It was like between $600 and $800 or something like that, which was kind of crazy. Do you have Bobby in a special enclosure? No, Bobby lives in an ARS 70/30 tub, which is plenty big enough for Bobby. All right, so I'm going to work on my stew a little bit after 6 hours and 14 minutes on the live stream. What is demonetized? Yeah, so as a YouTuber, you get paid for ads in the video. So every time you see an ad on a video, I get paid like a penny. And if you add up all the views over all the videos, you can make a lot of money if you have a lot of views and a lot of videos. And when they demonetize your videos, basically what they do is they strip all the ads out of your videos. So for example, if you're feeding like a live rat to a snake and the snake kills the rat, a lot of people don't want to put their ad after that. So you don't want to see a snake killing a rat and then see like a State Farm ad after that traumatic video that a lot of people are against. So if they actually determine that some of your content is offensive to a certain audience, they'll actually strip all the ads and then you don't make any money for your YouTube videos. And there's certain things you can actually get your whole channel demonetized over. So if I actually kept doing the same videos over and over and over, you can actually get a strike on your channel. And I think after the first strike, they give you a warning. After the second strike, you can't upload a video for, I think, 30 days. So I've actually been watching these YouTubers day after day after day, and all of a sudden they don't upload any videos for a whole month. It's because they had the second strike. And then on the third strike, they can actually delete your channel. So you have to be really careful. Sometimes they'll just demonetize your channel too. I've seen some people just randomly demonetize. If you have copyright strikes on your channel, you can get demonetized. All right, let's see. Let's see. Do you need a specific kind of probe kit? You can actually go over to Amazon and they sell reptile probe kits for probing snakes to figure out the males and the females. Usually they have like, 5 or 6 different size probes. And for hatchlings, I usually use the smallest probe size. Let's see. You want my life? My life is really busy. I don't really have a life. I don't get out much. I wish I had more free time. That is the one thing with my life. It's really, it's pretty interesting. It's very complicated. Where do people get ball direct imports from Africa? You can actually go over to Morphmarket and they actually sell African imports over on Morphmarket. You can kind of see what they look like before you get them. Let's see. Am I political at all? I'm not really that political. I don't really follow the politics that much. Let's see. You have to go now after being here for 5 hours. I don't blame you. We have another 5 hours and 40 minutes left. That is a long time. I don't hear ball python breeders doing stud service like with dog breeding. Is that happening? I would say probably not. Probably the closest I've seen is I've actually seen a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll buy a male and then breed it into their collection. And say, for example, you actually have a bamboo, like a bamboo male, you breed it into a pastel pinstripe, and you actually make the bamboo pastel pinstripe. And then what they'll do is they'll sell the male. A lot of people kind of cycle through a lot of their males. They're always buying new stuff and selling it to really increase their collection, which I guess is kind of what I'm doing. I don't know, except for Bobby. I keep some of them as pets, like Bobby. He's just kind of a pet. But most people don't do the stud service, I think, because of the risk of mites and other diseases. See y'all on the next live stream. All right, let's see. So yeah, I don't think Bobby actually bit me. I think I think he was in the middle of a yawn, and I just put my because when I kind of went over, it's not like he grabbed me. It was like I put my finger, my hand right into a sharp jaw. It's kind of crazy. Any heat pads that you recommend? They don't heat up at all. I would actually go to for heat pads. I actually go over to Reptile Basics, and they'll cut any size heat pad, and they'll actually attach the cords. I think you have to specially request the cords be attached to the heat pads. That's the ones I really like. Hermit crabs, yeah. Do you have a thermostat with the probe? Oh, let's see. How many known ball python morphs are there? There are like, I think there's close to 200 morphs, just the base morphs, like 180 or 190. And a lot of those are actually, some of them are really lesser known morphs. So a lot of times you can't find a lot of information on them. And some of them aren't that popular. So maybe, I'd say maybe about 150 that are really, really well known. If YouTube and the snakes go, where do you want them to go, or will you get rid of the other animals? Go where you want them. So if I'm successful with YouTube and the snakes, will I get rid of the other animals? That is a good question. Not sure exactly what I'm gonna do. I guess I'll evaluate my options once I get there. And if YouTube really takes off and I start making a lot of money, it could potentially, with more money, you have more options. So I don't know exactly where I'm gonna go. Got your heat pad from Chewy. Yeah. Is FedEx the only shipping company that lets you ship ball pythons? Yes. As far as I know, you can only ship FedEx. I think you can ship through the airport, from airport to airport too. You have to charge your phone, you'll be back. Bobby is dangerous only when yawning. Yeah, 190 more. My last snake, a scaleless head female, came with mites. I've treated 4 snakes so far. What should I do? I would actually look up some mite treatment videos. Mites are kind of tricky. So mites can actually crawl from like a snake rack all the way across the room, even into another room. And then when you treat your snake, a few days later, they can actually crawl back and reinfect your snake. So I actually started vacuuming the floors and wiping everything down. And that seemed like what it really finally did the trick as far as my mice. Switch everything to like a paper substrate and I actually use like, I think it was reptile spray. They can actually wipe directly on your snake. Yeah, mites. You definitely do not want mites and gnats. I have fungus gnats in my room here that drive me crazy. Can you pack all existing morphs into one ball python? You can, but it would probably be a muddy gray, and you wouldn't know for sure if they were all in there. It would be really, really hard to figure it out. As a matter of fact, I've seen some people breed like a 5-gene animal to a 5-gene animal and make a whole bunch of all crazy looking snakes, and they don't know what any of them are. It's really frustrating actually going down that rabbit hole of it's having so many genes in your snakes, you just don't know which one is which. Yeah, nothing like blood-sucking insects. Oh, Yeah, so I have a fungus gnats in my room here, and I finally kind of cut them down. I've been hanging a whole bunch of fly paper. I got this really good fly paper. I hang like a whole bunch of strips at either end of the room. That seems to be working pretty good. Finally on the chat, working all day. All right. We've been going for 6 hours, 24 minutes, only 5.5 hours to go. Yeah, I was about ready to give up, and then everybody said keep going, so I kept going. And then I got some super chats, so I kept going too. I think what I'm gonna do, I think I'm actually gonna go until Friday, maybe Friday at midnight. And depending where I am, I was thinking even if I don't have this all paid off, I'll probably call it Friday at midnight, and then just pay the rest off with my own money on the Harley Davidson, and I might take the weekend off. Then when I get my Harley Davidson, I'll do some really cool videos with the Harley. Maybe I'll take it to some reptile stores down in Denver and kind of do maybe some tours of some of the reptile stores around Colorado, which would be pretty cool. I'm gonna have a little bit more of my stew. My wife actually cut up some apples for me, and that is pretty fancy. What's the craziest ball python you ever saw? It seems like every time I look at Morphmarket, I see another snake. Probably the one that really impressed me the most is the lavender albino clown, also known as the Grail. That one, the first time I saw it was actually in a breeding operation in South Africa, like 3 years ago. It was probably the craziest thing I've ever seen. That one was really amazing. What time is it? Oh, look at all the times. Enchi bananas are amazing. Yeah, so I actually have a whole video on Enchi bananas. Probably one of the best combinations that you can make. 2:31 a.m. Woo! You guys are. It's only 6:30 here. 6:30 p.m. 8:30, 5:30, 2:32 a.m. You guys are burning the midnight oil on a Monday night. Have I ever seen a clown axanthic VPI pie? No, I actually haven't. Although I am working on a albino clown pie project, thinking about breeding it to axanthic at some point, maybe the TSK axanthic, to go for the quadruple head. So I could potentially produce this maybe in 8 years or so when I actually get all the genes together. It's really a long-term project. I might actually produce that sometime. Have you ever thought about breeding leopard geckos? I actually bought a couple leopard geckos, and the problem is they like to eat crickets, and I got so tired of the cricket noise. And actually they eat mealworms too. I actually bred mealworms for a bit, but I didn't like the mealworms or the crickets, and that's why I got rid of those. I actually moved over to the crested geckos that eat the powdered diet. You mix it with water and you just feed it. So much easier than trying to feed live. I do have one colony of dubia roaches that I feed my my tarantula and my Pac-Man frog. So I do have some, but the roaches, they don't make any noise. So that's really good. And the dubia roaches are so easy. They just like reproduce like crazy. Time does not exist when Chris is chatting. There is no time. There is no time. Lavender albino pied. Yeah, the dreamsicle. That is crazy. Let's see. What's the total so far? Yeah, so the total is right here. I actually started putting it up on a sheet here. And I kind of been doing that for the replay. So if you kind of go through the replay, you can kind of see the numbers change without actually having to stop and then me saying something. Hey, we got a super chat. I can change the I can finally change this. All right, nice. We're chipping away at the total. All right. Awesome. Making progress. So this is 7761. Thank you. So I put it. I don't know if you can see the words on this. Super chat pays for the Harley Davidson motorcycle. I printed out these little sheets and cut them out. I thought that was kind of crazy. I don't know. I did that at like 1:30 a.m. after my last live stream. Crazy. All right. Woo, Bobby. Whoa, Bobby. Oh, what's Bobby doing? All right, Nathaniel Walker, super chat. Hello, my ball python is 1, still skittish. So the best thing for a skittish snake is to handle it a lot. I would probably handle it at least an hour. And maybe, as a matter of fact, I had one that was really super skittish. I got it from a guy, and he said out of all of his hatchlings, it was the most aggressive. It wasn't quite one. It was kind of a medium-sized snake. And I actually held that ball python for 3 hours straight, all in a row. And after those 3 hours, that was like the most gentle ball python in my whole collection. So what you can actually do is just handle it for 3 hours, like while you're watching TV or something like that. And I can almost guarantee after 3 hours, that ball python will not be very skittish. And a lot of people say just to handle them for a little bit, but a lot of times they don't really relax and get comfortable if you just handle it for like 20 minutes. Sometimes they'll just stay balled up for like half an hour. So what I would actually do is I would start the 3 hours when it relaxes. Well, for 3 hours, it doesn't matter when it relaxes. That's a long time. But after 3 hours, I can guarantee that ball python will not be skittish. All right. Yesterday, I was watching Blue Line Morph videos, and he mentioned you. That's pretty funny. I actually have seen, I'm subscribed to Blue Line Morphs. Is it a cop or an ex-cop, the Blue Line Morphs, that is doing the videos? It's a smaller channel, kind of interesting. You just found Chris today. I'm going to subscribe. Nice. Animals and me. You know, I actually have almost 1,000 videos on YouTube. If you want to know everything about ball python genetics and breeding and husbandry about ball pythons, you can actually go to my YouTube channel page, go to videos and click play all and let all 1,000 videos play, and then you'll be an expert in ball pythons. And I'll make some ad revenue too. But yeah, I try to kind of gear every video where I teach you at least one thing that you didn't know before. That's kind of my goal in every video, is to teach you at least one thing new. So I'm always kind of studying ball pythons, trying to figure out something new that I can teach everyone. If it's not new, I try not to do it, which is, it's kind of challenging after 1,000 videos. So what can you breed a banana to reduce the freckling? You can actually breed it to an enchi, and the banana enchi really reduces the freckling. The banana clown will reduce the freckling too. As a matter of fact, if you actually take the banana and breed it with the black pastel, you'll actually increase the freckling, which I thought that was kind of interesting. My girlfriend won't let me breed dubias, huh? When I first started in dubias, I was like so freaked out to actually pick up a dubia with my bare hands. It was like, I don't know, I just had this fear of them. Now I can actually pick them up. It's kind of crazy. All right, let's see. I gotta finish my stew. Bobby's going crazy. All right, Bobby. I think Bobby's getting too squirmy for me. All right, here we go. This is the Bobby backup. I just recently found out during my live streams that this snake is as calm as Bobby. I did not know this was such a mellow snake until I put it around my neck during the live stream. Kind of crazy. All right, this one is Bubble, a female pinstripe. Wow, you know it's getting late when we're finishing our second Coke. 6 hours and 35 minutes. All right. Let's see. Dubias are illegal there. Yeah, I heard dubias are illegal in some states. I think they're illegal in Florida, which is kind of crazy. I've been looking at the black pastel het red axanthic pics, but no females for purchase. Yeah, het red axanthic, sometimes they can be kind of hard to find in certain combinations. Yes, I've been live streaming for 6 hours. Crazy. Going for 12 hours. So we did 12-hour live streaming yesterday and 12-hour live stream the day before. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I'm thinking of doing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, trying to use the super chat to pay down my Harley Davidson. And then on Friday, I think pretty much Friday at midnight, whatever is not paid off, I'm just going to pay the rest off with my own money. And then we'll have the super chat Harley Davidson that I can bring to, I'll probably kind of change my channel a little bit. I might do like a reptile store review and kind of jump around like Denver and like the Front Range area and show you some of the cool reptile stores and kind of show you around with the new Harley. I think that'll be kind of cool. My dubia colony died because of other roaches. I kept them in the shed. What should I do to start again? Wow, so you have wild roaches that killed your dubia roaches. That's kind of crazy. So I actually keep my dubia roaches in the critter cages, which is like a really large glass aquarium with the sliding screen top. Pretty much predator proof as far as other insects. I don't think anything else could get in there. Well, that's what I would do. A cop, not an ex-cop. I bought a ball python at a PetSmart. I know, and he won't let us hold him. He is a juvenile. Yeah, so juveniles, sometimes they can be pretty snappy. Sometimes they can hiss at you. Sometimes they can snap at you. So what I would actually do is I would go behind the head and pick them up from behind. You just have to go back there and pick them up. And most of the times, once you pick them up, they will really relax. It's really hard if you're not used to snakes. And you see one that's hissing and snapping, it can be a little bit intimidating, even a small one. But let me tell you, when they bite you that small, it won't really hurt at all. It's like just like a little pinprick. It doesn't really hurt. It doesn't really even draw blood either. And usually, once you hold them for like 30 seconds, they really relax and just start crawling all over you. So it's you just have to get used to those crazy hatchlings. Whoa, I bumped this guy in the nose. How much should I invest in my business? It's all up to you. The more you invest, the more you can make, but the more work it is in ball pythons. Yes, 1,000 videos. That is a lot of videos. What do you consider to be the best butter combo? The one I kind of recently discovered with the butter is the butter and the spider. that looks almost like an axanthic. The butterbee is a pretty awesome combination. Your Dubia colony is 5 years old. Yeah, mine's about 2 years old, going pretty strong. When you get to work, you're gonna send me a super chat. All right, I guess I'll keep going. Same for my hissing cockroaches. All right. Let's see. Is the golden stripe on top of the pinstripe line dependent? I don't know if you can actually line breed the pinstripe as far as the stripes on the top. See, this one kind of has a strong stripe, kind of a broken stripe on this side. But I've actually had, pinstripes come out of the same clutch that are kind of variable from one to the other. Have I ever rode dirt bikes? Yes. Yeah, I actually had I had so many bikes. My very first motorcycle actually had a lawnmower engine, which is pretty funny. I used to ride that thing all the time. I could fill up the gas tank for like 50 cents. Hey, we got a super chat. All right. Nice. All right. I'm going to change this. We're chipping away, chipping away. All right. $10. Thank you. Awesome. So we are at 77.51. Not as scary of a number as I actually started with. That was a really big number when we started. All right. Nice. So the super chat question, Robert Bailey. How's it going? I am doing good. 6 hours and 41 minutes into my third 12-hour live stream. You regretting doing the 12-hour live stream promise? I was ready to bail a couple times, and these guys keep talking me to keep going. So I guess I'm gonna keep going, and then every now and then I get a super chat. So I'm just gonna. I think what I'm actually gonna do is I'm pretty much decided I'm gonna live stream 12 hours a day until Friday to kind of give me an end date for Friday, and hopefully we can pay off the bike by then. But you never know. So on Friday at midnight, I'm just gonna pay off that bike, whatever is left on that bike, and then we'll call it good. And then I'll probably take the weekend off. And then hopefully I can actually get some good videos of my new bike, which would be pretty cool. Yeah, so I'm planning on going the 12 hours today. So midnight, we actually have we're almost at 7 hours, so about 5 hours to go. So yeah, I was actually answering the question about did I ever have a dirt bike. So I actually started on a little tiny mini bike with a lawnmower engine when I was about, I think, 10 years old. That was my first one. And then I had a couple of bikes since then. I had some kind of random bikes. And then I got a Harley when I was in college. And then after I sold my Harley, I actually got a Yamaha. It was a Yamaha YZ500, just a strictly dirt bike. And that thing was crazy. It was like the biggest dirt bike that Yamaha ever made. And I'm like 6'4". When I got on that dirt bike, I was like tippy toes on that dirt bike. It was crazy. And that thing would do wheelies in every single gear. And when I'd actually see like some hills and some jumps and stuff, I was like, if there was like tire marks up the jump, I was like, I can do it because there's another bike up there. And I hurt myself so bad on that bike one time. I thought I broke my collarbone. And I finally sold it. But yeah, it was a crazy, super fast bike. It's funny because I'd ride with a bunch of people, and people are used to riding all their dirt bikes. And I was like, hey, check out my dirt bike, take it for a spin. And then they get back on their bike and they're like, hey, what's wrong with my dirt bike? Compared to that bike, it was unbelievable. Yeah, that was a crazy one. I donated through Super Chat. Would you engrave my name in the Harley's tank? That would be. I'm thinking all these super chats. You want to see how many super chats we've actually had here in the last 3 days? These are all the super chats. Look at all these super chats that we've had over the last 30 days. That would be like covering the whole tank in script you couldn't even see. It would be so small. Kind of crazy. Oh, wow, I got another super chat. Speaking of super chat, so what I was actually thinking of doing, speaking of like a recognition for a super chat, what I was thinking, you know, kind of at the end of my videos, I have the whole kind of the list of my Patreon supporters. I was actually thinking of having like kind of like another screen right behind the Patreon supporters that kind of scrolls up all the Harley Davidson super chat motorcycle supporters over there on kind of in every single video that we move ahead. So I can actually get all your names and all your usernames over in my analytics, and I can make a little slide at the end of all my videos, which would be kind of fun. All right, so we can change this number. Yeah, all right. So this is SEK. Let's see. SEK is Swedish krona, and that is 50 Swedish krona, which is $5.54. We'll round up to $6. All right. So that'd be 77.45. Awesome. Oh, nice. We're chipping away. Chipping away at that number. All right. Why are ball pythons addicting? Ball pythons are addicting because you're watching too many of my videos. That's why they are addicting. How's it going this evening? It is going good. All right. Let's see. How small can I use a plastic tote just for a temporary setup? Yeah, you can use a shoebox with heat tape. That is fine. I've actually seen some people in their whole collection, all they do is use plastic totes for every snake with kind of the clamp-on lid. And a lot of people actually will take like a one of the heat guns and they'll melt holes in the sides of the tubs, and then they'll just put coconut husk substrate in there and a little hide, and then put it right on heat tape. You can do that. You can do that permanent for until you can actually get to the point where you can get a rack. Some people do that even full time. They do. I've seen some breeders where they don't even have racks. They just have little Tupperware totes, which is kind of crazy. All right. Yeah, I really like your ball python you have out now. Yeah, this is Pinstripe. This is Bubble. As a matter of fact, I thought it was Bobby. This is really awesome female pinstripe. She lays, seems like she lays every single year. One year she fasted and didn't go. So she fasted for, I think, like 6 months, and she got super, super skinny. And I was kind of getting worried that she wouldn't eat. And now she's been eating great. One rat every week for the last, pretty much for the last month. I bred her and she laid some eggs this year, so she just came back on food doing really great. Fantastic female. Really super mellow. I can't believe how mellow this snake is. I keep thinking this is Bobby around my neck. Pretty amazing. I love the bright colored ball pythons. Yeah, bright ones are pretty awesome. Is there a way to travel on a plane with a ball python? I'm not sure if you can actually travel with on a plane with the ball python. The kind of the weird thing is I traveled on a plane with a puppy, and I put the puppy right on my lap, which is kind of cool. So I don't know. You may be able to do it with a snake. Consider doing a live chat with someone on your lives or enable viewers to call in with questions with priorities super chats. Yeah. Not quite sure how to set that up. Yeah. All right. Imaginary super chat, $30. All right. Thanks for the imaginary super chat. Let's see. Let's see. So as far as that, no, someone's so this is someone gave 7,800. Now we actually have 7,800 left to go on the motorcycle. So that's the amount we need to go, not the amount that people actually donated so far. So we actually started with $8,500 left to go on the motorcycle. It was actually a $9,000 Harley. I put $500 down, and we've chipped away at it. So today we did so far like $145. I think yesterday it was like 280 something, and then the day before I think we had like a $401 or something like that. So we're definitely chipping away at the bike. I'm going to do 12-hour live streams probably till Friday. That is like a whole week of 12-hour live streams. And then I want to call it. And then if there's anything left, I'm just going to pay the rest and get my Harley Davidson super chat, which is pretty awesome. Hey, it looks like I got another super chat. Nice. We can change the number. I don't know if we'll get to 0, but we'll get down to some point by Friday, which is pretty cool. All right. So we are down to 77.40. Nice. Yeah, I was kind of figuring out if we actually go at the rate we're going, it'll probably take me 3 weeks of live streaming to pay off that bike. I'm lucky to be on my 3rd day. It's like, there's been a few times I was ready to hang it up. All right. Thank you. That is Jetman1963. Thank you for the super chat. Awesome. I need like a little bell or a ringer or something that I can actually ring the bell with the super chat. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Almost at 7 hours. 8, 9, 10, 11, 5 hours to go. Whew. We actually just hit the bottom of the second Coke. It's usually a 3 Coke night that keeps me going. All right, so I actually have the Black Yeti, even though I'm not associated with Yeti or Coke. These things are awesome. Vacuum sealed little Yeti Coke container. It actually keeps it cold for 4 hours, which is kind of crazy. So when I'm drinking this, everyone's like, hey, what's in there? Everyone's like, hey, that's, alcohol or something. But nope, that's just Coke. Nothing else in there. A friend of mine wants to get a ball python as their first pet, blue-eyed leucistic, but her mother won't let her do so. Any tips? I actually have a video, how to convince your parents, although that a lot of times won't always work. So you can actually watch that video. Let's see. Yeah, use soldering irons for holes in your tubs. You can make hides in your tubs out of dollar store crayon boxes. That's pretty awesome. Yeah. Who has asked the most questions today? I have no idea. I've had, I think I answer a question like every 30 seconds, and then you figure that times 7 hours. That is a lot of questions nonstop. I have no idea. I don't even think I can see that in my analytics. Like I don't think I can figure out who's left the most questions. You're gonna run out of paper from the super chat. Actually, I just chopped out a whole bunch more super chat papers. I printed out a whole bunch more, so we wouldn't run out. We're actually getting it really low. There, you got so many papers. It's kind of crazy. Let's see. This thing kind of jumps around. How often do you check your equipment, the temperature and the heat tapes for failure? So I actually have so I have these little temperature probes on all my racks, where if it goes out of a certain range, if it gets too hot or too cold, it has an alarm, which is kind of interesting. So if I actually lose power here in my reptile room, I have all these little alarms on my rack that'll actually go out, and they're just cheap little, like little magnetic temperature probes. I think I bought them on Amazon for like $5 a piece or something, and I put them on my rack. So I definitely know if something's going on. How much rack space do you need for starting? Depends on how many snakes you have. Hey, we got another super chat. Miss Kendra, to you. Oh, thank you. Thanks for being here. True fans appreciate you. I'm trying. All right, here we go. Awesome. Hey, we got another from Jen Exotics. Awesome. 2 in a row, back to back. Awesome. Oh, we're cutting them down. All right. All right, so we are at 77.25. Pretty awesome. Oh, I just messed up the tape on that one. Oh wait, we just got another one. Hey, before I even put the sign up, nice, Robert Bailey. So we're down to 77.15. That is kind of crazy. All right, thank you. 77.15. Chipping away, chipping away. All right, Robert Bailey, $10 for Bobby. Thank you. Jen Exotics, $10. Yeah, they actually have these new little, if you actually look at the Jen Exotics, it's a super sticker, which is pretty cool. Another one? Wow. Big birdie for $3. Wow. That is, we're going fast now. That's more than I get in 4 hours. Wow, thank you. That is crazy. All right, so we're down to 77.12. All right. Awesome. All right, so maybe I'll stick around a little longer. I think I can keep going. All right. Nice. Crazy. All right, so we are crushing it. All right. What is that note behind you? So if you're new, this note is so what we're trying to do is I kind of had this crazy idea when I started this thing. So I don't know if I regret it or not. I actually looked at Harley Davidson. Everyone, if you've seen them in the news, their sales were down like 47% and they're closing retail stores and manufacturing, everything like that. So I thought, wouldn't it be cool to buy a Harley to support an American company, Harley Davidson, and then pay off the Harley with my super chat doing marathon live streams. I don't know what I was thinking when I thought of that. So I actually found this Harley. I put $500 down, and then this we actually started at $8,500 that we owed on the bike. And I'm doing 12-hour live streams until we can bring this number to zero. And I think I pretty much got to the point where I'm just going to cut it off on Friday because I don't want to keep going more than a week on 12-hour live streams. Yeah, so yeah, it was 8,500 in the very beginning because the bike was 9,068 or something like that. So when we started, it was like 8,568 or something like that. And the first day, I didn't actually put the numbers on the tub, so I was just kind of going by the numbers. And the other thing is I started putting the numbers up here, so you can kind of go back on the replay and look at the different numbers, kind of scrolling through the 12-hour replays. So hey, we got another search. Thank you. All right, nice. That is crazy. Pretty awesome. We'll get it down. We'll get it down. All right. Whew. We'll do it one way or another. All right, so let's see. We're at 77. Let's see. Let's see. Kind of crazy. I can't believe how fast it is. Sometimes it goes really fast, and sometimes I'll talk for like 3 hours with not a single one. And then kind of the weird thing, like late at night, right before midnight, we get all these super chats from foreign countries. I think when it's midnight here, everyone all around the world is waking up, and I have to have all these currency conversions for all the super chats, which is kind of wild. People are giving like huge numbers, and then you convert it, and it's like, $3.50. So sometimes you're like, what's going on? Kind of crazy. Jake Watson, appreciate all your videos. Thanks for the super chat. All right. And Big Birdie, $3. Thank you. That is awesome. All right, let me go back to some of these older questions. The way you say, oh, all right, a matter of fact, that is my signature. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, that's the money left. Yeah, and I also say kind of crazy. It's like it's kind of crazy. Am I sober? Am I totally sober all the time? I think I'm delirious from 30 hours of live streaming. Going overtime, getting delirious. I actually have a video every single live stream. I actually have a video on that. Yeah, I like to say that too. I think I've done every single video that's known to man for ball pythons. I'm kind of running out of topics. That's why I need the Harley Davidson so I can do something else. I'm running out of topics. Do you know how to do fly fishing? My brother and my dad did a lot of fly fishing. My whole family was kind of crazy into fishing, but I learned how to tie flies, but I've never really learned how to fly fish. Finally caught me live, yes. How is the quarantine over there? So, I'm pretty much, it's kind of interesting because sometimes I'll go down to the gas station and just kind of watch people. That's kind of what we do, is kind of watch people as far as the masks at the gas station. And some people, they kind of come out with these alerts, and everyone wears the masks, and then it kind of fades, and now it seems like nobody's really wearing masks out here anymore, kind of coming and going. So it's kind of weird. how it kind of comes and goes through kind of what's going on as far as the news. My ball python is King that lives in a 40-gallon. He is not shy at all. He is actually more curious. Nice. Yeah, some ball pythons are curious. It's a bioactive, which is cool. How many kids do I have? I don't have any kids, actually. May I be one of your kids? I actually put out this video that said, maybe if you're family, you can have a free ball python. And everyone's like, I want to be family. I want to be your kid. That's kind of crazy. Whoa, my thing is, let's see. Okay, it was kind of freaking out there for a minute. Just want to say how much I appreciate what you do. Thank you. Learned so much from my videos. Glad you like my videos. I try to give you the correct information most of the time, as much as I can. Sometimes some of my older videos are a little outdated, maybe incorrect. I'd say my newer ones are a little bit more up to date. How long are you going to do this? Till the unit is fully paid. So that's what was my intention, but then I sat down and did the numbers. And I'd have to do live streams, I think, for 3 weeks in order to pay off the pay. So what I want to do is I want to do live streams until Friday at midnight and pretty much call it, that'd be 1 week of 12-hour live streams. Whew, if I can even last that long. So I was here like 10 minutes before the live stream. I was like, spot cleaning all my snake stuff, trying to fit in all my chores between the live streams, kind of going delirious. And I think my throat's getting a little better. The first day, it was like, I felt like I had strep throat after about 11 hours of talking. And then yesterday, I could feel it about halfway through the day, but I think I'm starting to get used to talking 12 hours at a time. It's kind of crazy. The Harley is for tonight. Yeah. Yeah. The most you can actually donate over here is $500. I've seen some big YouTubers getting $500 super chats. That is crazy. I couldn't even imagine that. You should name holdbacks after super chats after a certain amount. That's a good idea. Like I could name one of my holdbacks Big Birdie. Maybe put everybody's name in a jar and pick out the names for some of my snakes. That'd be kind of fun. All right, let's see. Yeah, so it was $9,000 and I put a down payment. Let's see. Do you ship to Canada? So I actually did get a quote on shipping to Canada, and it was like, I think it was, there's a couple different quotes there, anywhere from $600 to $800 for shipping to Canada. And I don't have anything that's high enough in value to be worth that kind of shipping, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, almost 1,000 in 3 nights. That is pretty crazy. About $800. Let's see. Do an all-nighter on Fridays, sun up to sundown. Yeah, I got to pretty much call it at 12 hours because I got to take care of all my animals and I have to sleep and I have to eat. So 12 hours is pretty much in the end. Let's see. A dry erase board instead of paper would have been better. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty low on the balance to pull an all-nighter. Yeah, it's not really about the money. It's about doing something that no one has ever done before. Trying to think of new things to do on my YouTube channel. And kind of the hard thing is when I actually do a super chat or a live stream for just like an hour, there are so many comments I usually can't even answer all the comments. A lot of people try to, spam the same comments over and over just so I can actually see them. In a 12-hour live stream, I can actually see pretty much every single comment through the whole 12 hours. I just kind of take my time answering them. And I've only hit the end of the comments maybe just a few times, so it's been working pretty good. A part of the historical moment for this channel. This is a historical moment. 7-day, 12-hour live stream. I will never do this again. If you have a YouTube channel, I would not recommend doing this. When I have 1 million, I will remember this, definitely. All right, let's see. It's kind of jumped up. All right. Let's see. What are your thoughts on the Ember Gene? I'm not familiar with the Ember Gene. Do you ever do herping in the field? Just get out and see what you can find. I don't really do herping. I see a lot of people that's pretty much all they do on some of those channels. It's pretty awesome. But here in the mountains, we don't have any reptiles in the mountains. There's no snakes up here. I'd have to drive pretty far to actually get to a place where there's actually snakes. And there's a lot of rattlesnakes too. So I don't know if I'd actually want to, do some herping with the rattlesnakes. And if you go to further down south, there's also scorpions, which is kind of crazy. You fly fish for bonefish. Interesting. When I pull a snake out of a tub and it's rolled up, usually they're rolled up on the hot spot, kind of rolling up on the hot spot. The ideal temperature is I do an 82 degrees ambient and a 90-degree hot spot. Sometimes my ambient goes down like to 78, something like that. What's my favorite food? My favorite food is probably steaks on the grill, a really good steak with A1 sauce and maybe some asparagus, like a grilled asparagus on the side. Once you get your Harley, you can do a video a day, riding each day a different ball python morph. Yeah, I was thinking of maybe going to all the different reptile shows and reptile stores around in Colorado. Except I don't know how long that would last because I don't know how many stores. That might last a week or two. Then I run out of stores and I have to actually find something else. What casting baits do you like to use when fishing? So actually we have a big reservoir that's pretty close, a couple hours away, 11-mile reservoir. And it seems like the one that works really good is like a floating power bait, and you can use it on a sinker with a treble hook, and you can really catch a lot of trout in the lake up here. It's pretty awesome. My animals are my kids. Yes. Made 1,300 in these 3 sessions. I actually I'm only up to 800. So 7, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we're up to 800 in these 3 sessions. Not too bad though. Not too bad. Watching all your vids, just saw the one where you take the measurement of the rack tubs in the hatchling tubs. There was a baby bamboo. Yeah, so I don't really have any of those baby bamboos from some of those tubs, like from some of those old videos like that. The only baby bamboo I have right now is, if it's a straight bamboo, it's this one right here. Let's see if we can pull out macaroni. So this is usually how my ball pythons sit in the tub. I don't know if you can see that. They're usually on the hot spot, kind of coiled up a little on the hot spot. This is little baby macaroni. And this is, I do have some bamboo combos. I have a bamboo lemon blast that I'm holding back, a bamboo calico, and this is the only other straight bamboo. A lot of people wanted to buy this one. There's like a line of people, and I decided to actually keep little baby macaroni. And Bobby, Bobby almost took a bite at this one. Kind of crazy when I actually had this one. So this one is one of my female bamboos. This is Bobby's granddaughter. Really beautiful snake. These bamboos are really awesome. So that is the only bamboo that I'll probably have. If you see that, you'll probably see it in a lot of my videos as it grows up and matures. And might actually breed Bobby back to that one, which is pretty cool. Get some super bamboos. Let's see. Let's see. Do you make more money from streaming than just regular uploads? So I'm not sure exactly if I'm going to make more money from streaming. So I do make more money because they roll in the super chat into the total revenue, and I haven't really seen a lot of. I'm not sure exactly. I do know my subscribers seem to be up since I started live streaming. So in the last live stream just yesterday, right at the end when I hit end live stream, it'll show you all the stats. And in that one video, that live stream, I actually had 41 new subscribers from the live stream, from a 12-hour live stream. And usually in one day, I'll get about, I think an average of about 50 subscribers. So you figure, all of the videos on my channel, if I actually got like 50 plus another 40, so that could bring me up to like 80 or 90 subscribers, almost double my subscribers every day. So I'm not sure exactly as far as the money though, and the ads and stuff like that. I think they actually do put the ads every so often in those 12-hour live streams. So someone watched the replay, potentially they could watch a whole bunch of ads in there, which would be kind of cool. Yeah, 800. So if you hook up a computer to your live stream, can you show pictures and descriptions for questions? I'm not sure. So I'm actually live streaming on my phone. This is my phone that I'm using as my camera that I'm live streaming on. And then I have my laptop down here that I can actually, so the comments on my phone, they just pop up for a second and they disappear and I lose them. So I have to put my laptop down here to actually see the comments over here so I can keep track of all the comments. So it's not really a high-tech operation here. I'm sure there's a better way you can actually do it. Let's see. So yeah, so it looks like I have an average of about 70 viewers on the lives, but the interesting thing is I'd say I average anywhere from 50 to 100 viewers on the live stream. But kind of the interesting thing is I think a lot of people are coming and going constantly. So I actually looked at my 12-hour live stream from yesterday, and there was like 4,100 views on the live stream, which is pretty amazing that that people are coming and going, and we get kind of an average of 56 people, but I don't think it's like the same 56 people kind of hanging out. Let's see. Yeah, there are a few diehard fans. Yeah, there's some people that have been here from the beginning. That is kind of crazy. You get still feed and supplies at Walker's. Local from Golden. So, yeah, so they actually have, yeah, I do get all my feed from Walker's Feed in Golden, because they're pretty much the only feed store that carries the rat food, and that's why I use them to get the rat food. It's like $25 for a 50-pound bag, and I get my pine bedding over there from Walker's too. I actually been getting some chicken scratch and salt blocks for my cows and a whole bunch of stuff. I get my straw over there when I get straw. Yeah, I give them a lot of money to that feed store. Whoa, that was a new Coke. That was not an empty Coke. I just got Coke on my pinstripe. All right. All right, you don't like rattlesnakes to eat? No, I have never eaten a rattlesnake. What's my favorite ball python? My favorite ball python right This is not my favorite ball python. I always think this is Bobby. Let me get my favorite ball python. All right, let's get Bobby. This is my favorite ball python right here. Bobby, my bamboo. And I keep forgetting about my stew. I do actually need to eat in, in these live streams. All right. Chris gifted me with an immense knowledge. Yeah, if you watch all my videos, it's a lot of information. Yeah, my stew's getting kind of cold. When do you plan to put more snakes on Morphmarket? So soon. I have some that have eaten like 6 meals. 1, 2, 3, 4, like 6 meals. So pretty soon, I'd say maybe in the next couple of weeks, I'll put some over on Morphmarket. The potential of the banana Mojave. Banana Mojave is pretty cool. So the banana, I like to do the banana enchies, the banana leopards, the banana leopard spot nose is really awesome. The Mojave's in the blue-eyed leucistic, so you could do like a Mojave lesser, which would be an all-white snake with blue eyes. So there's quite a few things you could do with the banana Mojave. I've been with you since you started. In the UK, sleep time 2:20 a.m. Yeah, it depends on where you are. You probably can't do 12 hours. I'm doing 12 to midnight, which is kind of crazy. Some people like watch me and then go to work and then come home and I'm still on. Kind of crazy. Yeah, I've been on for 7 hours, 21 minutes, 59 seconds. That's kind of crazy. I notice when the pythons get close to your face, you like to blow on their faces. I do blow on Bobby sometimes just to keep him away from my face. I think he gets the hint. Maybe it will get you recommended by YouTube. So I don't know if YouTube would actually recommend my live stream, a 12-hour live stream. I don't know. If I ever produce the world's first, I name it a Hardwick. 111 likes. We're actually up to 113 likes. That's kind of crazy. Read this, Chris. I read it. Let's see. I come and go when I can. All right. Yeah. Whoo. We got 723, 10, 11, 12. We still have 4.5 hours. Wow. Have you ever had anyone? Have you ever had problems on Morphmarket? Yeah. So probably the hardest thing about Morphmarket is you always have to. There's like 5 people that want a snake, and then some people want to make payments. And then someone says, all right, I want to buy the snake, and you give them the information and they don't give you the money, or you never hear back from them, or and you're trying to figure out who to sell it to. And then sometimes you're like, you have 2 people, there's so many people that say they want to pay and then they don't. And then all of a sudden 2 people pay at the same time. Yeah, there needs to be a better system over on Morphmarket as far as buying and paying for a snake, or having some kind of a hold, like some kind of a, like an automated checkout or something that you can do over on Morphmarket. Bobby. Oh, look. All right, so to get your green-eyed pastel females, breed them to the male blue-eyed leucistic, get a few generations until you get the green-eyed and blue-eyed leucistic. Name it the Hardwick leucistic. That's funny. Let's see. Yeah, I get ads when I click on the live stream, so the ad revenue is working. Kind of interesting. Bobby is a rock star. The Chris Hardwick action figure comes with a fully articulated Bobby figure. I was actually trying to figure out if I can actually do some kind of a cartoon. I think you can take like a picture of yourself and convert it to a cartoon and then animate it here in the snake room. I thought that would be kind of an interesting idea for a video. I actually have some software that I think would do it, some kind of Adobe software, but I just don't have the time. I don't know how well that would go over a Chris and Bobby cartoon over here. It's just kind of a random idea. Rattlesnake tastes like chicken fingers. That's pretty funny. Oh, I lost my place. Where was I? Whoa. Uh-oh. Let's see. I have a banana male that I'm going to pair with an Enchi ghost and a banana leopard lesser. Nice. I got my first ball python this spring as a Craigslist rescue. Nice. Originally in a 40-gallon glass tank, moved it to my ARS rack. Wouldn't eat for 4 months. That is surprising. Usually if you move to an ARS rack, they eat right away and like crazy, especially moving it from a glass tank. Wow, moved it back and now she's eating fine. That is pretty wild. Yeah, any people have a YouTube channel? That's funny. Show us that snakes that you'll list in a couple weeks. Yeah. I can definitely do that. Have a little bit of my cold stew here. Mm. Mm. Let's see. So, let's see. This one's getting close. I don't know what Bobby's doing here. This is one of the ones I'll list here probably in the next couple of weeks. Doing good. Ate about 6 meals. It's a normal, possible desert ghost, all balled up. This is fettuccine. Normal. As a matter of fact, I haven't actually figured out the males and the females on these yet, so I'm not sure if it's a male or female. Yeah, so I'm not sure about my pinstripe calico. I might actually hold that one back. This one. This is another one I'm going to list here in a few weeks. This is Pasta. Pasta is a pastel pinstripe. Really busy pattern. I'm not sure what exactly is going on with this. Almost looks like there's trick in there or something. Really crazy pattern for a lemon blast, possible het desert ghost. That one, I'll actually, hey, got another super chat. All right. All right. So I don't know. I actually have that pinstripe calico that's about ready to go. But that thing is so awesome. I think I'm actually going to keep that one. I want to see what that one looks like when it gets big. All right. We have a super chat. Bring down the number on the Harley Davidson. Trying to get to 0 for this marathon. Woo! All right. So we are down to 7702. All right, trying to pay off the Harley Davidson with the super chat, or at least get a good chunk of it down before Friday at midnight. We'll see how far we get. I don't know. All right, Manny. Super chat question: how hard is it to breed rats to feed only 2 snakes? And what do you need to start? What's the cheapest way to go? Yeah, so I was just talking to someone that said they actually were feeding 2 snakes for every 1 female, which I thought was pretty interesting. So what I do is I buy some. So rats don't really live very long, so you probably don't want to buy like a mature adult rat. If you actually buy rats that are too old, they won't breed or they'll have really small litters. So I'd start with juveniles, like maybe just weaned rats if you can, like really small ones that are you definitely want to wean from the parents, otherwise they can have some problems. And I would probably just start with a male and a female, and I would probably start with like a glass aquarium and breed them in like a probably like a 40-gallon critter cage or a 50-gallon or something like that, with maybe some hides, like a round hide that they can go into. And then I actually like to do like wheels and stuff like that. You can actually do that. You can also breed them in a tub. And then for the offspring, the kind of what you'd have to do is you'd have to euthanize them before they get to a certain age, when they get to the certain feeding size that you want, and then put them in the freezer. So essentially what you'd be doing is you'd be doing like a frozen thawed most of the time, probably with most of them, and then every now and then you could do like a euthanized or something like that. But that's kind of the hard part with rats. If you let the babies get too big, they'll get too big for the ball pythons to actually eat. So I'd probably start with like 1 for the male and the female, and then another tank for like a grow out for the babies, and kind of cycle them through that way. But it's not really that hard. It's not that expensive, and that's probably the cheapest way to go. All right. Let's see. I was actually going to show you another snake that I'm going to sell here in a couple weeks. If Bobby, well, Bobby's going all over. Thank you. Someone's taking care of me. So this one I'll probably sell. This is my calico hatchling that is really the super orange hatchling. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. So this is really an awesome line. I absolutely love this. But what I'll probably do, well, it depends if it's a male or a female. I'll probably use that calico pinstripe, the orange one, as a breeder. So this one I'll probably sell over on Morphmarket. I'm not even sure how much to charge. That one is so awesome. It's like I would just want to keep them all. I don't know. That's the hardest part this year. I have so many cool snakes. Yeah, it's hard to actually do it. All right, let's see. We got a super chat. Nice. Wow, we're down to in the 6th number. All right. Chip it away, chip it away. So on the Harley Davidson, we still owe, let's see, this is going to be 76, let's see, hold on, 1, 2, that's weird. I did it in my head and the number didn't seem right. I had to pull out the calculator. I was like, wait a minute. That's what happens when you've been live streaming for 40 hours straight. You can't even think. My brain is fried. All right, 76.92. All right, so the super chat, Jacob Stringfield, thank you. Super chat question, trying to feed my fire bee I switch to paper towels in the tub, cover the tub, up the temperature of the heat pad. What else can I do? Yeah, so 120 grams. That is a pretty small hatchling at 120 grams. So at 120 grams, I would probably go back to like a live mouse hopper as far as feeding. You can actually take a live mouse hopper and keep it in there for several hours, and most of the times they'll actually eat. It's pretty harmless to keep a live mouse like a hopper size in with a snake. You definitely don't want an adult mouse or an adult rat to stay in with a snake, I'd say, for more than probably 10 minutes because can be kind of hazardous for the snake. But I'd say usually like at 120 grams, yeah, that's, I've had hatchlings come out of the egg at like 80 or 90. So that could be, maybe it's just not transitioned from the live at that point. All right. Are you familiar with the Astro gene? I've heard of it, but I don't know for sure. I can draw fan art for your merch. Yeah, I suppose. My check this out. My helper actually brought me some snacks. I got some mint chocolate chip ice cream with some little white chocolate something in there. That looks really good. I want to eat my ice cream tonight before it melts. All right. Is it okay to transfer ball pythons in the car in their enclosure? What I'd probably do is I'd probably take out everything that's heavy to make sure that if stuff gets bounced around, it doesn't hurt the snake. So maybe in the enclosure without any hides or anything, you could probably do that. My first ball python is a male fire bee. Is taken one meal. Has not eaten for the past 2 attempts. Yeah. Sometimes it can be kind of tricky with ball pythons. I would just continue to keep feeding on a regular schedule. Let's see. So my male banana produces at least one female every year. One female banana every year. So that's interesting. So that's I've never actually gotten a female from my coral glows. They've always been males. So when you actually breed a female banana, you'll actually get 50% males, 50% females as far as your bananas. And all the female bananas are not male makers or female makers. They'll produce half and half. And then the males from the female will actually be female makers, which is kind of confusing. If you can follow that. If Brian Barczyk invited you on his podcast, yeah, I'd probably go on it, but I'm usually pretty much unreachable as far as someone asking me to do something. That you really can't get in touch with me unless you actually ask me over on Morphmarket. Now, unless it's like hatchling related, I usually don't respond. So I just have so many things. Yeah. I don't really have email because if I have email, it just fills up real fast, and Facebook just explodes. It's kind of crazy. It's to try to talk to anyone. It's almost too much to actually talk to just one person. So this is kind of cool because I can talk to everyone here, and I can actually talk and respond. It's probably the only place that you can talk to me. So it's kind of crazy. All right, how to switch from mice to rats. So for a hatchling, what I like to do is I like to I like to start them on live mice, and then you can actually eventually switch them over to like a frozen thawed mouse. But I pretty much switch from a live mouse to anything else when they're going kind of crazy over the mice. When you first try to feed them, sometimes they'll be really shy and timid, and once they start like jumping up and grabbing anything that moves, that is the best time to switch them from mice over to rats. If you get an older ball python that you fed mice for several years, sometimes it's impossible to switch back to rats at that point. Fire and Etchy is Frenchy. That's a good one. All right. 2:35 a.m. in the UK. It is 7:46 here. It is crazy. Oh, let's see. Bamboo pastel equals pastel. Gotta go eat. See you later. What do I feed my retic? My reticulated pythons eat all my old rats coming out of my rat rack. I almost have to move Lucy up to rabbits. She is getting pretty big. She can eat, seems like she can eat like 6 adult male rats, the biggest jumbo rats that I have, and it barely even fills her up. That is kind of crazy. All right, let's see. Do you have to claim the super chat money as earned income? Yes. I have to pay taxes on the super chat money. But it really depends on if I make a profit at the end of the year. So I only pay taxes on profits. So last year I actually went in the hole a little bit, because what you really want to do is take all your profits and to buy snakes and equipment with it as much as you can. Then you don't have to pay any taxes. Kind of crazy how it all works. Let's see. Would you recommend a 28 or a 41 quart tub for ball pythons, blood pythons? So I actually don't really look at the quart tubs as far as the quarts. I just do the size, like I do a 70 series tub. Hey, we got another super chat. Yanni K, thank you. Awesome. We need like a little bell or a horn or something. I feel like I finally put up the sign, how much we owe on the Harley Davidson, trying to pay it down by Friday at midnight. Yeah. All right. Thank you. So that is, let's see. $76.87. Chipping it down a little at a time. Pretty awesome. All right. All right, Jacob, super chat question. I've been feeding him frozen thawed rat pups. That's what he was eating prior to being shipped to me. Thanks again. Awesome. All right. So, yeah, awesome. Wait, did I get the I don't think I got the did I get the $4.99 when I subtracted it? I don't think I did. I think this was 2 of them, right? Change the amount. Yeah, I actually got 2 in a row. All right. Yeah, I did get 2 in a row. I was like, wait a minute. What's going on? All right. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. My eyes are starting to cross here. That's why I put the amount up there, so you guys can catch me on that. All right. So that's -5. So 76.82. Awesome. All right, Bobby, what are you doing? All right. Bobby's getting excited. uh, maybe I will take Bobby for a ride on the bike. That would be pretty fun. Maybe just up and down the driveway on a warm day or something. I was thinking of actually taking the bike and then putting Bobby on my shoulder and then sitting in front of one of my black Angus bulls out there and taking a picture with kind of a picture for like the banner on my YouTube channel or something like that. I don't know. I don't know if I'll do that or not. All right, let's see. Thank you. All right, so that was Jacob and Yanni K. Thanks. You're the man. Your videos helped me a lot. Thank you. All right, so let's go back into. I even lost my place where I was. Let's see. All right, yeah, the 28 or 41 quart. Let's see, trucking along. Oh yeah, so we have 7 hours and 45 minutes into the live stream. What's a morph you'd like to produce one day that's never been done? I don't know. The world's first something, I don't know. Not quite sure. Probably like the quadruple recessive visual. That's kind of what I'm going for. I actually have the albino pied clown. I'll probably breed that to like a desert ghost. So maybe like an albino pied clown desert ghost. That's kind of where I'm actually going at some point. Have I ever had rat tails deskin when you pick it up? Nope, I never have had that happen before. Is it better to feed 2 smaller feeders or a big one? So I think it's actually better to feed one. I think it's better for the snake to feed smaller ones, but I think they'll grow faster if you feed a big one versus 2 little ones. Snake giveaway at 40,000. I was actually thinking, how about a snake giveaway at 1 million subscribers? Hopefully that's not too far away. All right, so my ice cream is melting. I think Bobby's trying to remind me here. She put honey in this. Woo! It's kind of messy. All right. Let's see. Did you finally quit your day job and doing this full time? Yes, I quit my day job. Another super chat. Awesome. Thank you. All right, now we're moving the needle. We're moving the needle now. Making some progress. All right, 76, 72. Crazy, crazy. Awesome. Thank you, Jacob. So let's see, where was I? Let's see. Yes, I finally quit my day job. I quit it. As a matter of fact, I did a video that says, I quit my job. It's been, I think, 8 months since I quit my job. And I've been doing this full time on YouTube. Yeah, I need to teach Bobby to update the balance. Yeah. Hey, you're back. Welcome back. You eat fast. Yeah, I'm not really eating. That's the problem. I need to eat some more of my stew. But eating just enough so I don't fall over from not eating. All right. What did you miss? You missed a bunch of super chats. We had a whole bunch here. Sophia, I'm not sure when you left, but we're actually knocking it down pretty good. We're down to 76, 72 on the motorcycle. Pretty awesome. What a whole bunch of them all in a row, which is pretty awesome. All right, you subbed. All right, the Grow guy. Thanks, that's awesome. Does the acid morph brown out as it ages? I don't think it does. I think the acid is similar to like a leopard, where the leopard, I don't think the leopard browns out as it ages. Do snakes have treats like cats and dogs? You can't really give snakes treats. They pretty much only eat rodents. And they don't really eat hardly at all. It's kind of crazy. You hit 36.6 subs. I've actually been live streaming over here 12 hours a day. I'm so tired at the end. I don't even go back and look at what's going on my channel, if it's actually growing or what's actually going on. I should go over there and check. I'm sure I have a whole bunch of questions over there too. Yeah, 100 more is a lot to a smaller creator like me. Yeah, I think it took me about 12 months of posting videos every single day to get to my first 1,000 subscribers, which is kind of crazy. So I remember I would get really excited when I got 10 views in a video. I was going so slow at the beginning. It was painful. And now it seems like I add about 1,000 every 2 weeks, which is kind of crazy. Are the bears staying out of your dumpster? So it's kind of interesting with my dumpster. The bears were like turning it over and getting in my dumpster. And now what I'll do is I'll fill the dumpster with a whole bunch of stuff that's not food. Pretty much fill the whole thing and then leave one door of the dumpster open. So the bears, they'll actually kind of I've seen them kind of stick their head in the dumpster and kind of poke around, and there's nothing good, and they'll leave. So I think it was completely closed, they dump it over. And then right before trash day, which is actually tomorrow, so probably in the morning, I'll put all the kitchen stuff in there right before the dumpster guy comes. So yeah, we're kind of working with the bears and the dumpsters. Can you bring macaroni out? Yes, I can bring macaroni out. Let's see, macaroni. All right, macaroni. Macaroni is Bobby's granddaughter. Take a look at macaroni. Just another straight bamboo. Probably the best little looking, good looking bamboo that is close to Bobby that I've ever produced. Really awesome little baby female. It's a female bamboo. And I decided to keep this one. I have so many holdbacks this year. I don't know. I'll probably keep this one for sure. I think I have about a dozen holdbacks I'm up to now, which is kind of crazy. That one's a pretty cool snake. I don't know what Bobby's doing. I got too many snakes here. Oh, come on, Bobby. Whoo. All right. Yeah, so that is little macaroni. As a matter of fact, if you look at the colors, it's pretty close from a hatchling all the way to an adult. So I guess it changes some of the contrast, maybe loses some of the contrast as it ages. Really awesome little hatchling. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. All right. Let's see. Yeah, Macaroni does have the same personality as Bobby. Oh, can you show fettuccine? Fettuccine, I can show fettuccine. Yeah. Not quite ready to go yet on fettuccine. This is little baby fettuccine. All wrapped up in a ball. Oh, that is kind of crazy. That is just a normal possible het desert ghost. Really good looking snake. I think if I get too close to the camera, I don't know if we can focus that close. This is my Galaxy. I'm afraid to touch the screen. If I touch the wrong part of the screen, it might end the live stream, and then we'd be like, "Ah, we're only at 8 hours." So yeah, usually I touch it to focus, but all right. I don't know how good you can actually see that. It's kind of coming out kind of grainy on the replay down here on my laptop. So. Yeah, that one's not quite ready. Maybe a couple weeks. And then usually what I do for my hatchlings, usually don't have anyone hold them. And what I'll actually do is I'll do a video of all the hatchlings for sale. And then as soon as I post the video, I'll post them over on Morphmarket pretty much at the same time. And then the first person to respond on Morphmarket gets the first shot at the snake. That's kind of how I do my snakes over on Morphmarket. So otherwise, I'd have a waiting list, and you'd never actually get a chance. I'd have a waiting list of like 50 people for a bamboo, and I wouldn't be able to sell anyone's snakes for like 5 years because I'd have so many people on the list. Yes, Bobby lives on in Macaroni, and she does have the same personality as Bobby. It's kind of crazy. All right. Now I have chili and ice cream. My chili's cold. All right. I love the bamboos. Yeah, so I'm not going to sell that. I'm not going to sell macaroni, but I should have more bamboos next year. I'm hoping to really increase my amount of bamboos for the next season. Little fettuccine is very adorable. Yes. Let's see. Finally gain enough confidence to take your PetSmart demon. Yeah, you just some of those hatchlings you just have to be more bolder than the hatchling. They can be pretty nippy. Yeah, a little grainy for you too. Yeah. My upload speed on my internet is 0.5 megabits per second, which is kind of crazy. 0.5 megabits per second. I'm surprised this even works. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. How's the hatchling? That was the size of the pencil. Yeah, I actually have that one too. That is lucky. So this is Lucky. Hopefully it's not too grainy for you. Take a look at that. That is a really awesome snake right there. And this one's kind of interesting because I'm pretty sure that this one was a twin, and the twin died in the egg, and this was the other twin in the egg. So it was like half the size of a regular ball python. And I didn't even know the female was het pied. So this is, I think this one is a yellow belly pastel spider pied 100% het albino. Now look at that. It's like a little tiny worm, almost as big as a night crawler, super small. And kind of the weird thing about this one is you can almost see through it. It's like almost transparent. You can almost see the organs in there, which is kind of crazy. And it's eaten 4 meals already, which is kind of insane. 4 meals by itself, no assist feeding on that tiny little hatchling. This is Lucky. I don't know if it's a male or a female. It's almost it's almost too small to probe. Yeah, my focus is not working very good on this one. Maybe if I bring it back here a little bit. Nah, this crazy phone sometimes won't focus. Focus. Yeah. I definitely need a better live streaming setup. I can kind of see it on the replay. It looks a little bit better. Yeah, I definitely need better live streaming. All right, let's see. Lucky has been out 5 times today. Yes. Yeah, a lot of my snakes keep coming out time and time again. I think my biggest one, the biggest normal ball python that's like 5,000 grams, that thing's been out like 8 times in the last 3 days. Kind of crazy. Let's see. Question to chat. What single gene should I breed to my male pinstripe? I like the pinstripe bamboos. Yeah, you could do the pastels and make lemon blasts. That's pretty good. The pinstripe calico is pretty awesome. Yeah, pinstripe's pretty cool. It works well with just about anything. Is Bobby's personality typical of ball pythons, just Bobby, or all bamboos? So I would say you could probably get any bamboo, and you could probably get any ball python to act like Bobby if you put it on your shoulder like a couple hours a day. All right, we got another super chat. All right. Thanks, John. Awesome. Need to ring a little bell. Ding, 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 ding. All right. So this is what we have left on the Harley Davidson. Trying to pay down the Harley that I bought. I'm trying to pay it off with super chat money, or at least pay it down until Friday at midnight. I think I'm going to call it the end of the Livestream Marathon Friday at midnight. So yeah, we'll see how far we get. We're down to 76.62. Wow. That is kind of crazy. Yeah, we started at 8,000 something, I think. I can't remember what we started at today. But yeah, I was just glad to get down in the 7,000s. All right. John, super chat. Thanks for all the hard work and ball python community. Thank you. I am trying. Trying on the marathon live stream. So we just passed 8 hours, 4 hours to go. 121 thumbs up. Pretty awesome. Still 52 people on the live stream. All right, let's go back to the questions. What's your favorite sterling combo? So it's kind of interesting with the sterlings. The sterling is the combination of the pastel and the cinnamon. And sometimes sterlings can be kind of a reddish brown, but the sterlings that I really like have the kind of the silver metallic color. And I think it really depends on the version of the cinnamon that is in the sterling. So if you have I think it depends on the version of the pastel to a lesser degree, but it's really, I think, the version of the cinnamon. So I really like just the sterling by itself. You can actually make a lot of different things with the sterling and still get the kind of the silvery color. I kind of like the silvery color sterlings, but there's a lot of other genes you can actually mix in there. And if you actually take a sterling and mix in other genes, it's really visually dominant. So a lot of times you get the silver snake kind of masking all the other genes, which is kind of cool. And you kind of get a sterling with a jumbled up pattern. So if you did like maybe like a leopard sterling and really jumble up the pattern, that would be kind of cool. All right, let's see. My pinstripe, I already sold. Let's see. Lucky is a super dwarf ball python. It's funny, I actually had two albinos that hatched out just as small as Lucky, and they once they reached like the normal size of a ball python, they grew just pretty much the same and grew as big as pretty much as fast as a normal hatchling. It's just a really slow start for those really small ones. And most of the times you actually have to assist feed snakes that are that small. So I was actually surprised that Lucky just started eating right away. It was kind of crazy. Let's see. It autofocuses on close-ups after about a second. Yeah. All right. Let's see. What's my most impressive banana morph? So actually, I have bananas and coral glows in my collection. I really only have one that's a true banana, and it's probably my most impressive, which is my banana Enchi clown, which is right here. Let's see if I can find it without getting bit. This is my banana Enchi clown that has been out a whole bunch of times tonight. Maybe we'll get a little bit better focus on a bigger snake. I don't know. So this camera is kind of going crazy as far as the focus. So this is, I really like, it seemed like it had a higher contrast, especially with the Enchi kind of reducing it down to these little blobs when it was a smaller snake. And then when it aged, it kind of faded out just a little bit. So that is one of my impressive. Then I also have probably my most impressive coral glow is some of the ones I just produced this year. We'll see if they've actually shed since the last time. Maybe you can see it a little better. So yesterday, this was like in a real gray, kind of the blue phase of a shed, and it's actually coming out of the blue phase a little bit. So take a look at this. This is my coral glow pinstripe. You can actually see, let's see if I can actually get the camera to focus on the coral glow pinstripe. That's a pretty good focus. I absolutely love these. Matter of fact, I produced one year and then I sold it. And I was like, I loved it so much, I wanted to produce another one. So I bred the coral glow to the pinstripe and produced two of these coral glow pinstripes. Probably one of my favorite combinations between the coral glow and just about anything. It's pretty much the best coral glow combo that I actually have in my collection. Look at this one, how crazy it is as far as that pattern. This is brand new, hatched out of the egg, never eaten anything, and hasn't even shed for the first time. So this is like one of my newest brand new hatchlings. Pretty awesome little snake. I was so happy to get some of these. So this is, I'm sure this is a male and probably a male maker, which is pretty cool. All right. So many snakes, so little room. uh, all right. All right. I'm just listening. Okay. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Uh, the snake gene talks reminds me of when I was into Ranchu goldfish, which is kind of interesting. I think the kois are kind of the same as the ball pythons, kind of like the fish version of the ball pythons. As a matter of fact, if I get into something else, I might get into the fancy kois and maybe get a really huge koi pond. Some of those can sell for like $100,000 for a fish. It's kind of crazy, kind of similar to ball pythons. The absolute favorite snake, Bobby is the absolute favorite snake in my collection. Look at Bobby. So if I had to grab one snake and run out of the house, it would be this one right here. Yeah. Can't stop watching this. Yeah, lots of snakes. So little time. Yeah, we are up to 8 hours, 8 hours and 10 minutes. Need to wake up tomorrow at 6. Can you bring Jeeves out? I can bring Jeeves out, no problem. Any snake you want. All right, here is Jeeves. Normal, possible, het desert ghost. Ugh. Look at the difference between Jeeves and Bobby. Quite a big difference in the colors. So much different as far as this is just a normal, a really bright orange normal, which is kind of wild. Crazy belly pattern on that one. Kind of crazy. Starting to get really tame from being handled so much on the live stream. Such a cute little face on that one. Doesn't take long to tame down a ball python. It's only been out for a few times, I guess. Oh, I need to wake at 8. Yeah, I actually go to bed at 1:30 and I wake up about 8. That's kind of my schedule. So at the end of this, I have about an hour and a half. And I water the plants and watch some news, eat some stew for about an hour and a half, and then do it all over again tomorrow. The marathon live stream. Let's see. Isn't Jeeves the pinstripe? No, that was Jeeves. The pinstripe is Bubble, the big female pinstripe. And look at Bobby, went to sleep around my neck. That is crazy. Just can't stop watching this. Awesome. I'm tempted to bring out Sonny, but I don't know. He's been really feisty lately. That snake is a monster. Let's see. You need a countdown ticker. I do. I don't know how you can do. I don't know if you can do a countdown ticker over here on a live stream. You've been watching since the start of the live stream. That is incredible. Yes, so dedicated. You love this channel so much. All right. Are you involved in the Batman project at all? Have you seen the results of the newer pastel line? So the Batman is the leopard spot nose clown, and I don't have leopard and I don't have spot nose. I may do a Batman eventually. They're really impressive. So probably what I would do if I was to buy a leopard, I would probably buy a leopard spot nose het clown and breed that into my clown to get the Batmans. That's probably where I get my leopard. And it probably wouldn't be too outrageous to actually get a het like that, like a male or something, to breed into one of my females. Let's see. What's the pinstripe you brought out towards like an hour away from being done on the live last night? That is Bubble, my female pinstripe, almost as mellow as Bobby, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. I sent you a link of a YouTube video that might help with your hatchlings that didn't eat. I actually did see a comment with a link. Yeah, I've been doing quite a few. I've been assist feeding for about 3 or 4 years now, so I've had quite a bit of experience. Usually after about 3 attempts, I get most of them back on. Sometimes it's really frustrating. But I can definitely take a look at that. What's your ugliest snake? I don't have any ugly snakes. Not a single one in my collection. Trump 2020 bounce between the debate tomorrow. So there's a debate, huh? So Trump is my competition. That is interesting. One thing I have on Trump is I can live stream longer than Trump can. All right, Bobby, what are you doing? All right, I think Bobby's getting a little frisky here. All right. Here we go. Woo. All right. We are switching to Bubble. Bubble is the Bobby backup, the really beautiful female pinstripe. No other genes as far as I know, just a straight pinstripe. How long does it take for a ball python to develop personalities? I think they I think they kind of change their personalities. The more you handle them, the more they kind of mellow out. If you taught a snake to fetch, no, I don't think you can actually teach a snake to fetch. Politics are distracting me from my snake. My least favorite snake personality-wise, I do have one that is pretty feisty, and that is Chomper. Right here. She'll probably bite me. Chopper. So this girl, for some reason, she bites everything. She bit the camera so many times. It's just crazy. She actually just laid eggs, and she hasn't gone back on food yet. But she is really a super feisty ball python. I don't know why she just bites everything. And it's kind of interesting. I think she sees herself in the phone. She can kind of see the reflection of her face, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, I actually sold this one to a guy I know locally. This is actually the snake that Lucky came from, that pastel yellow belly spider pine. So it looks like she's calming down a little bit, which is kind of unusual for her. She usually bites everything. Yeah, as far as personality, that's probably my least favorite. That snake is crazy. Bubble might have changed my mind on my next buy. I absolutely love these pinstripes. Right, one of the most stunning snakes up there with the bamboos. Yep, just a straight pinstripe on Bubble. Kind of crazy. How well did ball pythons see? I think they can see pretty good. I don't think they can hear very good, though. Can you show your biggest snake you have lengthwise? I can show you my biggest snake that I have lengthwise. Are you ready for this? Well, that would be Lucy. Lucy's in the other room. I'm not going to bring Lucy out. She's 17 feet long. But I have one that's almost as long as Lucy, and that is Sunny. Let's get Sunny up. All right. All right, so for this one, we definitely need the snake hook. All right, Sunny. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Here we go. Here we go. All right, Sunny. Here we go. Come on, you want to come out? You want to come out? This one is kind of sketchy, I guess you would say, as far as handling a big snake. Really super, whoa, really super flighty, really super sketchy on this guy. All right, here we go, boy. Oh, yeah. Whew. That is my biggest one. Lengthwise. Lengthwise. Woo. Yeah. All right. Now you can kind of get an idea. She's still got her tail kind of in the tub here. Oh. Wow. She is pretty. He is pretty amazing. See if I can show you the head on this one. Take a look at that. Woo. The problem with this one is it's just so long and lanky. Wow. That is crazy. So this is a purple albino. It's part super dwarf and part dwarf, 50% Jampea dwarf. 37% super dwarf, like a non-locality specific super dwarf. Kind of crazy. Very big snake. This one wears me out. He's getting a little better. We've been bringing this one out every once in a while. The thing is, it's just so awkward with the. You can't really support the whole body with one person on a snake like this. He's like 15 feet long and super skinny and super strong. Woo! All right, Sonny. He's going for the ceiling. All right. Here we go. Woo! Oh, he's coming back out now. All right, go on back in. All right, wow. Oh, my word. So, yeah, we have to take that one in small intervals. Yeah, that one is a dwarf. Believe it or not, that's a dwarf. So if it's not a dwarf, they can actually get up to like 300 pounds, which is kind of crazy. So that's pretty much a full-size dwarf, about 50 pounds. which is not too bad, but that one is so skittish. When I actually bought that one, it was really bitey and it would pee all over me. It was just crazy. I actually got it over on on Craigslist, and the guy sold it to me for like half price because I think it was just so crazy. It's like really aggressive. Whew. All right. Is it easy to breed ball pythons? I think the hardest part about breeding ball pythons is that it's hard to feed them. So, feeding ball pythons is the tricky part. If you can get them to feed, then you can get them to breed. That is the tricky part. Usually I'd say if you want to breed, if you want 4 females to produce every year, you probably want 8 females in order to get, I'd say probably the average is you'd actually get half of your ball python females to breed every year. How far are you from Denver? I'm about, I'd say I'm about 45 minutes from Denver, so not too bad. I'm up west of Denver, up in the mountains. You're back selling 700 baseball card. That's crazy. To get into snakes, awesome. Yeah, Sunny is. Yeah, hopefully I won't get bit by Sunny on my live stream. That'd be crazy. So how long do retics get? So Lucy is about 17 feet long. I think the biggest retic is like 24 feet that I've heard of. I know there was like there's actually some reward that some zoo put out for the biggest reticulated python. I think they don't get over 30 feet. I think they said any reticulated python over 30 feet, and they'll give you like a $50,000 reward or something. And everyone's trying to find the 30-foot long reticulated python. So I think like 24 to 28 or something like that. So they get pretty big. Do you regret getting a retic? I love my retics. I absolutely love them. They eat all my old retired breeder rats, and they have the beautiful patterns. I just need to handle them a little bit more and tame them down. They are a handful. That is kind of like crazy big ones. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, that was wild. Did you guys see that? Are you still there? My phone just blanked out and it said reconnecting. But it looks like we still have the 8 hours, 27 minutes. Looks like we broke the connection, but it picked up in the middle of the live stream, which is pretty wild. All right, cool. I thought we lost it. I thought we were done for the night. So 8:27, 9, 10, 11. So we still have 3.5 hours. All right. I was freaking out. My phone was like, I thought it started over on the live stream. It's kind of crazy. It went completely blank and then said reconnecting. So yeah, sure, a dwarf. That's what I thought. I got the dwarf reticulated python. I thought, oh yeah, it's a dwarf. And then I look over at some other YouTube videos and they're like, oh yeah, a dwarf reticulated python doesn't get much bigger than a king snake. And come to find out that dwarf turned into a monster. I cannot believe that it's actually. So dwarf is dwarf compared to a 300-pound monster. Yeah. Hey, we got another super chat. Rehab for Chompy. Nice. All right. Yeah, I forgot what we were actually here for. We're actually here to pay off the Harley Davidson motorcycle with the super chats. That's pretty funny. One of our goals, one of my other goals was actually answer everybody's questions without being kind of bombarded by a million questions all at once. like over on Facebook or my email or something like that. So it was just kind of crazy. All right, from Robert, thank you. We're down to 76.52. Yeah, at some point, the other thing is if you get too big of a channel, I don't even think the live stream would work. I don't know if you've ever seen like a live stream when PewDiePie did a live stream. He's like got like 100 million subscribers. He actually did a live stream once, and it was unbelievable. There's so many questions over in the chat. It was a blur. You couldn't even hardly tell that it was even text. It's just like someone scrolling so fast through the chat. I can't even imagine getting that big as a YouTuber. All those people trying to talk to you. Do I use an ultrasound? I actually do have an ultrasound. I have quite a few ultrasound videos over on my channel, and I don't really use it on a regular basis. I'd say usually I use it on just some of my YouTube videos. Sometimes at the end of the year, if I have a lot of snakes that aren't going back on food, I'll do a quick ultrasound, especially if they have really good body condition, to see if they possibly have eggs in there to kind of determine the end of the end of the season. But other than that, I really don't use my ultrasound that much. If I breed a 50% het pied with 100% het pied, could I get visual? That is a good question. So keep in mind the 50% het pied means that there's a 50% chance that that snake carries one copy of the pied gene. So if you breed a 50% pied and 100% het pied, and you do get a visual pied, the 50% het pied turns into 100% het pied because you just proved it out. If you breed a 50% het pied and 100% het pied and you don't get any visuals, it could mean your 50% is actually a 0% het pied. So you're kind of proving it out. Probably the best thing with the 50% is I would breed it to a visual if you have one, and then if it is 100%, you get half visuals. So if you breed 200% together, the odds are 1 in 4 that you'll get a visual. So technically, you could have a clutch size of 6, still miss the visual because the odds are not in your favor, even though both are het pied. So it gets a little bit confusing with the percentages and the het pieds. What else are you going to post on Morphmarket? I have some lemon blasts. I have, if I can get this one to eat, I actually have a bamboo pastel calico that I've been trying to assist feed. I might post that one over there if I can get it to the point, maybe in like 6 weeks. If I can actually get it to feed on a regular basis. I have some normals, some calicos. I have a calico just by itself. I have to look at some of my other stuff. I have some coral glows and coral glow pinstripes that have just hatched. Haven't had any meals yet, so I have some pretty awesome stuff coming up here at some point. Just picked up a Brazilian rainbow boa starting to breed along with ball pythons. Have you thought about them? So the Brazilian rainbow boas, you have to make sure the humidity is always really high. I think they're like 80% humidity for your rainbow boas. And I actually heard with a rainbow boa, if you let them dry out, they can actually die, which I'm not sure if that is always the case. So I'd probably check into that with the rainbow boa as far as drying out and problems with that snake. Oh, 50,000 for any snake over 50 feet. I thought it was 30 feet. Huh. Okay. I have a Brazilian rainbow boa and she's really feisty. It's funny. I actually went into one of my first reptile stores and they had all these snakes in all these enclosures. And they would actually take the snakes out, put them in feeding tubs, and then feed them in the feeding tubs and put them back, which I don't think you should actually do after being in snakes. And they actually would try to take their Brazilian rainbow boa out of the enclosure to put it in the feeding tub. And he says every single time he grabbed that Brazilian rainbow boa, he would get bit every single time. I don't know if it's something with that one snake or if it's that species in general that they're just kind of. I've never really heard that the rainbow boas are really that feisty, so I thought it was kind of unusual. Let's see. Non-ink newsprint versus coconut. So, for my reticulated python, as a matter of fact, for Lucy, I just recently switched her from the coconut over to a newsprint. I think it's a little bit easier for reticulated python versus the coconut husk. For ball pythons, I would definitely prefer the coconut husk chips over anything else. The only problem with the coconut husk chips is that if you have a fungus gnat infection, I actually have so many fungus gnats in here, they're driving me crazy. I actually started hanging fly paper all over my entire room to try to get rid of them, and it's not too bad now. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've ever seen. I think I had one kind of buzzing in my face the last few days, so I'm pretty much getting a handle with lots of fly paper hanging in the corners, what seems to be working. But it seems like the coconut husk really breeds the gnats, which is kind of frustrating. As a matter of fact, I just went through all my tubs and replaced all the coconut husks. So maybe I actually have, between the fly paper and the new bedding, maybe I've actually gotten rid of them, which is pretty cool. Yeah, and if you do the newsprint, you have to chase the messes in the tubs all the time. Yeah, it's a lot more work to do the newsprint, but it's a lot cheaper. Will you be at the reptile show in Pueblo? Hey, Pueblo. My grandparents actually grew up in Pueblo, Colorado. That's about 2.5 hours south of here in the middle of the desert. I used to live in Pueblo for about 10 years. I probably won't go to any reptile shows until I get a vaccine for COVID-19 and people stop wearing masks. That's probably the big thing. Once the whole mask thing and the virus thing is over, I'll definitely be hitting the reptile shows with my new Harley Davidson Super Chat. I want to get a ball python. Do you think they get boring at times? It really depends on what you want in a snake. If you want something that is constantly moving nonstop, I would probably go with like a king snake or a corn snake. But for something you want to just kind of relax and watch TV with or do a live stream, kind of like this pinstripe around my neck, you can actually get a ball python. I think they're a little more friendly as far as just cuddling with your snake. Not quite as squirming. What time am I going to start the live stream tomorrow? I start the live streams at noon Mountain Standard Time here in Colorado. Noon to midnight. Kind of crazy. 8:38 on the live stream. Any highway projects? No, I don't have any highway or freeway, but I would like to get into maybe a pastel freeway project at some point. There's so many genes. It's you can just keep expanding almost infinitely. It's kind of crazy. How do I see the sex of a snake on Morphmarket? It only shows a circle with like an arrow through it. So yeah, so it should say male or female over on Morphmarket. So the circle with the arrow going up, that is the male. The circle with the upside down cross going down, that's the female. So sometimes you can actually look at that. Newspaper is easy to clean, but you have to constantly chase the mess on a paper substrate. As a matter of fact, when I actually went to all paper in my reptile room here for all my snakes, and every time I walked into my reptile room, it always smelled like snake pee because the snakes would pee on the paper. And every single day, I'd go through all the tubs and check for snake pee, and they'd like completely drench all the paper. Versus the coconut husk, they can actually pee on the coconut husk, and it absorbs it and pulls it away from the snake, and you don't smell it at all, which is kind of crazy. I've known a lot of people. People's family will complain that the whole house smells like snake pee, and it's because they're using a paper substrate and they're not staying on top of it every single day, which is kind of crazy. So I would probably go to a coconut husk for ball pythons. Yeah, Brazilian rainbow bows are feisty as babies. How often do I change the coconut? I actually change that once every month, pretty much on the first of the month. Yeah, if you have, as a matter of fact, if you actually have a picky eater, I'd probably recommend changing it every 2 to 3 weeks. It's for some reason the coconut husk kind of stimulates the appetite as far as feeding. And if you wait for like 2 or 3 months between changing it out, it gets kind of stinky, and a lot of ball pythons will actually go off of feed. Using hemp as bedding, I've never really used it. I've seen it at the reptile shows, but I've never actually used hemp. What is the first snake you ever got into? I actually started with colubrids. I got my first snakes were California king snakes, which is pretty awesome. So my very first snake was a banana phase California king snake. Newsprint. Newsprint gives the snake something to read. That's pretty funny. So here's another thing that's pretty interesting that I don't think I've ever shared, even on my YouTube videos. So for a while, I was trying to figure out the perfect bedding for all my rats and mice, and I was going through different, like the aspen and the pine, and I did like all these different beddings, like shredded paper. And at one point, for my mice and my rats, I actually started using shredded newspaper with the ink on the newspaper. And for some reason, that the ink on the newspaper seems to be really toxic to mice. That I used that like shredded newspaper for, I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks, and all my mice looked really sickly, and it was pretty amazing. And I switched to like just a clear print newspaper, or like just a printer paper, like a shredded printer paper, and they all pretty much overnight started looking really good. So I would be suspicious of using like a printed newspaper for any animal as far as bedding, which I thought was kind of wild. I probably wouldn't get newspaper ink on my hands either. How much does it cost to start the freeway project? They're pretty expensive. I think freeways probably start like 500 or 600 maybe for entry level. And if you have the freeways can be pretty variable. If you get the really dramatic, really good looking freeways, they can be pretty expensive. Maybe 1,500 for a pair, a couple thousand. I don't know. They're really super expensive. Got any snake masks? I actually have one snake mask over on my merch, and it's Boop the Snoot. I actually ordered one of those masks just as a demo to try it out. It's really super comfortable. I actually worked to the barber when I went and got a haircut. It's it's the only time I actually wore a mask. I finally went and got a haircut. It's kind of crazy. The most common clutch number. Anywhere from 6 to 12, I would say, as far as the clutch number. I'd say maybe 7 or 8. Hey, we got another super chat. All right, it's getting late and we have a PHP. We'll have to convert that. Thank you so much. That is awesome. So PHP to USD is Philippine peso. Interesting. That's the first time I've had one of those. All right, 25 Philippine pesos is 52 cents. I'm going to round that up to $1. All right, we're moving the needle on the Harley Davidson. Woohoo! All right. So that brings it down to 76.51. Every little bit helps. Thank you so much. Trying to pay off the Harley Davidson with the super chat money. At least what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it down to as far as I can. Pretty much going to end the Livestream Marathon on Friday at midnight. So it's like 4 more days of Livestream Marathon. I don't know if I can actually go that far. We'll actually see if we can make it there. All right, let's go back up to this question. So it's kind of interesting on the average clutch number. I actually have I'd say probably about 8 to 10 is my average clutch number because most of my females I bought as adults a couple of years ago. So I think I have larger than average clutch sizes because I bought really big females right from the start. Like this big pinstripe right here. That's, I think, fell asleep on my shoulders. Kind of crazy. 8 hours I've been here. Woo! We're at 8 hours, 46 minutes, almost 9. So we have about 3 hours and 15 minutes to go. All right. Let's see. The arrow's going up to the right. That is a male. Have you ever thought about breeding other snakes like corn snakes, rat snakes, bull snakes, milk snakes? Actually, I started with a whole bunch of random snakes like that. And the problem is if you buy 2 corn snakes, you can only breed those 2 together. And then if you have 2 corn snakes, 2 king snakes, 2 rat snakes, you end up only with the choice of breeding a rat snake to a rat snake. So you pretty much produce the same thing year after year versus if you had all ball pythons and you bought a pinstripe, a pastel, a bamboo, a calico, you could actually breed any of them together. You have more choices as far as some of the genetic diversity you could actually make. So I could pretty much, decided to kind of get out of all the pairs of the different species and go with all ball pythons. So I can take 100 snakes and breed them all together with each other, which gives me a lot more options and a lot more creativity versus getting a whole bunch of random species. I've been here for 36 hours. Wow, that is crazy. Just got into children's pythons. That is pretty cool. I think that's one of the smallest pythons. I've actually seen some at the reptile shows. What is your goal in python keeping? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Good question. I don't know where. I suppose I'll keep upgrading my collection. It depends on how my YouTube channel. I mean, if in 5 years, if I'm making a whole bunch of money on YouTube, which is possible if my channel blows up in 5 years, probably what I'll do instead of paying taxes on all that YouTube money is I'll invest it in something. Maybe I'll invest it back into ball pythons, maybe set up some kind of a shop somewhere where I maybe hire some employees to take care of most of the day-to-day stuff. That's kind of what I'm thinking in 5 years, assuming my YouTube channel blows up. If it doesn't, probably I'll just keep it small in my basement and just keep upgrading my collection and keep it the size that it is. I definitely need help if I expand my collection. What's the best combo to pair with a bumblebee? So that is the pastel and the spider. I would actually, what I really like, I kind of recently ran into is the lesser bee or the butter bee. Kind of makes an axanthic looking bumblebee, or you can work it into a true axanthic. I really like the axanthic bumblebees. Could a snake learn its name if you interact with them enough? I don't think a snake could actually learn its name, but I don't know. I don't think so. Catch you tomorrow, Chris. A&E Reptiles. See you later. What is your dream ball python? That is a good question. I don't know. I don't know what my dream would be. They're all so cool. It's hard to pick just one. All right, let's see. Are there any other snakes other than ball pythons and retics you've been thinking about getting into breeding? So I've been thinking about boas, getting into boas, which would be pretty cool at some point. Did you breed your corn snakes? I actually got rid of all of my corn snakes. I sold Big Red. Big Red is gone. Any suggestions on what to pair with the female spider yellow belly? That's an interesting combination. Spider yellow belly. Probably what I would do with that, you could actually breed that into like an asphalt. If you could actually make a freeway spider, which is a really crazy combination. It really jumbles up the pattern. Almost looks like a vanilla cream or a vanilla scream working spider into a freeway, which is pretty crazy. I'm your fan from the Philippines. Sorry, I just tested Super Chat. That's fine. You can test Super Chat. I think someone from the Philippines said that it didn't work when they tried to do the Super Chat, which is kind of interesting. Can I breed a female firefly yellow belly 100% head pied to a normal 100% pied? Yes. So you would get, breeding two head pies together, 25% of the time you would get visual pied. And if you had a firefly yellow belly pie, that would be a really bright pie. Pretty awesome. Can it produce pies? Yes, it can. How many subscribers before snake giveaway? 1 million. Hopefully I'll hit 1 million subscribers here in the next 5 years. At the rate I'm going, maybe 5 years. Hopefully. But you never know with YouTube. It's funny. You see a lot of these big reptile channels, and sometimes it'll be kind of flat for a long time, and then all of a sudden the whole channel will blow up. My ice cream completely melted. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. Thank you. All right. So we know what the Philippine peso converts to. About $1. So I'm gonna bring this down $1. All right, nice. We're chipping away. 76.50. That's still a pretty big number. Oh, that's pretty funny. Yeah, I was getting some. It seems like anywhere from 9 to midnight, we get a lot of these different foreign currencies that we have to bring up the conversion and kind of calculate and to figure out what it is in US dollars. It's kind of crazy. All right, let's see. So yeah, the super chat, awesome, thank you. Let's see. How do I clean females after they lay? So what I like to do is just kind of take a wet towel and kind of wipe them down, and I go and I'll clean the tub really good and change out the coconut husk substrate. Some people actually do soapy water. I've actually seen that. I don't think you really need to do soapy water. Some people kind of dunk them in like a warm water bath to kind of do that. But so how long can a ball python go without heat? So really the most dangerous thing is a ball python, I think, doesn't really need the heat until right after it eats, and then it needs the heat to properly digest the food. So if you feed a ball python, you definitely need hot spots so it can properly digest. What's my favorite food? Probably like a T-bone steak on the grill. Like medium, probably like medium well with just a little color in it, with A1 sauce and asparagus. I guess that is probably my favorite. As a matter of fact, I was actually working at the lab. I did like steaks every day on the grill. It was really awesome. What food do you despise? Pretty much, I'm not really picky, so I'll eat pretty much anything. So I really like watermelon. I really do not like watermelon if it's overly ripe or if it's underripe. I've been having problems with my watermelon. It's like when it's perfect, it's really good. I pretty much despise a green watermelon. I feed them all my watermelons to my chicken. That's not the right ripeness. Are the microscales smaller than a normal? I'm not sure about that. I wouldn't think they would be. Okay, I'm looking at a bamboo male, female. It's 400 grams and is a baby. Should I get it for my mystic? Yeah, you could do bamboo. Bamboo mystics would be that would be a blue-eyed leucistic. You get an all-white snake with blue eyes. If you know now what you knew before you started, what pair of ball pythons would you get? I don't know. Pretty much I pretty much would do the same thing as I did before. I probably wouldn't have got so many spiders when I actually first started. I didn't really know anything about the spider, and I probably got, I think, like almost 8 spider combinations before I even knew what the genes were and that you really couldn't breed them together. And that's the thing about the spider. If you have 2 spiders, you really can't breed them together. So I'm kind of much just, pretty much just looking at one spider in my collection, my pastel spider desert ghost. That way I can breed any snake to any snake because I kind of avoid the whole problem of the 2 spiders breeding together. Do I have a fire ghost? No, I don't have any ghosts. Let's see. Chomping that dollar amount down, yes. All right. I have an orange ghost, head clown, head pied. Awesome. I absolutely love the orange ghosts. It is 11, so here it's actually 9 o'clock. We're going for 9 hours. Woo! Your vlog gives me more into ball python. Very informative. I'm here to 1 million subs. Thank you from the Philippines. Yeah, I'll get to 1 million eventually. One way or another. I'll also get to the Harley Davidson one way or another. Crazy. My dad is from the USA, Seattle, Tacoma. If it is near you, we will send you a famous food in the Philippines. Pork adobo. The The best food in the Philippines. I like pork, but Seattle is a long way from me. I don't think I could get to Seattle. I'm like right in the middle of the country, and Seattle is way up on the corner, on the top left corner of the country. So it's quite a ways from pretty much the furthest away from Colorado that you can get. All right, we actually hit the end of the questions. All right. Not very often that we catch up on the questions. All right, I'm gonna see if I can finish this stew here. All right, let's see. I cook Filipino food all the time. Awesome. Recently got a lemon blast and enjoyed your recent video. I did do a video on the lemon blast. Mine finally got its first rat pup. It's been 2 days and still digesting. Sometimes it's a while before ball python will. It seems like ball pythons digest a lot slower than some of your other snakes. Like reticulated pythons, they can eat, especially when they're small, they can eat a really big rodent, and within like a day, they shrink up to nothing. It's kind of crazy. But ball pythons are definitely slower. What's my favorite snake? This is not Bobby. Bobby is my favorite snake. All right, let's get Bobby out. All right, Bobby. Here is the favorite snake in my collection. Hey, we got another super chat. All right, nice. We were trying to pay down the Harley Davidson motorcycle with the super chats. Awesome. All right, so we are down to 76.40. Awesome. Need to ring the bell or something. All right, thanks, Robert Bailey. Awesome. Who's your favorite YouTuber? My favorite YouTuber. I don't know. Right now I've actually been looking at it's kind of interesting. I've been really looking at motorcycles, kind of like obsessed with motorcycles. And there's one guy, he runs a company, it's called SRK Cycles, and he runs another YouTube channel called Bikes and Beards. And I've been watching him a lot. Almost every day I watch some of his bike videos. He actually takes one of his motorcycles. He is pretty much just buys them and then sells them. And then he takes every motorcycle for a ride and kind of tells you all about the pros and cons of each motorcycle. He's kind of cracks me up. He kind of has like a comedy spin. As a matter of fact, he has like 2,400 videos or something on his channel. Really crazy. A motorcycle channel, which is kind of crazy. All right, so my ball python is hiding a lot, and This is her first shed since I got her. I was wondering how long the process of shedding actually is. The more you feed a snake, the more it will shed. And usually once they start shedding, sometimes they can take almost a whole week to actually go through a shed. Do I grow my own fruit and vegetable? Good question. Actually, we have really short growing seasons up here in Colorado. Our summers are like 2 months long between the snow in the spring and the snow in the fall. So we really can't grow it. The only thing I grow outside is like potatoes and carrots and onions that grow really fast. And inside, I actually have several, it's like wire racks with grow lights on the shelves. And I actually grow a whole bunch of stuff. We're trying to grow some clementines. I'm actually working on some papayas in the living room. We have a really tall ceiling, trying to grow them with grow lights, and they're about maybe about a foot tall on my papayas. The first time I'm growing those. I actually have some squash that I'm growing that's doing pretty good, and some peppers in the house. All this stuff in the house, which is kind of crazy. So it's almost like an indoor garden, which is we can't do much outside, so we had to kind of compromise. Let's see. Filipino foods are awesome. Yeah, I need to reheat the stew. Yeah, I'm used to leftovers and cold stew. That's fine. We'll only have to do that for another 4 days. 4 days. We can do a live stream for 4 more days. No problem. Friday at midnight. I'm drawing the line on Friday. No matter where we're at. Let's see. What did you say about the bamboo? $400 and 150 grams. So yeah, bamboos are selling for about 400 as a hatchling. That's about right. Do I play golf? No, I haven't really done any golf. I've done some putt-putt golf. And that's about it. So I know ball pythons are okay being alone, but do they fight each other in groups, which is kind of interesting. There's actually some videos on the internet where you actually see ball pythons in the wild over in Africa, and sometimes they'll stay in really big groups, which is kind of interesting. A lot of people think that they're solitary animals, but sometimes you'll actually find them in groups. Picking up a pastel leopard clown female and a lesser clown female with something else going on from FedEx Hub tomorrow. Awesome. Cool. My ex-wife is Filipino. My son asks for it all the time. Let's see. You should make videos showing your garden and what you do. Yeah, so I used to jump around from one thing to another, and it's not really good for your YouTube channel because it's kind of funny because I'll show some ducks on a video and then I'll get people subscribing and they're like, hey, I came over here for your ducks. I want to see more ducks. And then I'll show more ducks and then I'll lose all the ball python guys because they're like, hey, I want to see more ball pythons. And you're kind of you're kind of going back and forth between two different types of subscribers versus if I did mostly ball pythons, you get all the people on your channel that want to do ball pythons mostly. But I do throw other stuff in now and then just to give a little bit of variety of my channel. So usually what I do is like ball pythons at the beginning and then some of the other stuff at the end of the video sometimes. And sometimes I'll just do a whole video about ducks, which is, I've done that a few times where I just kind of go rogue every now and then. If you like bike YouTube, check out Max Wrist and Max Wrist Gold. I haven't watched those. I have 5 motorcycles: Yamaha NMAX 155, Benelli 150, Ninja 650, Harley Davidson Street 750. So it's kind of interesting. The Ninja 650 is really close to the Ninja 1000 SX, which I was really looking at before I decided to go with the Harley Davidson. And you really can't compare the Ninjas and the Harleys. They're like completely different beasts. And I decided to go with the Harley instead of the Ninja. The Ninja was really cool. It's got good fuel economy, really smooth on the road, really super fast. But I think that Ninja would kill me. It does like wheelies in every gear. I think it's too much power. I don't know. I think I'll stick with a bigger, slower Harley Davidson. I think it'll be a little bit more my style. I'll probably be doing wheelies down the highway. My cheapest mini bike versus most expensive mini bike. Yeah, beards and bikes. I'm sub. Yeah, that's awesome. Bikes and beards. How do you make the solid black ball python? That is the blackest black, solid black is the super black pastel. You can also do it with the super cinnamon. Sometimes the super cinnamons can be a little browned out. Sometimes they can be really brown, but in some cases you'll actually see a super cinnamon that is almost as black as the super black pastel. Let's see. In the Philippines, they sell bamboo chocolate for 1,666. That's crazy. My squash keeps getting a white mildew on the leaves. Mine does too. I don't know what's going on. What I actually do for that is I'm actually just cutting off the leaves with the mildew and throwing them in the trash. I don't know what causes that. So it seems like it's been kind of keeping up, just cutting it off and throwing it away. Every time I see mildew on a leaf, I'll actually cut it off and throw it out. Where do you keep your temps at incubation? I keep my temperature at 90. You should probably do 88 to 90 on your incubation. Let's see. The older the snake, the more expensive. Not necessarily. I would say usually for females, if your snake is older, it's more expensive. Usually not for males. Sometimes it can be. So when I bought Bobby, I think bamboos were selling for like 600 or 700 or something like that back in the day. And he was actually 1,200 because he was a pretty full size bamboo ready to breed. And that is what I wanted, a really beautiful bamboo ball python. He's getting a little frisky. He wants to do something. I think he wants to crawl around instead of just lay there. I think he's kind of coming out at midnight. Getting kind of frisky. Let's see. Yes, get the bamboo for 400. Indian motorcycles are roaring. Like it more than the Harley. Yeah, Indians and Harleys are pretty close. As a matter of fact, they almost look really close when you look at the Indians compared to the Harleys. I was actually reading that the Harleys are the #1 motorcycle on the street, which is kind of crazy as far as numbers. If I was to start over, what would I do? So when I first started in ball pythons, the first couple years, I was buying all hatchlings. And I got to the end of my second year and I still didn't make any money. So if I was to do it again, starting out, I probably would have bought some mature females so I could start producing hatchlings right away to actually use that money to support my business versus buying all hatchlings and trying to wait 3 years for those females to mature. So I was like dying at the beginning. I was investing all this money in snakes. I wasn't making anything back. It was a real struggle at the beginning. It was kind of crazy. So yeah, so other than that, I wouldn't have really done anything different other than that, and probably not buying so many spiders at the beginning because you really can't breed 2 spiders together. I think I ended up with like 8 spiders, and I thought they were really cool. And then I found out you can't breed them together. So I started unloading pretty much all my spiders except one, and I have another one I'm thinking about holding back. So yes, I'm still here. 9 hours, 14 minutes, 10 seconds into the live stream. That is crazy. We actually did $250 today on the super chat. Brought the Harley Davidson total down to 7,640 before we can pay off the Harley with the super chat. Let's see. For what company do you recommend for the best rodents? I've always used Rodent Pro as far as the best company. I haven't really compared the different rodents. As a matter of fact, there's some rodent companies that will actually vacuum seal the rodents, which are quite a bit more expensive, but if, that's another option you can actually do is go with vacuum sealing. They might last a little bit longer in your freezer. So do I ever feed the females the week or within days of pairing? So when I actually started breeding my ball pythons, I found out that if I feed my males and my females and then I pair them up the next day, I found that a lot of them actually regurgitated. And I actually got to the point where I was trying to feed them and then wait 2 days, and I still had a couple regurgitate. So what I actually do now is I'll feed them and I'll wait 4 days until I actually pair up the males and the females. I don't know what is the deal with them regurgitating. So I definitely give them some time between pairing them up again. All right, let's see. I have a ball python that hasn't eaten since November. That is a long time. Is it normal to go off feed for this long? Is there anything I can do? So my longest that fasted for me was just about a year. But on that one, it was a little bit different because it was a female that I paired up. And she stopped eating like in March, like most females do, and usually they fast for like 3 or 4 months until they lay eggs, and then after she laid eggs, she just would not go back on food. So it was kind of an expected fast for the whole time that she was from pairing up to so like 4 or 5 months that I expected her to fast, but then after that she just didn't fast. So there are some things you can do. You can try a live rodent. You can try going back to mice, like an adult mouse or an African soft fur. You can go to like a fresh coconut husk substrate. Sometimes that'll stimulate their appetite, going to like the coconut husk chip. But sometimes you just have to keep offering every week and just have patience as far as that. What website do you recommend I buy a ball python from? So I actually go to Morphmarket to buy all my ball pythons pretty much over there. And that's pretty much anyone can list over on Morphmarket. Hey, we got a super chat. Looking pretty tired. I'm turning into a zombie. Yes, I am. All right. Whew. All right, let's bring it down. $2 more. But we can do it. We can do it. We're at 9 hours and 17 minutes. 2.5 hours to go. All right, $2, $76.38. So yeah, I'm trying to pay off. My original goal was to buy a Harley Davidson, so I put $500 down on my Harley, and it was a $9,000 bike, and my original goal was to pay it off with Super Chat over here on the live stream. And then after a couple 12-hour live streams, I realized that I don't think it's going to happen. So I pretty much decided now that we're going to pay it down as much as we can until Friday at midnight. So we have 4 more days of live streams, which would be a whole week of live streams. And then whatever's left, I'm just going to pay it off myself and get that Harley Davidson. So we'll see how good we can do until Friday. That's kind of the new goal. I do not want to do this for more than a week. Woo. I can't believe I'm on my 3rd day of a 12-hour live stream. Crazy. Yes, I'm still here. So Shotgun Shane 15, thank you. I am really as a matter of fact, I'm starting to come up on my 10th win now. Not my 2nd win. I passed my second wind, I think, after the second hour. But I can do it. Oh, 2.5 hours. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. All right. My Mystic is 1 to 2 years old, and the bamboo is 150 grams. Would it be okay for them to live together? I would not recommend putting two ball pythons together permanently, although I have seen some people do it. And especially if you actually have two hatchlings and grow them up as hatchlings together, I think they're a little bit better. But I would definitely not put them together. The problem is if you actually have a male and a female and you put them together, a lot of times they'll go into breeding mode, and when they breed, they go into a really long fast. So if you actually had two ball pythons together all the time, I think they would both be fasting a lot of the time. I actually tried that with two Arizona mountain king snakes, and I kind of ran out of space. I was actually using glass aquariums, didn't really know what I was doing. And I thought, all right, I'm just going to put these two Arizona mountain king snakes together. And the problem is they were both really skinny, not like super skinny, but when I paired them up, they both fasted and would not eat anything, and they got so super skinny. I was really afraid that they were going to die. I finally had to separate them before they finally started eating again. So that's one thing you have to watch for. My website on Morphmarket. Yep, that's the only website I have. I'm a gold mine of information. It's pretty much all I do is study ball pythons every day for the last 3 years. Ball pythons are perfect here in the Philippines. You don't need a heat source. Yeah, if you are tropical, breeding ball pythons in the tropics, that would be awesome. The humidity and everything, it'd be so much easier, I think, than trying to breed them here in the desert. We have like desert humidity. It's like less than 16%. And then we have a lot of frigid cold temperatures, like negative 40 Fahrenheit up here in the mountains. It's kind of crazy. What should I breed with my super pastel vanilla cream? Wow, so that's like a killer scream. Let's see. I would probably breed it to another vanilla because the super vanillas are really crazy. I actually did a video on super vanillas, and it seems like anything you mix with super vanilla, you get some of the craziest combinations. I'm almost tempted to buy a couple super vanillas just to breed them together. It's kind of crazy. Can you tell if the ball python is 100% het pied? There are markers on the het pieds. It's not 100% accurate. I can show you what those look like. I actually have one here. All right, Bobby, you are getting heavy. My neck is getting sore with Bobby. Let's see. I think I have a het pied normal het pied. This is Biggie. Going into a shed. So this one just hatched out. Hasn't even shed for the first time. Hasn't even eaten anything. So if you actually look right on the belly, right down on either side of the belly, it looks like someone took a Sharpie marker and drew lines. Usually it's from the vent, right where they go to the bathroom, usually up until about a third of the snake, you see the two lines. And if you have a possible this is a 50% het possible het pied. And if you actually see those lines, that is 100%. I can guarantee that is a het pied, especially if it's really strong lines like that. It's a really good indication that you have a het pied. So a lot of times what I'll do is I'll actually sell these as 100% het pied, even though from the breeding, it's a 50% het pied. All right, so that is pretty much the only marker for het pieds that I know of. Wow, Bobby was getting heavy. after how many hours live stream? All right. I have a bamboo banana, possible super banana, pastel fire. Wow. I have a bamboo banana, possible super banana. So the super banana is usually a little bit lighter than the banana. Really hard to tell the difference between the banana and the super banana. Possible pastel, and so the pastel, usually when you mix it with the banana completely hides the pastel, and kind of the same with the fire. So pretty much, you have a banana and a bamboo. I think you pretty much have to breathe that one out to know exactly what's in it. I've actually made quite a few coral glows with pastel in them, and I cannot tell the difference between a pastel coral glow and a regular coral glow, at least as a hatchling. So I was just telling them is banana possible pastels, or coral glow possible pastels. Let's see. Do python pelts sell after they die? What's kind of the interesting thing is they're killing all those Burmese pythons down in the Everglades. And I was thinking, why don't they actually do something with those Burmese pythons, like eat them or make some boots out of them or something? If they're gonna kill them, you might as well use them for something. So I'm surprised no one's actually capitalized on what they're doing. I'm not for that at all. I do not think they should be killing the Burmese pythons down in Florida. That is crazy. I don't think they'll ever eradicate them. Has anyone ever done a week of 12-hour live streams in YouTube history? I was wondering the same exact thing. I am the only one in the history of YouTube that has ever done a whole week of 12-hour live streams. That's kind of that's why it's called the live stream challenge, live stream marathon day 3. That is crazy. I think it is a record. So what problems causes duck billing? Usually it's a genetic problem, and usually it's with certain genes. So you can actually get duck billing usually if you have like a super black pastel or a super cinnamon, where it kind of flattens out the mouth of the snake. And I've actually seen, so if you make a super black pastel, it's an all black snake. And if you make a super cinnamon, it's also an all black snake. I've actually seen some people take the cinnamon and breed it with the pastel, and you get the 8-ball, which is black, but you're using one of each genes. So you can get a similar looking snake, but a lot of people say you reduce the chance of duck billing with the 8-ball, which is kind of interesting. So I think most of it comes to the genetics as far as that. Like the gray matter is the super cinnamon champagne, which is like a metallic looking pied, which is pretty awesome. But since it has the super cinnamon, it tends to have the duck billing. And then the panda pied is the super black pastel with the pied that also tends to duck bill. I want to start with mature females, but then I may need one of each hatchling round. What is your setup inside of the bins? Pretty much, I just use coconut husk in the front around where the water bowl is. And then I can actually show you what a bin looks like. It's pretty much, so here is macaroni. So that is what it is. It's just kind of like a deli cup full of water with a built-in tray. It fits right in there, disposable deli cup. And then coconut husk right there. And then on the back over here, this is the hot spot. So I usually clear out the coconut husk on the 90-degree hot spot. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. So that's pretty simple. There's no decorations or anything in there. Really simple to just dump out and then clean it and then put it back. Makes maintenance really super easy. All right. Super chat. Woo! On the marathon. Thank you, Zach Ham. Thanks for the info and good luck on the bike. Awesome. So we're down to 76.36. Oh, I messed it up. The first one I messed up. If you can actually read my handwriting. All right. Slowly chipping away. Yep, so I'm going to live stream until Friday at midnight. From noon to midnight. If I can hang, I don't know. It's kind of crazy. All right, let's see where. I think I lost my place where we were. Duck billing. Okay. I was trying to highlight these comments as I go, so I know exactly where I'm at. I don't want to miss any. We got plenty of time to hit all the comments. All right, let's see. The setup and sun in my bins. All right. Is there anything to watch for when breeding Woma? So Woma is actually considered to be in the spider complex. So you have the Woma, the hidden gene Woma, the spider, the champagne, the sable, and the spot nose. And some people say you probably shouldn't breed any of those together. So like, for example, making like a Woma champagne, some of them are lethal combinations and some of them will increase your chance of the head wobbles as far as the genetic, kind of the genetic defect of the head wobble in a lot of the ones in the spider complex. So I don't think you can breed a Woma to a Woma. I think it's a lethal combination, but I have seen Woma spiders over on Morphmarket, and apparently there's some with no head wobbles. So that, I think that is one of the exceptions. Let's see. What should I breed with my monsoon? You actually have a monsoon. Monsoons are like $10,000. Monsoon is recessive. So anything you breed it to, it would be het monsoon. I would make a bunch of het monsoons with other genes and work them back into the monsoon and retire on your monsoons. That would be awesome to actually get a monsoon. That might be one of my dream snakes right there. Let's see. Can you tell it from a firefly yellow belly that is 100% het pied? So on the 100% het pied, usually the markers along the belly, usually you can only see that on a normal with no other genes in the mix. I've actually seen a couple pastels where I was kind of surprised that it had the belly tracks on them, but usually if you have a het pied in other genes, all the markers completely disappear and you can't see the het pied. What should I breed to my male ivory? I would do an asphalt and go for the freeways. I'd probably do like an asphalt pinstripe and do the pinstripe freeways, or like an asphalt banana for the banana freeways. Those are crazy combinations. What do you think about getting feeders at Petco? That is a very good question. Actually, I started getting my feeder mice at Petco, and I got two kind of normal looking ones, maybe a little bit fancy, and I bred them together, and I popped out all these amazing mice. Some of them were like bright metallic, almost like a gold sheen on them, and some of them were like almost like a Dalmatian, like completely white with the black spots on them. And I started picking out all my favorite mice from all the ones I was breeding. Pretty soon my whole mouse rack was full of all of these crazy looking pet mice, and I couldn't feed any of them to my snakes. It was ridiculous. And I finally got rid of all those and went to just white mice. So I probably wouldn't do fancy mice because you might get attached to them. And as far as rats at Petco, I think they only sell males. I don't think they sell the females. I have a pied het albino. What females would you breed with this ball python? So you could do, I would probably do an albino het pied, and you can make albino pieds out of that combination. Yeah, so on my tubs for the heat mats, essentially what I have in these rack systems for the tubs, I have one big huge heat panel on every level on these rack systems. So I have one heat panel here, one heat panel here, and then all the heat panels will connect into a big power strip. Like they actually give you like it's almost like a 6-foot long power strip that all the levels plug into. And then the power strip actually plugs into your heat controller. And then from the heat controller, I actually take the thermostat and I usually put it on the heat panel, like right in the middle of the rack. That's kind of how the rack is set up with the heat on the tubs. You think you'll get under 7,000 by tomorrow night? 7636. Well, we have 254. I think we've been doing anywhere from like 250 to 400 per night. So you never know what will actually bring this number down to. So I don't know. Yeah, we'll see how far we are by Friday at midnight. I have a Firefly yellow belly, 100% het pied, and she doesn't have those lines you were talking about. Yeah, so a Firefly, so that's the fire and the pastel. Those would definitely wipe out the het pied markers, the fire and the pastel. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. Yeah, we're slowly whittling down the price on the Harley Davidson. We'll see how far we get as we go down slowly. So we're down to 76.31. All right. Hey, we got another one. All right, so that's actually 76.26. Awesome. 2 in a row. That never happens. 76.26. Awesome. Whoa, 3 in a row. I think that is a record. Wow, that's like fresh ink. I can still smell the ink, and we got another one. All right. Woo, we are down 10 more. Thank you so much. All right, we're down to 76.16. Wow. Pretty awesome. That moved the needle right there. All right, super chats. Aaron Lynch, thank you. I'm researching and prepping for my first ball python. What should I expect during the first week or so to make sure the transition goes as smoothly as possible for the little guy? So for the first week, some people actually say that you shouldn't handle your ball python right away. I think it actually helps to take your ball python when you first get it and handle it for like 2 hours to really kind of tame it down. I actually got a hatchling, and the guy said it was his meanest hatchling in his whole collection. It was actually a clown. And I took that clown when I first got it, and I handled it for 3 hours straight. At the end of the 3 hours, I think it was my tamest ball python in my whole collection. So I'm not sure if not handling it for the first week is the best advice. And that's pretty much what everyone will tell you. Don't handle your ball python for like a week. All right, Rick. Thanks for the info. Watch your videos all the time. Thanks. I appreciate it. And Tiffany's super chats. Thank you. All right, so let's go back. Da, 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 da. Yeah, so we're at the firefly question. Just bought my first ball python. Any preference on rat or mice for the first year? So yeah, usually ball pythons, you start them on live mice and then you slowly transition to either a frozen thawed mouse or a rat. For the first year, pretty much after when they get to the point where they start eating anything, like jumping out of the tub, grabbing anything, that is the point where I'd switch them over to rats and pretty much never go back to mice unless maybe you're trying to break them out of a fast or something. But if you get them stuck on mice for too long, they will never go back to rats because mice, it seems like they taste a lot better than rats. And if you have a ball python that's been on mice for like 3 years, you almost never can get them back to rats. And a lot of times you can't get them up to size on just mice, especially the female. Sometimes it's really hard to breed a female mouser. Let's see. I lost my place. About an albino that is now turning orange where the white is. Interesting. So sometimes some albinos will actually turn orange where the white is. If it kind of turns like a lavender, kind of a purplish color, you may actually have like a candino or a toffino, which is kind of interesting. Or like a lavender albino. You only get the red eyes in visual albinos. So with a black snake with red eyes, I don't think so. So I think if you actually take like a super black pastel, which is black, and you crossed it with an albino to try to get the black snake with the red eyes, what you actually end up with is a white snake because the albino and the super black pastel actually come together to form what is known as a cue ball. So it's kind of interesting. If you take a cinnamon and a black pastel, breed it together, you get the black, the 8-ball. It's called the 8-ball, and the cue ball is kind of a play on the 8-ball. What to pair with a hypo butter pewter het VPI? So hypo is ghost, butter is the same as lesser, pewter is cinnamon pastel, het VPI axanthic. So you actually have the hypo is recessive, which is a ghost. So what you actually could do with this combination, which would be pretty cool, is you could take so you're really close to the true ghost. The true ghost is actually the combination of the ghost and the axanthic. So probably what I would do is do at least a double het for ghost and axanthic. So on this one, it's a little bit tricky because sometimes the hypos have different lines and some of the ghosts are not compatible. So you have to kind of get a compatible line of ghosts. So there's the orange ghost and the regular ghosts that are usually compatible, but there's also like the green ghosts and the butterscotch ghost. There's all these different ghosts. So I'd probably get like a het ghost, het VPI, and go for the true ghosts with the butter and the pewter. That would be probably a world's first as far as making a combination like that. A Frenchy fry. I'm not sure what a Frenchy fry is. Yeah. Hello from South Texas. What is going on? Hi from the Bahamas. What is up? Do I ever go fishing? Once in a while I do go fishing, and I usually fish for trout over at like 11 Mile Reservoir. That's probably the biggest thing here in Colorado, is fishing for trout. 7616. Yeah, we're getting down there on the Harley Davidson. Trying to pay it off with the super chat. You know what I'm going to do? First time in 3 days, I'm going to take a bathroom break. It's been a while. I'm going to put a sign here. Yeah, I think 10 hours is my limit tonight on the bathroom. All right, how's that? I will be back in 2 minutes. All right, we are back. Whew. All right, I can go another 12 hours. All right. Let's see where we are. Let's see. How long do you say would you say the whole shedding process takes? Sometimes it can take up to a week to actually go through the whole shedding process. Let's see. I have a female mocha coming tomorrow, and I would like to know if you could do a video on mocha, focusing on the BEL complex. Have I not done the mocha? Let's see. Maybe I haven't. Oh, I actually did do the mocha. Yeah, go to YouTube and search mocha ball python Chris Hardwick. I actually did a video on the mocha. It's 16 minutes long, so yeah, I definitely did that one. How do you maintain proper shedding humidity with your setup? So what I like to do is I like to go through my tubs and have, I actually use a coconut chip substrate, and I actually use a little watering can and kind of sprinkle the substrate, and I kind of get it to the point where it makes a solid mat. like if you push on the substrate, it doesn't fluff up. If it fluffs up, then you have not enough humidity. And if the top of the substrate actually looks wet, then you have too much in there. So I did just have just enough underneath to where it forms a solid mat, and that should be fine. And then what I usually do if I have a snake going into shed, a lot of times I'll take my little watering can and kind of sprinkle it right on the snake, especially if it's in blue, especially back in the hot spot, you know, right on the snake, and all that humidity kind of evaporates on the hot spot. Frenchie is Fire Enchi Firefly Red Stripe. Wow, that is kind of crazy. So that's the fire, the Enchi, the fire, Firefly. So yeah, so the Enchi Fire Pastel Red Stripe. Huh. Never heard of that one. Have you ever been to Estes Park for the 4th of July? No, I haven't, actually. That is a crazy name. Set up my first rack today. Oh, yeah, the ball python craze does begin. It's kind of crazy. I have a pastel calico fire 100% het ghost male. I have an albino black pastel female as well as a Mojave. I was going to breed the Mojave to the Pastavi orange ghost. Yep, so you'll get the super Mojave breeding those two together. The pastel Mojave orange ghost and the Mojave. Mm-hmm. Was your first snake a ball python? I kind of got into snakes pretty late. I actually started watching a lot of snake videos over on YouTube, and my first snake was actually a California king snake, a banana phase, which was my very first one. And then I got a bunch of Arizona mountain king snakes and an Australian Woma python. I think I was up to almost 20 snakes before I got my first ball pythons, which is kind of crazy. And then I pretty much transitioned all over to ball pythons, except for my 2 reticulated pythons. Would my female Sphinx cat be in danger if one of these snakes happened to ever escape? Maybe. I do have one ball python that might be a danger to a cat. Let me show you that one. They usually don't get this big, but she is a really big snake. So most people would say no until you look at a snake like this. This is a monster. One of the biggest ball pythons that I've ever seen. This might be a danger to a house cat. But you actually, if you actually could control this and keep it in, I'd probably do a locked enclosure on a big ball python. Probably for a small ball python, the ball python will probably be more of a danger from the cat. The cat could probably hurt the snake more than a ball python. But a big snake like this, yeah, I don't know. It's pretty rare to actually see one that big. All right, buddy. All right. Was my first ball python a normal? So my very first ball python I actually got from the NARBC reptile show in Tinley Park, and I actually got a pair of pieds for my very first ball python. I still have my female. I actually sold my male pied. My male pied was actually replaced when I bought my fire pied. I'm missing a label. Not sure where his label went. But this is my fire pied. I don't know where his label went. So this is essentially the pied with the fire in it, which really lightens all the the colors in all the dark splotches. I actually got this from Justin Kobelka a long time ago. This is probably the second pied I ever. As a matter of fact, I bred this to a normal, and it got a bunch of fires. 100% het pieds. So I actually proved out that there was fire in there, which is pretty obvious. As a matter of fact, when this one was really small, these patches were super bright orange, almost like a fluorescent orange, which was pretty crazy. And now that it's gotten some age to it, it's kind of faded out. This guy's been fasting for a long time. You definitely tell. This is a male, but still, it will still breed good, even though it's been fasting. Kind of going back on food after a really long fast. So that one is pretty awesome. If I have a pastel, can I take? I do have quite a few pastels. I have lots of pastels, actually. All right, buddy. So this is a pastel. His name is Slippy. Pastel, pretty awesome pastel. Pretty bright yellow. It's one of the hatchlings that I just hatched out. One of my first hatchlings. Had a couple dozen meals, looking pretty good. You can see pastel brings in a lot of the yellow and really scrambles up the pattern. And they're usually a lot brighter when they're younger. And when they age and mature, they can really brown out and get super brown as far as the pastel. So I actually have an adult. I'll actually show you that one. It's completely different than a hatchling. Oh, so this is an adult pastel, and look at how browned out they get. Not quite as bright as the young pastel, pretty browned out. And you can actually mix them with certain genes to make them retain their brightness as far as the pastels. And this one you can tell it's kind of a jumbled up pattern. She makes really bright babies, but it's kind of faded out. So probably the best thing to retain the brightness in the pastel is to work in the Desert Ghost, which I actually have one of those. And that one is super crazy bright. So this one's actually a super pastel, but even the pastels with the Desert Ghosts really make it pop. And even into maturity, these are really super bright with the Desert Ghost and the pastels. That's really, you work the pastels into certain genes and it really makes them super bright. It's kind of crazy. So it's a good gene by itself. It can brown out. But with like Desert Ghost, it really keeps its brightness. You can actually mix it with fire. The fireflies usually retain a lot of their brightness as they age and mature too. Do you think feeding rats with no fur is better for steak? I don't know. I think those furless rats kind of freak me out. I don't think I'd actually get into the furless rats. That's kind of wild. Do you have a house pet snake? Probably, well, I'd say Bobby. Bobby is probably my house pet out here every single day making videos with Bobby. I'll get him out. He's been sleeping long enough. Let's bring out Bobby. Wake up, Bobby. We're getting close to the end. Close to the end, only 2 hours ago. Crazy. Bobby is my bamboo. He gets held more than any other snake in my collection. I probably hold this one 2 to 3 hours a day doing my videos, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, so in that pied, it was just fire and pied in that snake. Two genes. What two genes don't go well together? uh, let's see. I guess it depends what kind of effect you're going for. So if you're going for, well, there's some genes that are a little bit more challenging to work with. Like the champagne is a lot of times, if you're actually trying to get pattern to come out of a champagne, a lot of times the champagne's really visually dominant as far as a pattern. You can mix like Mojave into a champagne. I'm pretty sure it's like a patternless snake, which is kind of crazy. I actually saw, I think it was a leopard banana champagne that actually had a lot of pattern to it. So some genes, it really depends what you're going for. Sometimes people are looking for like a patternless snake. If you're trying to make a patternless snake, I would definitely use the champagne. So it's almost like being an artist. Which painting is not good, and one could argue that they're all good. Yours frozen. You had to reboot. Let's see. Why do you enjoy Bobby so much over others? So that was kind of another kind of a YouTube experiment, having Bobby out all the time. So when I first started in ball pythons on doing videos, I was kind of changing the snakes around my neck all the time. And it seemed like every time I brought out another snake, it would always choke me out and jump around and try to get away. It was really frustrating. So I decided I just wanted to take one snake and kind of make him like the main, like an ambassador for ball pythons. And the reason I chose Bobby is because nobody in Colorado really knew what a bamboo was. When I first started breeding bamboos, they had really just come down in price as far as being really expensive. I think they were like thousands of dollars, and then they recently just kind of went down in price. And so I was lucky to actually pick one up and produce a whole bunch of bamboos, which was really unique. And Bobby was like the biggest bamboo that was ever over on Morphmarket. So I thought he was a really unique gene that wasn't really that popular, that used to be super expensive. So I thought it was a good kind of a like a centerpiece for my YouTube channel. And that's why I chose the bamboo. My female is at 500 grams. What should I be feeding her? If I move her to rats, I'll definitely move her over to rats if she's 500 grams. I usually move over to rats probably maybe about 200 or 300 grams. I say right around 300 grams. I usually move them over to rats. I'll tell you, definitely want to get them on rats before 800 for sure. Coffee or tea? I like coffee. Although I've been drinking a lot of Coke lately. 2.5 cans of Coke. It must be almost time. Getting close. Bobby's a snake and I trust him over any politician. I don't think Bobby's a snake. Are you going live all day on Mondays? I am doing a live stream marathon. So I did 12 hours yesterday, 12 hours the day before. Trying to do 12 hours today, only 2 more hours to go. And I'm thinking maybe the next 4 days of going 12-hour days. It's kind of I kind of started the marathon. What I was trying to do is, so I actually saw that Harley Davidson had really low sales this year, like down about 47%. So I was like, all right, I'm going to buy a Harley Davidson to support Harley and then try to pay for that Harley with the super chat over here on my YouTube channel. So I had this crazy idea. Yeah, I'm going to buy this Harley for $9,000. And I put $500 down on it. And that's what this number is, kind of what's left on the paying down the Harley Davidson. And that's kind of what we're doing. Like the 7-day, 12-hour live stream to pay off the. As a matter of fact, I don't think we're going to pay off the Holly. We'll be lucky to pay half of it off by Friday at noon. So that was kind of the incentive for the live stream marathon. And now it's just like I think I'm just going to do the 7-day 12-hour marathon because I don't think anyone's ever actually done a 7-day 12-hour marathon. It's live stream on YouTube. And the Harley Davidson is just kind of something that I threw in there, kind of to spice things up. I don't know. After this marathon, how often will you do live? So it's kind of interesting when I do live. Usually the live replays don't do very well over here on YouTube. So I actually I started doing lives every Sunday at 6 p.m. And then looking back at my analytics on my YouTube channel, I found that the lives really didn't do that well, kind of in the long haul, as far as doing well over on YouTube. Oh, Bobby's trying to get in trouble going between my back and the back of the chair. Cocaine or marijuana? How about hemp? How about that? That's a compromise. Does it matter what time you feed your ball python? Usually later in the evening is best. It's kind of weird. I've been feeding like early afternoon, and it seems like that's been working too. But it seems like it's better later in the evening in most cases. When incubating eggs, how far past 60 days should you wait before cutting? So, yeah, so I'd probably do 62 or 63 at the max. Really depends on the incubator temperature. So for my incubator, I actually have a 6-foot tall incubator that I actually built myself. And I actually have a fan in the incubator. And still, even with the fan, it seems like the top is a little bit warmer than the bottom. So if I have eggs on the bottom, sometimes they can be a little bit past 60. But a lot of times, if you go too much past 60, sometimes that can be an indication that the hatchlings could be wrapped up in an umbilical cord or something. So sometimes if you're like on 61 or 62, you want to cut them open and see if there's any problems with the umbilical cords. What would I pair with the cinnamon pinstripe? You could do another cinnamon and make the super cinnamons, which is all black, or do a cinnamon and black, do a black pastel with your cinnamon pinstripe and make the 8-ball, which is an all black snake, which would be pretty cool. You watch on the regular. About to breed for the first time. Awesome. 2.5 to 3-year-old banana spider female, over 1,500 grams. Awesome. I absolutely love the banana spiders. Can the snakes cool and be too cold? Yeah, I think it actually can. I probably wouldn't go below like mid 70s or something like that. Male is a pinstripe orange dream lesser. Nice. I don't know what Bobby's doing. Let's see. I have an adult male that was 1,100 grams. He ate the first week I got him. Now it's been 2 months since the last meal. He's 1060. Should I be concerned? No, I wouldn't really be concerned. Only lost 40 grams in 2 months. It looks like he's up against the 1,000-gram wall. It's pretty normal for him to go off of food about that weight. Sometimes it can be months before they go back on food. Flowers over powder. Marijuana isolate is powder. Do you have a personal snake that you keep in your room upstairs? Nope, all my snakes are down here in the reptile room. When were you thinking about breeding Bobby to the granddaughter? I don't know if I'm actually going to do that breeding or not. Yeah, the granddaughter, macaroni, it's about 3 years before that one's going to be big enough to breed, probably. Have you had to visit or consult an exotic vet? Yes, I actually do have an exotic vet that is actually, they always set up a table down at the reptile shows. It was kind of funny, actually. I always see these vets down on the shows, pretty much the same people. And I actually had a ball python that they had something in the navel in the ball python, like this big round mass in the belly button of the ball python. I actually brought it to one of the reptile shows, and someone actually wanted to buy that snake, and I said it had a problem with the navel. It was funny. The exotic vet came over and picked up that snake without even asking and pulled that mass out of the belly of the snake, and this big blob came out, and where it was, there was actually a big gaping hole in that snake, which is kind of, I was kind of freaking out that she did that. And someone else actually bought that snake and then brought it back to the same vet, and they actually put stitches in it, which is kind of crazy. Some of the things you do with these snakes. If your snakes were limited, what would you rather breed? A normal ball python to a spider, or a normal to a pearl Burmese? I probably wouldn't go ball python to Burmese to make the Burm ball. I'd probably stay away from the hybrids. What about Lucy? Lucy weighs about 100 pounds. She is in the other room. I actually brought Sonny out a few times. He's about 50 pounds, and he is, I don't know, I think he's kind of grumpy tonight. He's really big, kind of flighty. What's my limit on snake capacity? I think I can fit about 152 snakes in this room, something like that, 155. I think right now we're about 75. I actually did a count earlier. It was close to 75. On why is only docile while handling? I want to make burn balls. Yeah. Would you breed a fire yellow belly to an Enchi Mojave? So you would get a fire Mojave with Enchi and yellow belly. That would be a good pair. You could see most of the genes, the yellow belly, the fire would lighten it. The yellow belly what might bring out a little bit more yellow. The Enchi could bring out some orange. The Mojave would be pretty awesome. That would be a pretty good combination. When it comes to snakes, what is your 5-year goal? That is a good question. I still don't know what I'm doing with my ball pythons. I guess pretty much what I'm going to do for the time being is keep my collection small enough to fit in this room in the basement, and just keep upgrading the genes, get rid of some of the normals and upgrade it with some of the other stuff. Bring in some new genes and kind of freshen it up. I don't know if I want to expand too much at this point. You wanted to see Sunny and you were holding Bubbles. Yeah. I don't know if I want to bring Sunny out again. He is kind of grumpy today. I thought he was going to bite me the last time. And he's been out maybe 4 times today. He is a really big snake. He's getting really flighty. Have you ever tried an all vegan diet with my snakes? No. Ball pythons and snakes are pretty much carnivores. They will not eat a carrot. Let's see. Any adult female ball pythons? I do have one female adult. I can show you that one. Come on, Bobby. All right. So this one is pretty much the only female adult I have. Really beautiful female. This is a spider with the jungle woma gene. Essentially what the jungle woma does is it really reduces the spider. Not really common to see a jungle woma. And you can actually make a super jungle woma with 2 copies of it, and it really reduces it to just a little ridge right on the back, which is called a ridge back. And then the spider gene, you just don't want to breed a spider with the spider. And this one, you know, with the spider, sometimes they can have the head wobbles. This one has 0 head wobble, no head wobble at all on this spider girl. Pretty awesome look. If I can get the camera to focus, or my phone, I'm actually recording on my phone. She's a pretty awesome snake. So this one I actually have over on Morphmarket. She laid for me, I think it was 2 years ago, and then last year I didn't breed this one. Hey, what is going on? We got a super chat. Nice. Looks like a different type of currency. MX. I'll have to look that one up. MX to USD. That is Mexican peso. Wow, that is kind of crazy. 200 Mexican pesos. $8.93. All right, yeah. $9. We will do it. All right. Thank you so much. All right, trying to pay off this Harley Davidson a little bit at a time. Let's see. Minus, this one's choking me out. So that was, we'll do, yeah, this one's a big choker. 7607. All right. Yeah, we'll see if I can get choked out and fall over on the live stream. Oh, my word. All right, I give. I give. Woo. Oh, woo. That one. Woo. All right. I think I'm done with this one. Woo. I give. Come on. Come on. Come on. Wow. All right. All right, so we'll go back to Bubble. Bubble is a big pinstripe, pretty much as calm. I think she's calmer than Bubble. Really mellow snake, pretty awesome. Wow, I thought I was going to pass out on that one. Whew. All right. So thank you. Yes, we can do it. All right. Thanks for the super chat. Awesome. Yeah, she had an Audi belly button on that one. I had never seen that before. And it was kind of weird on that one that had the weird mass in the belly button. I would have never thought to pull it out. It was kind of wild. If I bred my Pearl Burmese, would you be interested? Not really. Probably won't get a Burmese python because I already have 2 really big snakes. I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want a snake that gets that big. Another Lucy. I'm having the problems just getting the enclosure size for Lucy. What are your favorite ball python patterns? I would say probably the bamboo. I really like the bamboos. The pattern I like the best is like the combination of the leopard and the spot nose makes a really cool combination. I like the monsoons too. That's a really kind of almost looks like a granite Burmese python. The monsoon's pretty awesome. You should bring Lucy, huh? Yeah, Lucy is about 100 pounds. I don't know if I could bring Lucy. I've been nervous about the spider gene. So yeah, so some people stay away from the spider, and I do breed spiders. It's kind of a risk. You can actually have some hatchlings with a head wobble. I've actually seen some people have bad experiences, but I pretty much have had all good experiences so far with all my hatchlings and all my spider adults. So no problems at all here. Mm, let's see. Was the father or mother a spider? So I actually bought that Jungle Wilma spider on Morphmarket as an adult female. And I was kind of wondering about the Jungle Wilma and that, but the guy that I bought it from said he produced the Super Jungle Wilma. Sometimes it's kind of hard to see. And it looks like since he produced the Super, it's definitely in there as far as the Jungle Wilma. Yeah, super chat starts streaming, and usually right up against midnight, we start getting the super chats from all over the world. I think everyone's going to bed over here in the United States, and then in other countries, people are starting to wake up. That's kind of crazy. Have you ever raised African soft furs? Yes, a couple times. And I found they breed pretty slow and they grow really slow compared to regular rats and mice. So they do have pretty large litters, but it seems like they just grow really slow. And that's one of the reasons I actually got out of them. But if you actually have African soft furs, one of the coolest things you can do is put them in like a big glass aquarium. I actually had critter cages, the big, like a 40-gallon. You put them in a big glass aquarium, and then you put some round hides in there that they can hide in. And then you put a wheel that they can run on. Let me tell you, African soft furs on a running wheel, it is their life goal to run that wheel 24 hours a day. It is crazy. I had a glass tank. I think I had like 7 African soft furs, and they would all try to run on the wheel at the same time. It was so funny. I mean, just having them as a pet, just to run on the wheel, watch them run on the wheel all day is kind of crazy. Yes, this is Bubble. He's choking me. I don't think she choked me. I think she's a nice snake. My baby corn is hostile in this terrarium, but docile while handling. Could be it's just, yeah, so baby corn snake, they can get kind of confused sometimes. Kind of like baby king snakes. Sometimes they can be really super aggressive as a hatchling. They can wag their tail like a rattlesnake and start snapping at you. And usually when you pick them up, they're perfectly fine. They definitely will grow out of it. Do you know when reptile shows will be starting again? I'm waiting for my vaccine before I go back. I'm actually waiting for the vaccine and people to get rid of the masks before I go back to the reptile shows. Hey, Chris from North Georgia, what is up? What's my feeding receipt for the year? So I spend maybe... I'd say I probably spend maybe $100 a month in rat food, and maybe another 28, maybe $30. I'd say maybe $150 a month for all my rats to feed all my snakes, which isn't too bad because I actually have about 75 rats or 75 snakes. So it's actually not too bad to feed 75 snakes with $150. So maybe $2 a snake per month. that's not too bad at all, especially with all these retics eating too. Not too bad. The snake that was choking me. That was the mother spider and the father, and so that one. I actually bought as an adult. I don't know if exactly what the breeding was on that spider that was choking me out. So I bought that. I can't even remember the breeder on that. The name of the breeder that sold it to me. As a matter of fact, if you actually go over on, if you go over to Morphmarket and look up Jungle Woma, you could probably find that one that was sold over there because that's where I bought it. And it was pretty much the only guy over there that that was working with Jungle Woma. Not a lot of them over there. I decided to leave a rat with my mail that hadn't eaten for 2 months while I watched the stream. He finally ate. Nice. It's nice when your ball python finally eats. That's pretty awesome. My baby corn is hostile. Let's see. If you get retic eggs, are you going to end up holding some back and breeding those back? Nope. I will probably. I'm thinking I'll probably sell all of the baby retics that I actually produce. Matter of fact, I was thinking I might have to actually sell them as wholesale because I'll probably have like 35 or 40 retic babies. That'll pretty much all be the same. They'll all be lavender albino, part super dwarf and part dwarf. They'll probably get somewhere between the size of Lucy and Sunny. How often do ball pythons need to see a vet? Hardly ever. Ball pythons are pretty bulletproof. How often do you sterilize your tubs? So what I actually do is I kind of spot clean with a different solution. Sometimes I'll use F10 and sometimes I'll use chlorhexidine to actually go in and kind of spot clean. But once a month, I'll go in and sterilize the whole tub and change the substrate and everything. How many times do I get bit a month? Depends on the month. Sometimes a lot, sometimes hardly at all. Usually not very often. Usually just a tag here and there from the hatchlings. From the adults, I almost never get bitten. Unless I'm actually feeding and they miss the rat and hit my hand. I just got a pied and plan on breeding in a couple of years. Planning on getting a het pied with 4 other genes. Nice. Yeah, so you can work a whole bunch of stuff into pied. You can do the yellow belly and make the pumpkin pied, which is pretty cool, or orange dream pies. You could do the het. Let's see. Okay, about an orange dream, yellow belly. What would you breed her to? So orange dream and yellow belly make a really bright snake. Probably what I would breed to is like a pastel fire, which would be like a firefly, or maybe a super pastel fire. And then you can make some really bright snakes with that orange dream yellow belly. That would be pretty awesome. Let's see. Besides ball pythons, how many snakes do you have? I have my 2 reticulated pythons, Sunny and Lucy, and all the rest are ball pythons. Top 3 most expensive snakes that you bought. Probably my number 1 is my banana inchy clown, trying to work that into some clown stuff. I bought my scaleless head for $1,100 back in the day. They are just a couple $100 now. That's where all my scaleless head stuff came from. And my albino pied male is probably my most expensive. I think I paid like $1,100 for that one too. How do you calm down a ball python that keeps trying to leave your hands when you're holding it? So it just takes time. Working with a ball python that's really flighty. Sometimes you just need to work with it some more. Let's see. Believe it or not, I'm still working on my stew. I just have a little bit left. All right, let's see. We're at 10 hours and 29 minutes. Woo! Let's see. I recently bought a Mystic Potion head clown. So with the Mystic Potion, that's the Mystic and the Mojave. Head clown, you could breed it to another clown or a head clown to make some clown combos. Or you can do a Mystic and do the Super Mystics or some more Mystic Potions, which would be pretty cool. I saw a blue-gray ball python. Blue-gray could be like a true ghost, which is a ghost and a xanthic, which is kind of crazy. Would you recommend a Pac-Man frog? They're pretty easy to take care of. A lot of mine, actually, I had a whole bunch of Pac-Mans. We actually sprayed some bug spray, and it actually killed most of my frogs. So you definitely can't spray any bug killer if you have Pac-Mans. Hi again from Malaysia. Thank you so much. I'm the owner of 3 ball pythons. Nice. What's the best gene to breed to a normal? You could breed anything. I would breed it like a co-dominant. You could do like pinstripes or lessers or Mojaves or bamboos. You can do quite a bit with just a normal. Does your wife think you're crazy for doing the live streams? Yes, she does. She's actually in bed right now. I'm starting to think I'm kind of crazy for doing these live streams. I don't know if I can last another 4 days. I don't know. After the first day, I was like, I don't know if I can do another day. And today it seemed like a little bit easier. I'm definitely starting to feel it after 10 and a half hours. It's kind of crazy. I saw a snake on Morphmarket that's $26.50, a pastel sugar inchy clown. Pastel sugar inchy clown. Depends on how big it is. So if it's a bigger one, maybe an adult ready to breed, it could be worth something like that. $26.50 to help the Harley Davidson fund. Yeah, we still have $7,600. Whew. I have a normal pinstripe and a banana. Nice. Does a ball python bite? Does it hurt? I love them, but I'm also scared of them. So a hatchling ball python, if you get bit by a hatchling, usually it's like someone taking a needle and pricking your finger. It usually doesn't hurt. And an adult, sometimes it's the same, unless they actually grab and wrap your arm. Then it can hurt quite a bit. Would I ever buy a ball python again? I do buy ball pythons once in a while. I try to buy at least one a year. I didn't buy one this year because I had a pretty bad year with my hatchlings. So if I have a really good year with my hatchlings, I'll take that money and I'll reinvest it in another project. So my banana inchy clown was the one from last year. I was thinking of doing a confusion this year, but I didn't have that many hatchlings, so probably will wait till next year. Let's see. So we're all caught up on the questions. All right. I actually do have a sandwich here. Maybe I'll start on a sandwich at the 10th hour, coming up on the 11th hour. And I have another yogurt. I actually have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Peanut butter and strawberry jam. A Red Bull. I need a Red Bull. Hour and a half. I think I can do an hour and a half. So you don't know when your female's ready to breed. You can actually tell them sometimes they'll ovulate, and the bottom part of the snake kind of blows up like a football, like right in here. And then once they ovulate, you pretty much know they're gonna lay eggs for sure. But what I do is usually what I do is like after pairing up the females for about 5 months, getting towards the end of the season, what I do is every day I just kind of peek in the tub of the female to see if she's on eggs. I go through all my females like every day, just kind of peek in the tub, and I usually don't use the ultrasound that much. The best hatch that I've had so far, probably one of these last ones where I actually produced the bamboo pastel pinstripe calico. Had some really awesome combos in that class. That was pretty awesome. The Red Bull pear. I'm gonna have to try that one. Harley Davidson time. Yeah. Getting close, getting close. We still have 56 people on the line. Kind of crazy. Yeah, so trying to pay off the Harley Davidson with my super chat. We actually made $283 tonight, which is pretty awesome. I think that's pretty close to what we did last night. And then the night before was the best night at $401, which is kind of crazy. So slowly chipping away. So we're getting close to about a 300 a night, which is another would be another 1,200. We'd still be down to 6,400. Quite a bit to actually pay on the Harley. I don't know how we'll do. I got a bunch of stuff I could sell if we actually don't do it. I'll get that Harley one way or the other. Friday is pretty much the deadline. Friday at midnight. It doesn't matter if we pay off the Harley by then. So I think pretty much 7 days of a 12-hour stream is definitely a record, one way or the other. Are double-headed snakes worth the buy? I'm not sure if I would actually buy a double-headed snake. It could have some problems. Double-headed is not hereditary. It's just kind of a random anomaly. I don't think you could reproduce it. It's kind of like it's almost like a chimera where the two snakes didn't completely fuse all the way together and they're kind of breaking out. It's pretty common in reptiles to actually have two heads, which is kind of weird. You cool to hit 7,500? I don't know, in the last hour and 20 minutes, maybe. Not sure if we could actually do that one. This sandwich is really good. So the difference between a banana and a super banana, I've actually seen some people with a whole clutch of bananas and super bananas, and they can't tell the difference between them. Sometimes the super bananas can be a little bit lighter, and sometimes they can be almost exactly the same. Nope, I have never eaten a snake. What are all these initials? So those, the Jolliffe, the MJ, the TSK, and the VPI are all different lines of a xanthic. So a lot of them are the names of, like, TSK is the Snake Keeper, which is the name of the company of, it's like a snake breeder, the Snake Keeper. MJ is, can't remember what that stands for. It's like initials for someone's first and last names. VPI is another breeder. Would you go for cinnamon, Mojave, black pastel, lesser combo for a chance for black and white babies in the same clutch? Cinnamon, Mojave, black pastel, lesser. So the cinnamon and the black pastel would be a completely black, and Mojave and lesser. So what you'd actually get, the cinnamon, black pastel, lesser Mojave is actually the cue ball, which would be an all white snake. I think. No, actually the albino would be. So actually what you would get, black and white babies in the same clutch. So if you mix the cinnamon Mojave with a black pastel lesser, yes, you could get black and white babies in the same clutch. Have eaten a snake and it's disgusting. Michael Jackson? I really don't listen to Michael Jackson. So if I got a boa, I was thinking maybe a super fire, but the super fires are like $4,000, which is kind of crazy. It's actually an all white snake with black eyes, all white boa. It's kind of crazy. Question during 9:43. So I don't actually have timestamps on my comments over here on the chat. You know what? I'm back on top chat. Instead of the live chat. That's weird. You know what? I think when my internet reset, remember when the internet refreshed, it went back to top chat instead of live chat. So I think I did miss a lot of questions, which is crazy. Super Fire 12-hour streams coming soon. Have you seen how stunning the Odium is? So That's one of those nerd morphs. I'm not really familiar with the odiums that much. Kind of the weird thing about a lot of the New England reptile morphs is a lot of times they don't post them over on Morphmarket. A lot of times they'll sell them on their own website. So sometimes I won't actually see a lot of things like comparison. I pretty much stick to Morphmarket because if I go to someone else's website and do videos, I think there could be some copyright issues as far as using someone else's material. Where if it's actually on Morphmarket, it's kind of like the Amazon for for snakes. I think it'd be easier to use the content there under like a fair use versus kind of using it from someone else's website. So, let's see. Where do you see the pied prices going? Got a 4-month pied, 85 grams, and year-old female. Yeah, a breeder-ready female pied. I'm not sure if you can actually find a breeder-ready female pied. I tried for a long time, and most people don't actually get rid of them. I'd say usually I've actually seen a couple of female pies that are usually maybe in the $800 range, something like that. So you can definitely get them cheaper if you get them smaller. So the pies have pretty much bottomed out since I started in ball pythons. I don't think they're gonna go any lower or change much at all in the future. You know if Eastern and Western garters can breed? I don't know if don't know anything about the garter snakes. I would assume that they could, that they're compatible with the garter snakes. Do you know the exact number of tubs in my snake room? I think it's 152 or 155 over here. So let's see. My screen just blanked out again on the live stream. That was weird. I'm surprised this thing is still going. Let's see. Is Sable with a spider lethal? Sable spider. I think I actually have seen a sable spider, but I probably wouldn't do it because they're both in the spider complex. And technically, you could get some severe head wobble with the sable spider. You're still here? Yes, I am still here. As a matter of fact, I'm going to open the door. I actually closed it. It's getting hot in here. Whew. Getting super hot. Oh. It's funny, my eyes are starting to bug me with the door closed. I was wondering if it's from 11 hours in the rat room. Maybe it's the rats that are actually bugging my eyes after 11 hours down here without the door open. Whew. That's kind of crazy. My eyes were kind of bugging me last night, right in the last hour, right about 11 o'clock, about the same time, which is kind of crazy. How do you feel about the par of the Suma ball python in breeding? So I actually did a video on the Suma. It's really visually dominant. That is the super mahogany. And pretty much anything you mix in the Suma, it's really hard to get to break through the Suma. Yeah, MJ is Marcus Jane. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm starting to lose my mind. I should have known that. Do you get the same ad offers than other YouTubers, even though you're a reptile channel? So when it comes to ads on my YouTube channel, there's pretty much no control at all. As a matter of fact, you can actually go in and turn off certain ads and keep some on if you go over to AdSense and kind of turn some off. But usually you just turn all the ads on and they give you ads based on your keywords in there. Sometimes you have pretty much no control of what the ads are on your videos. As a matter of fact, I actually have YouTube Premium and I never see an ad because I pay for the premium every month. How come a lot of snakes on Morphmarket are fed live food? Because it's easier. It's easier just to pop live rodents in every tub and walk away and then go back and check on them versus trying to, convince a snake to eat every time. So, and especially hatchlings, they pretty much can only eat live mice at the beginning. So I think a lot of people selling them over there are, starting them on live mice because that's pretty much the only thing they'll eat. But what I like to do is I like to feed my hatchlings at least a dozen, maybe 2 dozen times before I sell them and get them over to a frozen thawed, which is a lot better. How old is your pinstripe? This is Sleepy Bubbles. Bubble is a pinstripe female around my neck. I think she's sleeping. She is 8 years old, older than Bobby. Kind of crazy. Still going. Yeah, 10 hours, 50 minutes. Whew. I think I'm getting my second win since I opened that door and got some air in here. I'm starting to break a sweat. That's kind of crazy. How is the axanthic created? The axanthic is actually a recessive gene. So you actually need 2 copies of the axanthic for a visual. It's just a simple recessive. About my first ball python, how big of a rat should I stock up on for first year? So I would say don't get too many rodents all at once. Rats pretty much only last probably 6 months to a year in the freezer, not too long. New to breeding, I really like the all-white snake or the gray ones. What are some great new projects to get into for these kind of ball pythons? So the all-white snake, as a matter of fact, I actually have a video on like 40 ways to make a white snake or something like that. You can make a whole bunch of them with the blue-eyed leucistic genes, like with the bamboo, the lesser, the Mojave, the Russo, the Mocha, the Mystic, the Phantom, all those genes. If you breed them together, you'll get an all-white snake. The Super Fire also makes a black-eyed leucistic, or you can do a Super Sulfur. There's a whole bunch of ways you can actually do it. Or you can do an all-white pied, like a lesser pied, or you can make a Russo pied, usually all-white, or a really high-white pied. A lot of different ways you can make an all-white snake. Still going. Oh, yeah. All right. Let's see. How often should I feed my new babies? Because I've been feeding them once a week. You can actually feed new babies, I'd say, every 4 to 5 days. Usually, if you can feed them once a week, but they don't really grow that fast. I like to do 4 to 5 days until they get some pretty good size to them, and then you can cut down to once a week. Have any of your rodents ever escaped? Yes, they have. So it's kind of interesting. When I'm cleaning my rodents, that's usually when they escape. And usually I see them escape. They kind of jump out of the tub when I'm moving them from one tub to the other. I pretty much, you have to kind of move all my racks around and try to chase them around until you can finally get them. And then lately I've been breeding a lot of hopper mice for all my hatchlings, kind of increasing my hoppers. And I've actually had some hoppers escape. And for those, I actually put glue traps all over my house. Actually, It's kind of random. Sometimes I actually don't catch the hoppers; they kind of scurry away, and then they'll actually catch them in the glue traps, and they'll kind of run around. And I'd say it's pretty rare that I think probably out of all the years I've been breeding snakes, I maybe caught 3 hoppers in the glue traps. And as far as the bigger rats getting out, I'd say I've had maybe 3 or 4 when I'm cleaning the tub. So it does happen, but it's normally my fault. Usually when I'm like cleaning the rats or the mice, that's when they hop out. Do you name all your snakes? There's a couple without names, but most of them I have been going through and giving them names. And most of them, I don't remember their names. I have to keep looking at the tags with like 75. And I keep reusing the names. I actually just realized I have 2 snakes named Zeus. So sometimes I have to, I catch myself. And then I name all the hatchlings, and then I'll sell them, and I'll get more hatchlings and keep cycling through them. There's like always different snakes in my collection. If you could snap your fingers and have one specific snake appear in your collection, what would you choose? I would snap my fingers and I would have a pair of monsoons because it's a brand new gene and no one's done a lot with the monsoons. It'd be pretty awesome to work on that. Of course, 2 monsoons would probably cost you about $30,000, probably 20 to 30,000. Hey, we got a super chat. Thank you, Robert Bailey. Woo. All right, awesome. Trying to pay off the Harley Davidson with the super chats. Let's see where we're at. Wow, we're down to 7,500s. Wow. Slowly chipping it down. Little at a time. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm trying to pay off my Harley Davidson with the super chats. We actually started at 8,500 3 days ago. Got it down almost $1,000 in 3 days, which is kind of crazy. I was going to live stream until we paid it off, but I decided to cut it off on Friday at midnight. 7 days is pretty much my limit for 12-hour streams. So thank you for that super chat. Signing off here from Memphis. Thanks for answering so many questions. Yes, love the videos. Love your channel, #1 fan. Thank you. So probably the best part about this is I actually get to slow down and answer everybody's questions, which I know a lot of people have been asking, and I just have not had time. Even if we don't pay off the bike, this might be the only time I can actually slow down and answer questions because it gets so crazy. So many questions. It's kind of crazy. All right, let's see. Normal pied crossed with an albino pied. What are the odds? So you would get all pieds, 100% het albino. Can you brother and sister together? Yes, you can. As a matter of fact, it's kind of funny because most people will say that you can actually inbreed reptiles and there's no effects at all. So I actually did a video about inbreeding, and I was like, talking all about, you can actually breed, siblings together, no problems at all. And then I actually had a comment from a veterinarian, and she was so furious that I would actually, even mention breeding, inbreeding ball pythons. So I'd say it really depends who you talk to. If you're talking to your veterinarian, they'll probably say no. If you talk to most reptile guys, if you actually look at like the albino, most of the albinos all started from like one original albino. So all the offspring are it's actually inbreeding over and over and over all these years, and we still don't have problems with albinos. So if you think about it that way, everything started from one example of the gene. We got another super chat. All right. Woohoo! We need a bell or something to ring the bell. All right, chipping it down, chipping it down. All right, so we are down to 75.92. It's funny, yesterday I was starting to go down at the 11th hour. And it seems like today I'm getting my second wind at the 11th hour. Ah. All right, so if you ask me about inbreeding, I would say you definitely can inbreed. Just don't tell your veterinarian that you are inbreeding. Have you ever fed your snakes based on the format when you use, I'm not sure, oh, the percent by weight. No, I haven't really gone the percent by weight. Some people weigh the rodents and then they weigh their snake, and then they say based on the weight of the snake, you can feed them a certain size rodent. I could see you could kind of run into problems with that. So, for example, if you took a ball python like this and you fed it a big rat, and then a couple days later another big rat, and a couple days another big rat, and you got really super fat and plump, and then you did the calculation, you could think, all right, I could feed it an even bigger rat the following day. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. Nice. And these are all in US dollars. Usually late in the night, it's actually in a different currency, which is kind of wild. Awesome. This is 75.92. Minus 5, 75.87. And awesome. Yeah, I didn't have these numbers out the first day, and I was just trying to kind of call them out as I got them. And I was thinking about the replay, so you can actually go back in the replay and kind of look at the numbers go down, which is kind of cool. That's why I started putting the numbers up. Super, thank you. Super chat question. Thank you for letting myself and chat absorb your knowledge. You are a great member of the reptile community. Hey, we got another one. Take a look at that. The ink is still dry. And we got another one. Woo, we're moving fast now. Awesome. 75.82. Making a dent. All right. It's funny. Sometimes it'll go down real quick, down and down and down. And then sometimes it'll be like 3 hours without anything. Seems like at the beginning and the end, it's a little more active. Kind of crazy. DC, thank you. Last question, super chat question. Then time for bed. Thank you for everything. How often and for how long do you pair the male with the female? So what I do is I pair up on October 15th. I look at all my females, make sure they're actually feeding pretty well, make sure they have a good body condition. And then if they do, then I'll pair them up for the year. And I'll actually put the males with the females, usually for 3 days with the females. And then I'll take the male, after 3 days, I'll kind of peek in the tub. And if the male and the female are locked together, I'll give them an extra day. And sometimes even 2 days, depending on how long they lock. And then what I'll do is I'll actually take that male and I'll move it to another female, usually leave it in there for 3 days. And then sometimes I'll actually do a third female. And so it'll be like 3 days, 3 days, 3 days if I'm breeding a male across 3 females. and then I'll separate them all and give them a break. And then I'll usually feed the males and females. And I try to double up on the feed on the females because sometimes they'll double up on the food until they go into the fast. And then what I usually do is I would probably wait a week at least after they eat their last meal before you pair them up again. And when I first started, I actually was pairing them up pretty often, like every 10 days, every 2 weeks. And then I found out a lot of people are pairing up once a month. I actually started pairing up once a month, and that worked pretty good. I think I'm going to go back to pairing up every 3 weeks, the males and the females. And you keep pairing them up for about 5 months. So it's every 3 weeks for about 5 months. And then usually once my first female ovulates, you can see the swelling in the belly. Once the first female ovulates, usually in February, late February, I pretty much separate all for the rest of the year, and then just keep checking to see if the females lay eggs from then on. So that's kind of a complicated process. Let's see. What's the best way to tell what sex the babies are? I actually use a probe. You could actually go over to YouTube and go Chris Hardwick ball pythons probing ball pythons. And I think I have probably 4 videos over there where I'm actually probing the ball pythons. One of them I get bit like 30 times. I got some really feisty. I usually don't get bit, but one of my videos I got bit so many times it was crazy. I actually use a metal probe, and I can actually show you in some of those videos the technique on how to probe them. And if they go in real deep, it's a male. If the probe goes in just a little bit, it's a female. Probing or popping. So, wait, we'll go back. We'll go back a couple questions. I'm jumping ahead. I am on the home stretch. The favorite morph of all time. This is not Bobby. I would say bamboo. I like the bamboo because it's really impressive as a standalone gene. It's also in the blue-eyed leucistic. It can make the all-white snake, and it's really aggressive as far as eating. They usually eat really well compared to a lot of other genes, and there's really no genetic defects when it comes to the bamboo. So it looks really close to the spider. So I'd say it's probably is the best you can get as a kind of an imitation spider without actually getting like the head wobble or the duck billing or the kinking or anything like that that you see in some of the genes. So popping versus probing. I actually talked to my exotic vet that is at a lot of the reptile shows, and I asked her, should I be popping or probing? And she said, you should never pop the hemipenes out of a ball python. Essentially what that is you take the tail of the snake for popping. Essentially what you do is you kind of roll the bottom of the snake right by the vent, and you pop out the hemipenes if it's a male. And the problem is, if it's a female, a lot of people keep trying to push harder and harder, trying to pop out the hemipenes, thinking they're doing it wrong. And a lot of times you can actually damage the snake. So I always probe every single time. I never pop the hemipenes, per the advice of my exotic vet. Let's see. Why does it seem the black pastel lesser combo is so rare? Yeah, sometimes you get certain genes that are really rare over on Morphmarket. It's like some people just aren't producing, which is kind of interesting. I think there's so many different combinations, and sometimes, maybe people don't have those 2 genes in their collection to actually produce a lot of those combinations. I think probing is not well for them. Well, my vet recommends probing. If you push too hard on the probe, I think it's not very good. And when you probe, you don't want to probe right out of the egg. Usually I wait until they're maybe about 3 weeks old before I probe. Sometimes the probe can be pretty inaccurate, right when they're out of the egg. But if you just kind of lube up the probe and gently slide it in, it's really easy. It's pretty much a foolproof, 100% sure. I actually bring my probe kit to the reptile shows, and a lot of people bring snakes up to me to actually probe their hatchlings to figure out the males and the females. Yeah. Ever tried pellets over rodents? You mean feed snakes pellets? I don't think you can feed snakes pellets. I do feed my rodents pellets. Let's see. Let's see. Everyone should share a link to Chris's YouTube channel on Facebook. That's pretty funny. Do you quarantine new snakes? Yes, I do quarantine new snakes. I actually have 2 stories above in a completely separate room in the house. I actually have one little tub that I do quarantine. I usually quarantine for about a month and check for mites mostly above anything else. I do not want any mites in my clay. Even bringing any new snake in here kind of freaks me out. Give me the 3 main reasons why monsoons cost so much. So the monsoon was actually created by Dave Green. And as far as I know, he just bred 2 random snakes together and popped out the monsoon, which was kind of a weird anomaly. Sometimes random genes can be the hets can be floating around in your collection. Sometimes you can produce like genes spontaneously that just spontaneously mutate and you create something brand new. And the monsoon is so visually different than anything else in ball pythons that a lot of people are really interested in. And if you have the only monsoon, and especially if you start breeding it in your collection and say, I have the only monsoon in the whole entire world, and a lot of people are interested in it. Sometimes some of them could be sold for over $100,000 for the very first example of that gene. And a lot of times if you take the first ones yourself and you start breeding them and selling the offspring, you can get a really high amount of money until they actually start kind of trickling out. Once people start breeding them and you get a bigger supply, you can actually really bring the price down. But with the recessive, it's actually recessive, so it's a little bit harder to actually produce monsoons. So it takes like 3 years for the female. So it's a really long game on the monsoon. That's why it really keeps its price really high too. Let's see. Yeah, if you pair up too long, yeah, so if you pair up the males and females too long, they do kind of separate the male on one side and the female on the other side. They kind of get tired of each other. Kind of separate to either side of the tub. I don't think it hurts them to pair them up too long. So if you just bought your first ball python, you don't need to quarantine. The only reason you quarantine is to keep all your other snakes safe from the new ones. So I actually didn't quarantine until after I had 20 snakes and I got my first mite infestation. I was like, I never want mites again. It took me 2 months to get rid of those mites. You ever going to regret getting into the ball python business? No. Maybe if the house burned down and I lost everything, I would probably be regretting it then. Do you ever worry about mating snakes fighting? I've never had them fight. The only time I had snakes fight is when I thought I had a female and it was actually a male. And as a matter of fact, it was with Bobby. When I bought Bobby, I bought a collection of like 9 females or something like that. And I was moving Bobby through all the females. Come to find out, one of the females that I bought was actually a male. And when I put Bobby in that tub after moving him through some females, it was like the whole rack was shaking. I couldn't figure it out. I opened the tub and Bobby came flying out. And then I actually probed that snake, and sure enough, it was actually a male. So if you have 2 snakes fighting, it could be that you possibly have 2 males in the same tub. I'll definitely probe them to make sure. What if you bred for duck billing and head wobble? Um, so yeah, most people avoid duck billing and the head wobble. Some people like the way that the duck bill looks on the snakes. The duck billing is usually from the super black pastel or the super cinnamon, and the head wobble is usually from like the spider or the champagne, I'd say primarily. Bought a bamboo butter. All right, awesome. I like a sausage to feed the snakes. You can actually buy little reptilinks, little sausages, but I don't think ball pythons would actually eat them. I think they're mainly for lizards. Although a corn snake is so aggressive in feeding, it might actually eat one of those reptilinks. I don't know. I bought all of my snakes from a pet store, and one of my snakes, they didn't know if it was a female or a male. You can actually buy a probe kit over on Amazon, and you can actually probe them yourself. You can figure it out, which is kind of interesting. Usually, a reptile store will be able to probe them for you, and sometimes the general pet stores with a lot of other animals, they don't know one from another, especially if you buy from like a big chain pet store. Buying a fancy ball python, yeah, you might not be able to know. I don't know how to go about finding the gender without stressing my snake out. So probably what I do is I would bring it to either a reptile store, or you could bring it to a reptile show, which would be sometimes at the shows that some people have probe kits and will actually probe your ball python. Bought my first ball python off Craigslist. The bottom of the snake scales are feeling like they're messed up if you rubbed on them the opposite way. Yeah, you don't want to rub on the scales the opposite way. That's kind of how ball pythons feel. If you kind of rub them the opposite way, they do kind of come up a little bit. You can have problems if you have like red sores on the belly. Sometimes, people use like a heat rock or something like that. Sometimes it can burn the belly of a ball python, but usually they should be pretty white, no red color at all. And they do feel kind of weird when you rub them the wrong way. When are you selling the het garbage disposals? Never. The belly is kind of pink. Sometimes the belly can be pink, and that is fine. Especially when they go into shed, it can turn pretty bright pink. Quarantine your cat from the snakes. Did the spider and the champagne have any similar genetics? I think they're two completely genes between the two. Yeah, pelletized rodents. That could be something big. Let's see. Yeah, the spider and the champagne, they're both in what they call the spider complex, which is the spider, the champagne, the woma, the hidden gene woma, the sable, and the spot nose can all tend to have some head wobble. I'd say mostly the champagne and the spider. I've actually seen some people say that the super spot nose can have a head wobble, which is it's called the Powerball, the super spot nose. Do you get do you get tax income for this job? Uh, so this is I'm actually running this as like a sole proprietor. As far as most people, I'd say when they start in ball pythons, just breed a few ball pythons. I don't think they really set up a business, sell a few snakes on the sides, kind of like breeding dogs. You know, you can have a litter of puppies and sell them, and it's no big deal. It's only when you get into, you're like, all right, I'm going to breed 100 snakes and produce 1,000 hatchlings, then you might want to actually set it up as a business and go through the whole thing. So I pretty much set up mine as a business, which you can actually, there's a lot of really good tax deductions as a business. So I can actually measure the amount of the size of this room, and I can deduct like all my heating and some of the internet and the phone, and there's a lot of stuff you can deduct. And you pretty much only pay taxes on your profits. So if you're going to make profit, you can actually take all that and invest it back in your business, like buy racks and stuff like that, and you end up paying no taxes. So it's pretty good to actually do that. If you make a lot of profit, you have to actually pay a lot of taxes, almost 50%, which is kind of crazy. The setup behind me. So let's see. I don't think it's so. The setup behind me is ARS 5040. So let's see. So this is actually a 5040 hybrid. A full rack costs $2,095. And I think there's like $300 shipping on top of that. But if you actually go over to the ARS hybrid, what you can actually do is get a single level for $200, and then you need a wheelbase. So if you actually had a single level, it would be about $50 a tub. So that's what I did on a lot of this stuff when I first started. I'd just buy just one or two levels at a time as I actually added to my collection. I kept stacking different things on top of those levels. So it wasn't so, I actually couldn't afford like a $2,000 rack. But the individual levels are pretty awesome. I've heard of snakes getting brighter with sheds. So usually when you have hatchlings that just come out of the egg, the very first shed can really, if they're in the first shed, it's almost hard to see the colors of the snake. In the very first shed, they get really super bright. Sometimes the second shed, they can get brighter, but as they age and mature, usually most snakes will actually brown out over time. So no problems with monsoon genetics. That is the question. So I remember when the desert first came out. The desert was almost like the desert ghost, really impressive, almost exactly the same as far as really making some amazing combinations, except it was a dominant gene instead of a recessive. And everyone is so excited about the desert. It was a brand new gene. And I actually looked back at some old YouTube videos, and they're like, this is the best gene ever. I love the desert. It is so awesome. I'm going to breed it through my whole collection. And people were breeding it through their collection. Come to find out a few years later, they found out that the females had a problem, and they were infertile, or when they laid eggs, they actually would die laying eggs, and all the eggs were infertile. And it's kind of interesting on these new genes. You never know what's going to be the problem until you actually start breeding them and make some combinations. And sometimes you get some weird allelic combinations or lethal combinations as far as some of these new genes. Yeah, that ARS rack is 20. So the one behind me is not a full 5040. As a matter of fact, all the ARS racks are too tall to actually fit in my room. So this is only, I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 levels of the 5040. So that is what, $1,400, and then the wheelbase like 1,500 for the one behind me. So it's not quite a full rack. You can actually save if you just get a partial rack. And then I have a boa tub that's stackable, two boa tubs under there. And the boa tubs, let's see. The boa tubs, one level is 415. So it's like $900 of boa tubs on the bottom. So that rack behind me is $2,400 with the boa tubs. And then yeah, by the time you add the shipping, you're almost at 3,000. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, you can do LLC. Uh, You can also do a corporation too. If you're really big, you can incorporate and you get the maximum protection. So, say for example, someone tried to sue you, they actually couldn't go after your house and your car and everything like that if you incorporated, which is, if you got really big and expanded, you're do like $1 million business or something like that, I'd probably do a corporation versus an LLC. Plan on becoming a ball python breeder in a few years. Nice. I think I created a brand new combo. How do you know if it's new? So you can actually go over to the world of ball pythons and look up the different combinations. And a lot of times they'll actually say with a certain combination who actually first produced it. And if it's not actually over there, you can try to claim credit for the world's first. Sometimes you can actually do that over on the world of ball pythons. Harley, 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 yeah. We're getting close to the end. We're at like 11 hours and 25 minutes on this live stream. 55 people on the live stream, kind of crazy. Yeah, we chipped it down. $7,500 left to pay off the Harley Davidson. So we brought it down about $1,000 in 3 days. That is pretty amazing. So I'm going to do, trying to pay it off with the super chat. It's pretty much all. We actually did $308 of super chat today. That is pretty good. And at first I was going to live stream 12 hours a day until I paid off the Harley. And after 3 days of 12-hour live streams, I'm going to cut it off after 7 days. So Friday at midnight is pretty much the last of my live stream. So I got 4 more days if I can actually make it through the crazy 4 more days. I was kind of getting burned out halfway through today. I was like, do I really want to keep going? And then people started giving me the super chats and saying, keep going. So I just kept going. So we'll see if I can actually last the last 4 days. Crazy. I don't know why I ever came up with that crazy idea. All right, let's see. How was the ghost gene created? I think it was just randomly. Most of these genes, some of them are actually found in the wild. Sometimes you can actually import the hets and randomly breed them together and get a visual. And then if you actually get something weird, then you have to prove it out and see if it's recessive or dominant or co-dominant. And sometimes you can actually have a brand new gene and it takes like 10 years to actually prove it to be genetic and then mix it in with some combos to prove that it's something people want to buy into before it actually hits the mainstream. And sometimes I've actually seen some genes where you're breeding like 2 random snakes together that are really simple genetics, and you get a random mutation, and out of the blue, you get a brand new gene that's really impressive. As a matter of fact, I can't remember which one it was. I made a video about brand new gene created out of thin air or something like that. I can't remember what gene is. I'll have to actually go back to that video, but it was just some random gene that just popped up out of a genetic mutation. Yeah, so I got to do a Harley vid. So definitely. So I'll definitely I'll probably get that Harley. I don't know how long it'll actually take to ship here, but I'll definitely do a Harley Davidson video probably right after I get it, and definitely do a special. I was thinking about doing maybe some reptile store reviews down in Denver, and then drive my Harley down to the reptile stores, assuming it's not freezing cold. It's kind of getting late in the year. If I bred a banana with a pinstripe, what would the outcome be? I can show you. I actually have one. I actually did that pairing right here. This is one of my favorite combos. So this one just hatched out of the egg. As a matter of fact, this is the mom for this one. This is a banana pinstripe, one of my favorite combinations. That is really awesome. This one hasn't shed yet. When they shed out, they are really super bright. Just out of the egg, hasn't had a single meal yet. Pretty awesome combination. It's almost like a banana colored pinstripe. Really crazy looking snake. One of my favorite combinations. I actually produced one a couple years ago, and I sold it at the show, and I was kind of regretting it, so I decided to make one more banana pinstripe. That's pretty awesome. This one is named Poe. That is Poe, P-O-E. Have I had any experience with a shady breeder? So it's pretty funny. They actually had someone at, well, not really with a shady breeder. They actually had someone steal a snake at a reptile show, and they actually caught him running out of the store trying to steal a snake. I thought that was pretty funny. But no, not really any breeders. There was one guy that was over in, I think it was in Germany, who was trying to scam people out of a lot of money. And he was actually taking, it was an all-white snake, like a blue-eyed leucistic, and he was taking watercolors and painting the snake bright red and trying to scam people out of like hundreds of thousands of dollars, saying it was a new gene. And he scammed like so many people. It was unbelievable. Until they finally, they still didn't catch him. They didn't know who he was or anything. But he was like scamming a whole bunch of people. Everyone thought they had this new bright red gene. And then it was this video in German. The guy was actually speaking German, talking about the scam over there. And I actually kind of copied what he was doing over there. And I kind of did a spin-off video of the red snake scam. That was crazy. Let's see. What's your opinion on the scaleless? So I actually do have some scaleless heads here in my collection, trying to produce the totally scaleless. It's kind of an interesting gene when you remove all the scales. So they've actually had scaleless snakes for a long time. They have the scaleless corn snakes and a whole bunch of different scaleless other than ball pythons. So I think you can actually do it okay. I've actually seen some people rub different things like moisturizers on the scaleless snakes. It's kind of a different thing to actually moisturize them for the shed. It's kind of interesting. Whoa, that's a lot of live stream. Yeah, I'm going crazy on the live stream. 2 more days extra of live stream. Cut it off on Sunday. Yeah, I want to try to do 4 more days of live streams. And then I don't know if I'm ever going to do a live stream again. I'll probably get so burned out from live streams. Yeah, can listen to your snake talk all day long. Where can I import hets from? Well, usually if you do imports, a lot of times you don't know if they're hets. So you can do it like African imports, the wild ones. So you can actually, So I think you can actually go over to Morphmarket, and I think there might be a way you can search for the African imports, or maybe look at the normals. And there's a lot of African imports over on Morphmarket. Can you breed your snake all year round? So the breeding season for ball pythons is pretty much 12 months. By the time you start pairing, by the time they lay eggs, it can be about 10 months, and then another 2 months to feed them before the season starts over again. So it's pretty much a 1 year season. But you can breed them any time of the year. My pythons are approximately a month old at 120 grams. They've eaten live smallmouths for 7 feedings. Then when you go to frozen thawed, probably I like to do maybe twice that. I'd probably I actually go anywhere from 12 to 24 live mice before I actually go over to a frozen thawed. Sometimes they'll actually go a little bit earlier. I've actually done maybe after about 10 feedings, tried frozen thawed, and maybe about half of them will actually eat it. But if you actually wait until about a couple dozen live mice, they'll pretty much get into the point where they'll just go crazy over anything after that. So I'd say after 7 feedings, it might be a little early. Yeah, I'd like to see that video. Brand new genes created out of thin air is kind of interesting. Actually, I actually got, it was actually, I can't remember what it was. But I found someone's website with that gene, and they had the whole story of the breeding and how they kind of unexpectedly created it and discovered it was a new gene that was kind of created out of thin air. It was kind of wild. 3 feet, 1387 grams. Would you assume male or female? You really can't tell the males and the females based on the size. You really need to probe them or pop the hemipenes. Hey, we got a super chat. All right, at the last 25 minutes. All right, we could change this sign. We're getting down there. Nice. Thank you. Pay off a little bit more on the Harley Davidson, 7582. All right. 3567. Awesome. So trying to pay off my Harley Davidson with the super chat money. So I can have the Harley Davidson super chat on my videos. That'll be fun. Bringing it to the reptile shows. I don't know why I ever thought of that idea. That was so crazy. All right. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Turn this into a 24-hour stream. First I was thinking, all right, I'm just going to live stream nonstop until I pay this off. And then I thought, I need to sleep. I need to take care of my animals. I actually need to eat too. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. All right, let's see. Let's see. The World of Ball Pythons. Yeah, you definitely should go to the World of Ball Pythons if you haven't been over there. For scaleless corns or rat snakes, do you need to put lotion or anything? I'm not sure about the other scaleless snakes. I've never had one, and I'm really not into corn snakes or rat snakes, so I don't know anything about them. I've just seen some people putting some kind of a lotion on the ball pythons, which is kind of interesting. Black pastel yellow belly times black pastel yellow belly. What color is a super black pastel ivory? I would assume that would actually be a white snake, because the ivory pretty much trumps all the other genes, except when you mix leopard in with, pretty much leopard is the only thing that'll break through an ivory. And you still get just a little bit of you can get some of the leopard coming through, but the ivory still kind of fades it out a little bit. So other than that, I don't really know anything that'll break through the ivory. I assume a super black pastel. The super black pastel is completely black. The ivory was completely white. And I think in that contest, the ivory would trump the black snake, and you'd end up with the white snake. How many total genes do you have in your collection? Someone asked last night, and probably maybe about, I'd say maybe about 15 or so in my collection. You seem to have repeated yourself a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I repeat myself a lot in my videos and on the live stream. So if you actually if you look at the number of people on the live stream, it's pretty much between 50 and 60, but there's always people coming in and people leaving. And if you actually go to the statistics at the end of the live stream, believe it or not, there's like 4,000 people that have cycled through the live stream. So a lot of the questions are the same, but they're from different people. So the only people that really know that I repeat myself are the people that watch all my videos or binge watch all my live streams, which is probably only a few people that are super diehard. And most people, as a matter of fact, if you go to my channel and look at the average number of videos per viewer, it's only about 2.5. So most people come to my channel and they only watch between 2 and 3 videos, meaning if you actually go to a lot of reptiles channels and watch their videos, they talk about stuff like they assume that you've watched all their videos previously. They're like, oh yeah, I talked about this 5 videos ago. We don't have to cover it again. And most people, they don't watch all your videos. It's kind of weird when you look at your statistics as far as the content that you put together on YouTube. Anyway, that's, yeah, kind of spinning down the creator path there. What's up, SWAT member 187? We are at 11 hours, 40 minutes, 35 seconds. We have 19 minutes to go. Thank you for the info. Sure. My first snake, corn snake, was named Harley. That is awesome. I should name a snake Harley or Super Chad. Do you have any pied ball pythons? Yes, I do. I actually have a fire pied right over here. I actually got this from Justin Kobilka a long time. I think I paid $1,100 for this a long time ago. Produced a bunch of fires. So the fire actually lightens the color of the pied. And when this thing was really small, these kind of faded out patches were like a super bright orange. It was crazy how this thing changed. It was almost like a blinding fluorescent orange, and it really changed and faded out, which is kind of crazy. And that guy's name is Zeus. Right there. What's the latest you've had a ball python go after a prelay shed? So what I actually do, I don't think I do the same as everything. Everyone else usually times all their sheds and everything as far as when the female is going to lay eggs. And what I do is usually when I'm getting close to my first ovulation, I usually wait about a month after my first ovulation. And then from that point on, what I do is I go through all the tubs twice a day from all the females that have been breeding, and just kind of peek in the tub and make sure they're all doing okay, and just check for eggs. I actually don't like time the look for the prelay sheds or anything. By some miracle, you reach 0 on the HD. Would you do this again? Nope. I probably won't do this ever again. This is, let's see if I can even last until Friday. I don't know. I'm surprised I lasted 3 days of 12 hours in a row. That's kind of crazy. So, as a matter of fact, this morning I was thinking, should I really do this? I'll keep going, keep going. That's why they call it a challenge, right? The super chat challenge. If it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be a challenge. Holly Davidson looking like Bobby. Do you have shipments to Mexico? I think if you go over any of the borders, you actually run into really high shipping costs, like $600 to $800. I better hurry up in these comments. We only got like 15 minutes left. I have a lavender albino male is the only thing that I compare him with. Really only another lavender or het lavender. No, you compare them with anything. So if you have to actually have a lavender albino male, you can breed it to anything and get het lavenders. So say for example, you had like a 3-gene combo, you could breed it to that, get the 3-gene combo back out again with the het lavender, and then hold that back and grow it up and work those genes into the lavender albino. That's what I would do. Are there any other genes that change the color of the white part of the pie gene? Nope, there are no genes that I know of that will break through a white pie. Use 41 quart tubs. So I actually don't use quarts. Let's see. I use a 70-30. Let's see. Let me go back to here. See if I can figure out the dimensions here. So I use a 70-30. The tubs measure 33 by 17 by 5 inches high, if that helps you. I don't know how that converts to a 41 quart. I got my first ball python August 2nd. She eats weekly. She says twice, but only went to the bathroom once. Should I be worried? So I don't even look at sheds or when they go to the bathroom or anything. Sometimes they can hold their bathroom for a long time. Sometimes people get really worried. And they shed. The more you feed them, the more they shed. So that can be really variable too. Die Hard. All right. Do you have a website? No, I actually don't have a website. I just do YouTube and Morphmarket. Get into boas. Yes, I will get into boas. One of 2 named Zeus. I do have 2 snakes named Zeus. Does your wife help you with your snakes and videos? She helps me at the reptile shows, which is pretty amazing. That she'll actually help me kind of tend the table and show the snakes and everything. Of course, I pay her like $100 a day. So I think she does it for the money. And she also helps me move my big reticulated python, Lucy, that's like 100 pounds. And she's actually been bringing me some food during these live streams. So she does help quite a bit. Don't you wish you had a clone? Yeah, but the only problem is I'd have to pay him and then I go broke. What would Bobby and Bubble produce? So this is Bubble. You'd actually make, as a matter of fact, I think I did pair Bobby with this one at one point. And we actually made some bamboo pinstripes, which are pretty awesome. I don't think I have just a bamboo pinstripe in my collection. I wish I could shake your hand. Maybe I'll see you at the reptile show sometimes. How do you pack and ship your snakes? So I actually, I was just looking at the time. We're at 11:48. So I actually go over to shipyourreptiles.com and I use all their supplies. So they have all the different size boxes. And for my hatchlings, I use the 8x8x7 insulated boxes over there. And I think it's a 6x9x12 for my like yearlings or my bigger. I actually just bought some really big boxes too for my adults so I can ship some adults. And then I use like a butcher paper and you put it in there. And they actually have rules. You have to drill a couple holes on either side of the box for ventilation. And then if it's certain degrees on either end, you have to actually use cold packs or hot packs. And you have to put your snake in a snake bag and you have to label them with the right labels. It's pretty regulated to actually ship your snakes. What area do you live in? I'm actually in Bailey, Colorado, in the middle of nowhere up in the mountains. Pretty much live in the forest with the mountain lions and the bears and the elk up here. And I usually attend shows in Denver. So like the Denver Repticon, the Reptilian Nation. Those are pretty much the two big ones. Usually when I see my snakes, it's the Repticon. But I don't know, I've been selling so much on Morphmarket that I might not actually do a show. What I'll probably do is I'll probably just show up to a show with Bobby and someone with a camera to follow me around. That's what I did in the last show. Super diehard, watch 80% of your videos. Even watch the magnet fishing. You know, it's kind of interesting about the magnet fishing. I actually saw a guy who was doing this random stuff on YouTube. I was actually trying to figure out YouTube, and this guy was just kind of doing all these random things on YouTube. And every time he did a magnet fishing video, it would blow up and he'd get tons of views. So I thought, all right, I'm going to start a separate channel and just do a couple videos on magnet fishing to see if it really blows up. And it's been, what, a couple of years now? And those videos have not gotten a lot of views, which is kind of crazy. YouTube is still kind of a mystery. I actually have one video with like 500,000 views. That's like, I think it's like the Jersey cow streaming milk or something. It's like a little 30-second video. Someone actually copied that video exactly, stole that video, put it on their channel, had it on their channel for like 5 years. And I was getting, I got like almost 500,000 views on my video. And he had like 20 views on his video. Same exact video, same exact thumbnail. And I thought that was kind of interesting. And it actually showed up on my copyright violation tab on my YouTube dashboard. And I actually made them take it down. But it's kind of weird. You can have the same exact video, two different channels, and one of them blows up and one of them doesn't. It doesn't really make sense to me. I have to get all my questions in now before you retire from live stream. How much did your snake weigh before you breed them? So females have to be at least 1,500. Males have to be at least 500. Although I would probably prefer at least 800 for the males. And I would probably do 2,000 to 2,500 on the females if you can. What is bubble? This is ball. This thing is like just sitting here motionless. Look at this. I've never seen a ball python sit for so long. This is just a big pinstripe. Beautiful pinstripe. I absolutely love the pinstripes. She's kind of groggy. Just waking up. What is going on? Bubble. Crazy snake. Look at that. She's like trying to figure out what is... The first time she sees herself in the camera. I don't think she's ever seen herself before. It's funny. It's like looking into a mirror. She's like in a trance. Bobby was like that the first time that Bobby looked in that in the reflection in the camera there. That's kind of crazy. Have I ever caught elk in Enid? I actually watched a video of someone cleaning an elk, and elk are so big. It's let me tell you, you do not want to be the one to clean an elk. It's like climbing inside of an elephant. They're so big. That is a messy job. Let's see. When I was watching at magnet fishing, I thought it was rigged and edited. Not rigged at all. I was filling in all kinds of stuff on that magnet fishing. I don't think anyone's ever magnet fished off of that pier. But it's pretty amazing. I've seen some people do magnet fishing, and they're pulling in like gun safes full of guns and all kinds of knives and stuff like off the piers. Use a really strong magnet and just throw it in off the piers in some of the lakes and streams. It's pretty awesome. But it's just kind of an experiment. I think I have like 8 channels that kind of flopped, that were just experiments, just to put a few videos out and see how they would do back when I didn't really know what I wanted to do on YouTube. And this channel, as a matter of fact, I was jumping all over the place. I didn't, if you look back at my original, my first videos, I was doing like dogs and cows and all kinds of stuff. I did one, how to unlock a locked truck. The difference between hay and straw. I was doing all kinds of stuff. It was kind of crazy. 11:54, 38, 5 minutes left. Whew, we'll get Bobby out for the grand finale. All right. All right, we have Bobby. All right, have you ever had a ball python play fun miss its first shed? Not sure on that one. What's the best single gene to get some cool snakes? Bamboos, I would say. So this is a bamboo. All right, we got another super chat. Thank you so much. Right in the last minute. Nice. Get that number down. Woo, $20. That's like the record, I think, today. That's awesome. So we're down to 75,654. 7547. Awesome. All right, Moonstone Aquatics super chat question: heat mat on the bottom or on the side? 10-gallon with hatchling. Good question. I would prefer to do on the bottom, but one thing you want to watch out for is